Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where...
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned into Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin consolidates but still remains above the $63,500 levels. Ethereum staking hits all-time high with 40 million Ethereum coins. Taiwan passes its first comprehensive crypto stablecoin law. And German banks to open crypto trading for 50 million customers. First thing is Bitcoin is stabilizing, but remember the key support level of $63,000 is there. Overall, the sentiment is neutral to bullish, and the sentiment right now is there for the crypto ecosystem. But the next triggers include, of course, the Fed FOMC minutes and the impact from the NATO summit. Moving on, the on-chain data providers say roughly 40 million Ethereum, that's about 1/3 of the supply by the way, is now staked. Now marking that an all-time high for Ethereum. Just to put in perspective, crypto staking is the process of locking up digital assets in a blockchain network. And Taiwan has passed its first comprehensive crypto and stablecoin law, creating a licensing regime for the exchanges and of course a stricter rules for local stablecoin issuers. Now this law positions Taiwan closer to regulated hubs like Japan and Singapore. Positive read-through for the crypto investors. And lastly, Germany's saving and cooperative banks are rolling out crypto trading to retail clients. Now they are wiring Bitcoin into the apps of these institutions that hold roughly 80 million customer relationships in a country of 84 million people. Now this means more exposure comes in for the crypto investors. And before we wrap, here's a quick check on the changes to the crypto prices over the last 24 hours, and majority of the crypto are in a very tight range here. Of course, the support and the resistance levels for Bitcoin, they range between $63,000 to $66,000 right now. And now, time to take a look at the crypto strategy for the day. Here's what's there to keep in mind today. The crypto strategy, the market outlook seems it is still stabilizing. Overall sentiment is neutral to bullish, but remember, potential sentiment could be driving the rally if the buying volume starts increasing. Overall, at the top end, the resistance level is between $64,000 to $65,000 levels. Now, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Welcome, you're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vajrajani, and with me is Puneet Zaveri. And of course, this is a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. For viewers who are just tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your queries on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. And while you do that, we'll take a quick look as to how the markets are doing at the moment. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50. It's trading above the 0.2% mark. well held above the 24,400 levels is what we are tracking. These will be the levels that will be the crucial one to watch out for, because we've gone to these levels and come back a couple of times. Let's also try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to what are the counters that are actually doing well in trade today, and then also talk about counters which are not doing well. Of course, you have business updates, slew of business updates coming in. So you have Titan topping that chart on the back of a strong business update coming in up 2.7%. You have some IT names ahead of earnings also doing fairly well. Infosys, Tech Mahindra, TCS all up in that range of 2% each. Eternal also doing fairly well. But on the flip side, you have something like a Trent which has taken a complete knock, down 11% on the back of a weaker than expected numbers is what we've seen. 19% growth versus that of an expectation of over 20%. You have Coal India, Larsen & Toubro, BEL are some of the other names which are also tanking below that 1% mark. Let's also pull up the Bank Nifty. The Bank Nifty is hovering around the 0.2% levels, above the 58,400 levels, just above the 58,400 levels is what we're seeing. Let's also pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to what sectors are doing in trade today. Essentially, you're seeing significant amount of gains coming in the IT space just ahead of the numbers. Thursday is when you have your first earning coming in from TCS. So you have bank, which is the second best sector, but on the flip side you have defense, which is taking a knock down by about 1.8%, realty, which is down 1.4%, media also seeing profit booking coming in. Let's also quickly pull up the advanced decline ratio, because that will give you a picture as to how that chart is looking like. And just a small FI buy number in the cash markets we see, and we see broader markets taking that knock, because you have around 1,600, more than 1,600 odd declines versus that of 800 odd advances. So 2:1 ratio, but unfortunately in the favor of the sellers, and that's what is reflective in the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well. So that's of course with regards to where the markets go. But to answer all your stock related questions today, we are joined by Swati Hotkar, who's the AVP Technical Research at Nirmal Bang, and Asta Jain, Senior Research Analyst at Hem Securities, joining us now. It's good to have you both together after such a long time. I'll start by taking the first question, which is coming in, and this is from Mr. K. Guru, who's writing us from Chennai. He says that he's looking at two counters, Voltas as well as Blue Star, and he wants to know if any of these are good to invest in from the next 2 to 3 year perspective. Astha, a very good morning to you. Considering that we had a prolonged summer, Q1 is expected to be good, especially for AC companies. But from a 2 to 3 year perspective, would you recommend a buy right now?
Hi, good morning to all of you. So we need to understand that both these companies, although they are into the AC market, but their markets are different. Because if I talk about Voltas, then it is focused on, consumer AC. While if I talk about the Blue Star has more, diversified mix, and they are basically focusing on commercial. So, I mean, in some way, both these counters are being into the same sector, but their business is slightly different. Now, if I'm talking about which one is better, then definitely if I talk about, first of all, financials, then margin stability is very, very strong in Blue Star. So we need to see that also. In fact, if I talk about the earnings quality also, so Blue Star is really having an edge in that part also. And in fact, comfortable valuations are also one of the point in which Blue Star is ahead of Voltas. So there are certain points like Voltas is having very strong distribution network, looking better than Blue Star. But if I look after the financial performance, then Blue Star is looking good to me. So I think one can go with a Blue Star because as I have told that financials are good and valuations are also better than Voltas at this point.
Got that view. The next question coming in now on IOL Chemicals. Our viewer Chadda is holding shares at 91. Let's pull up the counter now because it's up almost 17% in trade today and staying through there. Swati, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your view on IOL Chemicals? Because after a really long time, you're seeing that up move. Is this here to stay? Should our viewer continue to hold this counter right now since he's bought it at 91, ride the wave?
Good morning, Puneet, and good morning to all the panelists. Definitely, the view is positive. From the last almost 3 months, we are continuously witnessing a very strong momentum rally from almost 90 levels to now 172. I believe that 179, that the all-time high levels, is likely to touch once again, and it will witness some sort of a profit booking. So those who have a long positions, they can definitely hold on, maintain the profit stop loss of a 160 on a downside, and hold on. Immediate target will be a 179, and beyond that, 185 levels can be seen.
All right, okay. In fact, just shifting focus a tad bit, sources are telling NDTV Profit that the RBI is reviewing ATM cash shortages after reports of dry ATMs in several cities have been reported. Industry body has flagged low cash replenishment while banks cite rising costs of running ATM networks. Piyush is here with more details on this one. Piyush?
That is right. We have seen over the last 2-3 months how people across the country, various regions, have been complaining about ATMs being dry, essentially no cash being in ATM. So what the RBI has now done is that they have sought data from banks on the cash inventory level that they had in their tier 2 and beyond regional offices, and whether banks deliberately didn't actually fill their ATMs in tier 2 and beyond cities. SBI, we are aware, it has the largest network, so whenever SBI gets affected, a whole lot of other branches also in the nearby vicinity gets affected. So the RBI is looking at the data. Bankers on their part say that this inventory level also has soil nodes, so it would not be fair for RBI to look at the overall inventory level and not account for the soil nodes. Apart from that, bankers also say over a period of time, ATM business has become very operationally unviable for them, because it includes a lot of cost. The ATM to turn profitable, it takes a longer time. With rising digital payments, people are going lesser to ATM, so they feel the business unit, the economic units here don't work rightly. So investing in ATMs itself is a big challenge for them. On the other hand, we have gotten access to a letter by ATM industry body, which is CATME, and CATME in June had written to IBA, which is the banking lobby, banking sector lobby group. They had flagged that several ATMs are being run dry, and the replenishment rate is very low. In some ATMs, the replenishment rate was 57 to 64% only, meaning the ATMs only had 57 to 64% cash levels in them, which eventually ends up affecting the rural or semi-urban rural customer who wants to withdraw cash. The most impacted states were, according to CATME, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. These were the top 3 states which saw the most number of dry ATMs. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Piyush. So getting us an important story as well. But let's get back to your stock-related queries now. And we have a first caller for today from Hyderabad. Manikanta is now joining in for a stock-related query. Good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yeah, hi, good morning. And good morning to all. So I am currently holding Cupid shares. I bought it around 178 and around 150 shares. I just want to know the how would be the long-term view. I bought it around 2 weeks back only. So
okay.
Is it good for a long term? I just want to know.
Got it. Astha, let me come to you, because it's a stock that we haven't spoken too much about on the fundamental side, but we had an expert in the afternoon session yesterday, very bullish. Do you carry that momentum? And Abdul Rashad also had a similar query on the counter. How are you looking at Cupid right now?
So we all know that Cupid is basically into a niche contraceptive business. Now, what is majorly working for this company is, first of all, their strong financial performance, which they have posted for FY26. And now this company has started diversifying into the other fields as well. So I think that is also creating some sort of a buzz. And in fact, their export business is also very, very strong. So because what I believe is that they are exporting in more than, 100 countries at this point of time. And now the kind of business they are into, it is mostly like, now they are diversifying into the FMCG space, like perfumes, etc., deodorants, etc. So I think all these factors are really pointing towards the strong upside momentum, which this stock is, showing. And in fact, if you listen to the management also, they seems to be quite confident. But here, our investor has already generated good profit, and what we are seeing that this stock has seen a sharp rise in the prices also since, I should say, say starting of the June or by the end of May, it has started rising. So I think just book partial profit in this counter because now valuation wise it has little bit expanded. So my idea here is book partial profit because since May, end of the May, we are seeing this counter rising. So just book partial profit and remain invested in the partial quantity for the price target of somewhere at around 250 to 260.
Okay, so that's the view coming in on Cupid. The next one that we have is on Apollo Hospitals. This is from Madanlal Shroff, who's writing in. He's got around 10 shares at the levels of 7170 and wants to know if he can continue to hold or book profits. Swati, I'll come to you on this one. 16,000 and above is what he's seeing in terms of profits. Do you think it's time to book profits or there's further more upside left on this one?
Remember, the view is still positive, but the only concern that the stock has entered the overbought zone. So we might witness some sort of profit bookings at the higher level. So I will suggest at least partial profit can be booked at the current market price. And second partial, you can hold on by maintaining a stop loss of 8750 levels. And the immediate target, if it manages to give the breakout of 8,900 rupees, then up to 9,000 levels, it can continue its positive rally towards that. So partial profits are recommended to book at the current market price.
Got that view, Swati. Swati, let me stick with you for another query on Supreme Industries. Harsha from Vijayawada, who's a regular viewer of the show, has bought these shares at 3850. So bought it quite some time ago. Let's look at the 1-year chart also. Now, Swati, because of on the fundamentals, the Astral demerger has had an impact on the stock, and hence, the last 12 months also stock's down 23-24%. What's your view? Is it possible that the buying price of 3850 comes back? What's your view on the charts?
The long-term view is positive. The short-term view from the last 2 to 3 years, we are continuously witnessing a selling pressure since 2024. The stock is not showing any positive move on the higher side, continuously making a lower lows. So Puneet, I believe, but the stock has tested its 2024 lows, which comes to by nearby 3100 or 3150 levels. Those are the cluster support zones, and from there onwards, we get some pullback rally, which take the stocks towards 3600, 3700. So I will suggest as of now you can hold on this particular positions because it's trading at a lower levels. No need to book your losses. A positive move or a pullback likely to be witnessed towards 3600 to 3650. If we come to those levels, then definitely you can exit this particular long position, or else you can revise the stop loss and review once again once the stock reaches 3600 levels.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in from this is from Mr. Ekambarai, who's writing us from Hyderabad. He's got around 10 shares of Max Health, if I'm not wrong. Let's try to pull the stock up. And he wants to know as to what should be the next course of action for him. He's asking whether he can accumulate more as and when this counter is falling. Swati, your view on the charts for this one?
My view is positive because the counter is continuously trading in a high tops, high bottom formations, upward rising channel. The interesting observation, the stock has given the breakout of the previous downward sloping trend line. So the pattern is really positive at the current market price. I'm looking for an immediate target of 1200. That will be the minimum targets, and beyond that 1250 levels can be seen. So you can hold on the long positions, maintain the profit stop loss of 1100 rupees, which is the support provided by its 20 DMA. So by keeping that as a stop loss, you can hold on the long position for immediate target of 1200 rupees.
Got the view, Swati, but let's go across, take another caller now from Mysuru, and Mohan has a stock query for us. Mohan, good morning, welcome to the show. What's your query?
Good morning. I want Piramal Finance, 5 shares at the rate of 1,537. I just want to know whether can I accumulate more for long-term perspective?
Okay, from the long-term perspective, got it. Asta, he's currently sitting on good gains since he's bought it at 1500 odd. Should he continue to hold?
So Piramal Pharma is a hold from our side.
Piramal Finance, Asta.
Sorry?
Piramal Finance.
Okay, Piramal Finance he's talking about.
Yes,
Piramal Finance is... Okay, yes. So Piramal Finance is a hold from our side. I think that this counter is well placed to move more upside from here on the kind of financial performance which it has posted. So my idea here is it is a good story to bet upon in the long term. However, in the short term, because stock has seen a continuous rise, so maybe some dips can be witnessed where one can make a fresh entry on. Right now, just hold this counter.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on granules. Venkatramani from Bengaluru is holding 260 odd shares at the levels of 580. She says that she wants to add more of this for the next 12 months. Is that advisable? Averaging out for the next 12 months, Swati, what would you recommend?
Mahima, frankly speaking, the view is definitely positive, but the counter is trading at an all-time high level. So I will not suggest to add on the positions at the higher levels. But if you're finding any dips towards to 800 or between 750, those are the attractive levels to take the average out position. So hold for some more time. Since the counter is entering in the overbought zone, we might witness some sort of a profit bookings at the higher level. Wait for some more time. Any dips towards to 800 to 750 levels are the good levels to take the average out position.
Got that view, Swati. But viewers as well as Astha and Swati, let's now start the rapid fire round in this edition of the show. You both know the drill. Keep your answers as short as possible. First one coming in, and you know, this one's on Capri Global. It's a stock we haven't discussed too much, Swati. Our viewer has bought shares at 181, and this is Kishore. What should he do with his 700 shares?
As of now, I will suggest to hold on these particular positions. Upside at least 3 to 4% are recommended from CMP.
Okay, the next one is on PFC. From a medium-term perspective, our viewer Satish from Bengaluru is holding 300 odd shares at the levels of 427. Astha, with the merger of REC as well, what would you recommend?
Recommendation is hold for PFC at this point of the time. So one should remain invested in this kind.
Next one's Federal Bank, bought at 193 odd in October 2025 by a viewer. And Astha is asking, he wants to add more. Would you recommend that?
Yes, but at a lower level. So 328 it is quoting right now. Maybe at the level of 310 to 305 one can add more.
Okay, CG Power is the next one. Mahesh from Bengaluru wants to know if he can go ahead and buy at the current market price. Swati, do you think that the significant amount of momentum it is seen can continue from here on, or do you think that it start to reverse now?
No, wait for some more time. Profit booking is likely to be witnessed. Any dips towards to 850, one can take a long position.
The next one is coming on Suzlon. Jay wants to know if it's a good time to buy for the short term. What's a target and a stop loss, Swati?
For a Suzlon, the view is positive. Definitely one can go for a long position at the CMP. The port lies at 51 for a target of 60 rupees.
Tata Elxsi, from a long-term perspective, is it a good time to buy? Astha Rituraj from Bengaluru wants to know.
The long-term perspective is good. Buy at a lower level of 3650.
The next question coming in now, it's on HDFC Life. Our viewer Ram is holding shares at 626. Should he continue to hold? Astha, it's been a rank underperformer.
Yes, but I believe in the long-term story of this counter, so remain invested. Definitely will get the break-in.
Okay, ICICI Bank, what are the levels of 1380? 200 shares is what Puneet Saxena from Ghaziabad has been holding. He wants a view on this from a 2-month perspective. What would you recommend, Swati?
I will suggest to hold on the long position. 1500 is the likely target. Maintain the profit stop loss of 1380.
Okay.
Sriram Raghuraman, who's a senior citizen, is holding on to Inox Wind, but at 122. So he's currently sitting in a loss, Astha. Should he average down, continue to hold?
I think average down can be done, but at the lower level of 73.
NTPC is the next one. From a 2-year perspective, Snigdha from Delhi wants to know if she can go ahead and invest right now. Astha?
Invest at the lower level, not right now, at the 340 or 338 levels.
Okay.
Between Maharashtra Seamless and Jindal Saw, what's a better pick, Astha, is what Srinivas is asking at the current market price.
I think Jindal Saw is a better pick, so one can go for that.
ITC Hotels, Shankar from Bengaluru has bought it at the levels of 166,000 shares is what he's holding. Continue to hold, buy more. Swati?
I would suggest to hold on for a target of 195 to 200 levels.
Samir bought into Infosys actually very recently at 1,000 odd rupees. He wants to know if he can buy more. It's definitely a bold pick, Astha. Should he continue to hold?
Continue to hold, but don't buy more. Let the result come in and then take any call.
Hindalco, what should be the short-term target? Vijay from Chennai wants to know. Swati, what would you recommend because it started to descend?
Short-term target as of now it's 990. Any above that level, 1020 levels can be seen.
And the last question on the rapid fire on L&T Finance. Our viewers bought shares at 265. This is Nilesh asking if it's good to book profits now or he can continue to hold, Astha.
So hold with the price target of 350.
Got it. Well, Let's now take a very short break. A lot more stock-related queries on the other side, so do stay tuned.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work. It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be a chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com. is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What?
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. A quick look as to how the markets are also doing at this hour. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 and see whether things have changed from when we last took that check. Not really. It's not moved a needle. So just trading about that 0.2% mark. The Bank Nifty also up by about 0.2%, but slipped below the 58,400 levels now. With regards to where the broader markets go, the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 both in the red at their day's low point. The mid cap 150 is now down by about 0.6%. The 250 is down by about 0.8%. Quickly, if we can try to pull up the BSE 500 as well and see as to what are some specific names that are buzzing in trade. You have Info Edge topping that chart on the back of its business update. Wrights, Latent View, Rajsh Exports somehow in the green, but Trent taking that knock. Kalyan Jewellers also on the back of weak business update, because the last 2 quarters they gave a good update coming in. The expectation was of a 50% growth, but this time they've done a 38%, and that's something that the street has not liked. So that's with regards to where some of these names go. Let's also take in the next question. In fact, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking in, and let's listen to what he has to say.
मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। आज सुबह मुझे बहुत स्नेह के साथ, आदर के साथ इंडोनेशिया का सर्वोच्च सम्मान दिया गया है। ये सम्मान कोटि-कोटि भारतवासियों का है। इंडोनेशिया के लोगों की भावनाओं का है। भारत और इंडोनेशिया के ऐतिहासिक और आत्मीय संबंधों का है। मैं प्रेसिडेंट प्रबोवो जी, इंडोनेशिया की सरकार और यहां की जनता का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, बीते वर्षों में भारत और इंडोनेशिया के संबंधों में एक नई ऊर्जा, एक नया विश्वास और एक नई गहराई आई है। 2018 में बनी हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप आज एक नई उड़ान ले रही है। हम डेवलपमेंट, सिक्योरिटी, टेक्नोलॉजी, कल्चर और एजुकेशन, हर क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है आज से भारत इंडोनेशिया साझेदारी का एक सुनहरा अध्याय शुरू होगा और इस सुनहरे अध्याय का बहुत बड़ा सकारात्मक प्रभाव 21वीं सदी की दुनिया पर होगा, पूरी मानवता पर होगा। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे देशों के बीच बढ़ता विश्वास हमारी रक्षा, सुरक्षा और मैरीटाइम सहयोग को मजबूत कर रहा है। आज हमने डिफेंस एक्सचेंज, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट और इंडस्ट्रियल सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनाई। अब हम दोनों देशों के कोस्ट गार्ड हिंद महासागर में मैरीटाइम सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी के लिए मिलकर काम करेंगे। दो करीबी मैरीटाइम देश होने के नाते हमने ब्लू इकोनॉमी, पोर्ट डेवलपमेंट और मैरीटाइम ट्रेड में आपसी सहयोग बढ़ाने का भी निर्णय लिया है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इंडोनेशिया के लिए गरीबी को परास्त करना और अपने नागरिकों तक कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का लाभ पहुंचाना सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। हमने इंडोनेशिया के साथ अपनी मिड डे मील स्कीम और पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम के सॉल्यूशंस साझा किए हैं। अब हम इस सहयोग को नेक्स्ट लेवल पर लेकर जा रहे हैं। हमारा हेल्थ कोऑपरेशन दोनों देशों में क्वालिटी हेल्थ सर्विस सुनिश्चित करने में अहम योगदान देगा। आज हुए एग्रीमेंट से भारत की हाई क्वालिटी और किफायती दवाइयां इंडोनेशिया के नागरिकों को और सहजता से उपलब्ध होगी। हम इंडोनेशिया के डॉक्टर्स और हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में भी योगदान देंगे। भारत में डेवलप किए गए गेहूं के बीज की सप्लाई से इंडोनेशिया की फूड सिक्योरिटी और मजबूत होगी। हम एक दूसरे के साथ सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग और एग्रो टेक्नोलॉजी में बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस भी साझा करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, 21st सेंचुरी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सेंचुरी है। भारत और इंडोनेशिया दोनों ही युवा ऊर्जा से भरे हुए देश हैं। हमारे युवाओं में टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति स्वाभाविक रुझान है। हमें अपने युवाओं के बीच एआई, टेलीकॉम, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे क्षेत्रों में टेक्नोलॉजी सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए आज एक अहम एग्रीमेंट किया है। हम दोनों देशों के बीच स्टार्टअप सहयोग को और गहरा करने पर भी सहमत हुए हैं। हम इंडोनेशिया में भारत के प्रतिष्ठित मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट IIM बेंगलुरु को उसका कैंपस खोलने के जा रहे हैं। इससे पूरे आसियान क्षेत्र के युवाओं को बहुत लाभ होगा। स्पेस सेक्टर में भी हमारे बीच दशकों पुराना विश्वसनीय सहयोग रहा है। इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए आज स्पेस सेक्टर में ज्वाइंट रिसर्च
Well, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking in Indonesia. We'll, of course, keep getting you all those important updates. It's a 6-day, 3-nation tour. We'll be traveling to Australia as well as New Zealand. And in New Zealand will be an important meet as well. For the first time, a Prime Minister from India is visiting in the last 40 years. So continues to be important. What's also important is what's happening with Info Edge today. Now, stocks gaining in trade today on the back of its quarterly update. But Jasmeet, why are we tracking this? Stocks up 9% now. What's important?
Well, Puneet, thank you for that. For this particular counter, the company has posted a strong quarterly updates. The overall Q1 revenue on YOY basis is an uptick of 14% and has crossed that 730 crore mark. Now, in terms of the overall growth, we do see a broad-way growth across all the segments. And in terms of Naukri, the leading sector of the particular counter has grown nearly 14 to 15%. In terms of the other key sectors, we have also seen Shiksha being a bit moderate in terms of growth. It's down about 23%. And Shiksha segment has been facing that degrowth over last few quarters on the back of that AI-driven searches people are doing, and have reduced the usage of Shiksha, and that's why we see the moderation in terms of revenue. But apart from that, the Naukri is nearly up 18%, 99 acres is an uptick of 17%, and lastly, Jeevan Sathi is up 14% in this particular quarter.
Thanks so much for that, Jasmeet. But, Astha, let me just take a quick question on Info Edge as well, because those two big segments, right, Naukri as well as 99 acres have done very well in this quarter. Would you recommend to continue holding for those who are holding? And is this an opportunity to buy into it right now as well?
So the kind of update this company has posted, I mean, definitely it is yielding very strong confidence. And right now what we are seeing that this stock was, in fact, from the past few days was not able to perform so strongly. So my idea here is this kind of business update is definitely a very, very strong booster for the counter. and this counter will not, or the price momentum of upside will not stop in this counter. As of now, it will continue to rise. So stay invested in this counter. Now, for those who want to buy this counter, I would like to recommend that buy it at a lower price, because today also we have seen it is quoting 9.5% higher today. So, I mean, all these, whether we talk about Naukri.com or 99 Acres, Jeevan Sati, in fact, Shiksha.com, that is the education portal, is also very, very good. And we all know that it is a market leader in online recruitment. And this kind of a business, which we call as a high margin business with a very asset light business model, definitely attract investors' interest. So, yes, buy at a lower level as well as hold is recommended for this counter, for the price target of 1300 to 1350 at the initial levels.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is from Priyanka Ashar, who's writing us from Mumbai. She wanted a technical view on PG Electroplast. She's got around 3,100 odd shares at the levels of 522 is what she's saying, and wants to know whether she can continue to hold and maybe a possible target price on this one is what she's asking. Swati, I'll come to you on this one. Your recommendation on PG Electroplast. She's sitting on handsome profits.
Yes, ma'am. My view is positive. Definitely, the counter has given today the breakout of 580 rupees, of which was acting as a cluster resistance levels. I believe the momentum is likely to be continued towards at least to 600 to 620 levels on the higher side. Since the buying price is at attractive and at the low levels, you can definitely hold on the long position by maintaining a profit stop loss of a 565 for a target of 600 to 620 rupees.
Got that view, but also Swati on Maruti Suzuki, Jay Krishnan, who is from Kerala and a regular viewer, wants to enter this counter for the next 6 to 9 months and asking if this is a good level. We've already seen a run-up, Swati, just in the last few days. Do you think the momentum continues? Stock's fallen from that 16,000, 17,000 odd level. Can we go back to that?
Punit, you have rightly pointed out that the last 3 weeks was a very positive move we have witnessed in this particular counter. But I believe that on the intraday pattern or on the daily chart, the stock has under the formations of the flag pattern, it's on the verge of giving the breakout of those levels. The momentum is likely to be continued, and once the stock manages to give the breakout of 14,560, 570 levels, then a spurt can be witnessed, which will take a stock towards 15,200 to 300 levels on desert. So at the current market price, I will suggest to take a long positions, but only 20-30% of quantity, whatever you plan to buy at the CMP. Any dips towards to 1400 can be utilized to accumulate the long positions. For immediate target will be a 15,000 and 15,200 rupees on the high side.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in on AMC stocks. This is from Sunita, who's writing us from Delhi. She's saying that she wants to make an entry into counters like maybe ICICI, AMC, HDFC, Nippon, etc. and looking for a 15% growth at least in one of these names. Though she's not mentioned a specific time period, but Astha, I'll come to you. Any of these names that you're liking that could potentially give her a 15% return?
So, I mean, all the AMC stocks, first of all, we are also very much positive on these stocks. And in that, we are really liking right now HDFC AMC. So if anyone wants to go for any sort of AMC stock, then HDFC AMC is looking good to us. And we recommend buy on this counter, but not at the current level, maybe at the lower level of around 2,700 or the potential price target of 2,900 to 2,950.
The next one's Bank of Maharashtra, and Rakesh Gupta, who's from New Delhi. He's holding 46,000 odd shares of the company, bought at 75. So that's almost a 34 lakh rupee position that he's built into this one. He's sitting on good gains since he's bought it at 75. But, Swati, his question being that it was at 92, now gone down to 84. What would you recommend? He's sitting on massive gains of 4 lakh rupees. Should he continue to hold or start booking out some of those gains?
I will suggest to book the partial profits, because from the last 2 days, Puneet, we are continuously witnessing a profit bookings at the high level, and the interesting observation that it has given the breakdown of a 20 days moving average, which is little bit cautious point on the technical front. We might witness some selling pressure here onwards, which will take a stock towards 282 to 78 rupees. So suggest to book the partial profit at the CMP. Another partial you can hold on by maintaining a strict stop loss of 82 rupees. A positive move is likely to be since only only once the stock manages to give a breakout of 88 to 90 levels, and only we can witness a positive move. So maintain the long positions. Partial profits are recommended CMP, and another partial with a trailing stop loss of 82 rupees on the downside.
The next one that we have is from Praveen, who's writing us from Chennai, asking about either Siemens Energy or GE Vernova or maybe CG Power. From a 5-year perspective, which one of this is a better one to accumulate at right now? Asta, we saw the recent update coming in, of course, from Ministry of Finance with approval of 3 more Chinese companies that will compete in the same products that these companies make. But do you think that, because a lot of brokerages have that view that in the near term this could put pressure on companies, but from a long-term perspective the structural story remains intact? So because our viewer is looking at this from a 5-year point of view, what would you recommend?
So my take here is that yes, here the view is long term. So definitely, whole strategy can be adopted for these counters. Now, if I talk about basically Siemens Energy or GE Vernova, so now we all know that their main business is into the power transmission, but and both of them, they cater to Indian markets as well as export market. And in fact, what I think is that Siemens Energy has got more diversified business because they have got more diversified, energy technology. So their diversification is higher than GE Vernova. I think growth opportunity is also higher. So Siemens Energy is looking better to me as compared to GE Vernova, although both these counters are looking good to us. But I think if anyone has to go between these two, then definitely, because the order backlog of Siemens Energy is also very high. If I'm not wrong with my memory, it is around 18,400 or 500 crores of the order backlog that the company is having. So Siemens Energy is looking good to me, just from the long-term perspective, because in the short term, both these counters can see some more dip.
Got that view as well, Astha. But the next one, and it's coming in on Shriram Finance. Now, Swati, our viewer Prashant wants to know if it's good at the current price and if he can hold on for some near to medium term for an 18-20% CAGR. I think, Swati, you mentioned the stock before as well to us with a positive view. Does that still continue?
The view is definitely positive, but the fresh long positions are not recommended because already the stock has shown up a rally from almost 100 points rally within a span of 1.5 week as such. So fresh long positions are not recommended, but those who already have the positions, they can hold on with the immediate target of 1100 to 1140 levels on the high side. Fresh longs can be initiated towards any dips towards 2040, 2000 levels. Any dips towards those levels can be taken as an opportunity to build up the longs.
Okay, the next one is on Ceneris Pharma. Sagar says that he's been holding 625 shares at the levels of 488. He wants the outlook on this one as well as an entire, overall outlook on the pharma sector as well. Astha, what would you recommend?
So overall pharma sector outlook is quite positive right now because what we are seeing that the pharma space, they are really seeing some sort of new launches, etc. So that is really keeping them in gear. So overall pharma sector outlook is very much positive. Now, if I talk about Ceneris Pharma in particular, so Ceneris Pharma, as we all know, that they are into the complex generic product and their business model is like basically they cater to the markets like US and Canada, which are the regulated markets. And in fact, some emerging markets are also where they are catering to. Now, if I talk about the fundamentals or the financial performance, the financial performance seems to be very strong because they have shown very strong revenue growth, and in fact the kind of opportunity which the US market is posing to them is looking good. So yes, I'm positive on overall pharma space. In fact, we have recently seen yesterday only that Granules has got some very good approval. I'm not very much sure, but some news was there in the Granules, and that is very much positive for that. So right now the pharma space is in gear, and yes, Ceneris Pharma is looking very strong. Just remain invested in this counter or buy more is also recommended.
Got it. Well, let's also just put focus on Adani Power as well, because IFL Capital has initiated coverage on the stock, and my colleague Varsha is now joining in to get us some perspective of what leads to the target price of 240. Varsha, over to you.
Well, IIFL is saying that a company is amongst the fastest growing non-renewable power generators when it comes to India, and company has a strategy of creating assets during down cycles and earning outsized returns, and hence the counter-cyclical investments, if you see, has delivered the best returns in the sector. They've acquired 7.3 gigawatt of stressed assets at almost 4.2 crore per megawatt, and these assets now earn 50% of median book ROE versus 10% of the sector average. They're also building 23.7 gigawatt new coal capacity, and pipeline is even larger than NTPC's 17 gigawatt expansion pipeline. A capacity addition will more than double the existing 18 gigawatt operating base, and the free cash flow from operations have seen a good spike as well. They are expecting Adani Power to quadruple EBITDA by FY33 to 35, and more than 60% of fair value comes from project which is yet to be commissioned, and they believe that the industry leading asset base and the cash flow profile justify the premium valuation that the company has, and this reflects faster growth and superior profits in the growth. So overall they are bullish on expansion and of course the growth strategy that the company has.
Okay. All right, Varsha, thank you so much for getting us those details on Adani Power. But it's, and of course, a standard disclaimer, Adani Power is also part of the Adani group of companies, and so is NDTV Profit. But I think it's time for our rapid fire round now. Swati and Astha, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one that we have is on Glenmark. And this is a question specifically for you, Swati. Uma from Bengaluru wants to know if she can enter this right now, and is it a favorable risk to reward situation?
No, wait for some more time. Any dips close to 2200 will be the good position to take a long position, and the immediate target will be at 2340.
Lloyd's Engineering Works is the other one. Raj Shekhar has bought these shares at 29 rupees. Stock's trading at 87 now. So he's sitting on good gains of almost 1 lakh rupees. Would you recommend Astha for him to book profits now?
Partial profit booking is recommended, but not fully. So stay invested for the target price of 110.
Okay, the next one is from Shrikant, who's writing us from Telangana. He says he's invested in Eternal at the levels of 60 rupees, and he says he can hold this for the next 10 years. Astha, what would you recommend? Should he continue to hold?
Sure, one can remain invested in this counter for the price target of 330.
He's up almost 5x already on that investment too. Yes. But next one's coming in from Anbu from Chennai, holding Solar Industries at 13,300 odd. Swati, we've seen some correction today. Should he book profits is what his question is.
I would suggest to hold on but maintain the strict stop loss of 17,000 rupees on the downside. The stock is on the verge of giving the formation breakout of flat pattern. So wait for some more time. Keep a profit stop loss of 17,000. Any positive move is likely to be take us counter to us to 19,000 levels.
Okay, Tata Power is the other one. Ashok Pai from Bangalore is holding 2,600 at an average shares at an average price of 378. A long-term view on this one, Astha?
Long-term view is positive because we are bullish on the power space, and hence one should remain invested in this counter for the price target of 410 to 415 at the initial levels.
Next one's coming in on Larsen & Toubro, bought at 3320. So his Kaushik is sitting in good gains. Astha's question being, should he continue to hold on or book out and buy something else?
No, remain invested in the L&T because it is one of the major player in the capital goods space for the price target of 4,200 to 4,400 in the long term.
Trent is the other one. Ashish from Delhi wants to know if this is the right time to enter from a 2-year perspective. Astha, I mean, we had to address this counter today. What's your view?
No, I don't think so that one should enter into this counter at this point of the time. Reason being the high valuation. Although updates are good, but the kind of valuation it is garnering right now, they are not, updates are not justifying those kind of valuations. So maybe we can see some lower levels. Don't invest in this counter at this point of a time.
Updates taking a knock on the chin for the counter today. But the next one's coming in from Kanan on KMC Specialty Hospital. Swati wants to enter for the short term, wants to buy 1,000 shares. I know it's a counter we don't discuss too often, but what's your view?
Might be a little bit cautious, wait for some more time. Any dips towards to 125 levels can take a long position, not at the same pay.
Okay, JBM Auto is the next one. Our viewer Venkat Ramanan has got 38 shares at the levels of 624. He wants to know if he can hold this for the next 1 year and what could be the target price, Swati?
My view is positive. Upside at least 740, 750 levels can be seen. Support is kept at 650 levels.
Shrikant wants to, invest 2 lakh rupees in the IT sector. He's picked out Persistent, but Asta wants a second pick and asking if Tata Tech is those. He's definitely a brave investor. What would your recommendation be?
Would like to go with Coforge as a second pick after Persistent.
BSC bought at the levels of 3840, 77 is the quantity. Venkateshwar from Hyderabad wants to know what should he do? Average the stock, Swati?
No need to average at the CMP. Any dips towards 3400, you can take the average out position.
All right, okay. There's HDFC Life. Ram from Andhra Pradesh wants to know whether he can continue to hold the 68 shares that he has at the levels of 626 from a long-term perspective, Asa?
Yes, just from the long-term perspective, he might see breaking.
All right, that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Swati and Asta, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those stock related questions. But viewers, completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit as well. But do stay tuned in because KYC comes up next.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc. We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
And we need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business owners. Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate.
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey, and this is an exciting show where I get you interesting mid caps, small caps, and even at times large caps, and decode the story, whether any alpha can be made or not. But before that, let me give you some hints. Try to guess the company which I am talking about. This company is one of the largest players in the glassware segment in India. Big hint I have already given you. The second hint is it's recently commissioned a stainless steel products plant as well. This company was in the news. Looking at the stock tracker, however, there seems like a correction was there from 2025 highs. It's down 36%. Try to guess the company which I'm talking about. It's a part of a large group. There was a demerger also some years ago and 3 arms came out from it. The company in focus is Borosil. This is the company which we are talking about, but why are we calling this company? What's the interest on that? The first one is the sentiment. Is there any anti-dumping duty coming in the segment which they are operating, especially in the tablewares and the kitchenwares? We try to understand that. Also remember, there is a borosilicate glass also at play which is used in this cooking and this ancillary space. The commissioning of the stainless steel products plant in Rajasthan, we'll try to understand the progress, especially for the third phase. Also, the rising costs, any price hike we can expect going ahead, because Q1 will be impacted for the company, and remember they also rely a lot on gas costs for production of glass. Let's talk about another question, the opalware segment. This is the segment where a lot of competition domestically is there, and a little bit of concern also comes in from China and the growth levers ahead. How's the client confidence looking like? Is there any pickup happening in the second quarter? And of course the capex and expansion plans, we'll try to understand and see what's the growth story looking like. And the appliances business, that is where everyone is showing interest, or is there any bit of competition here? And Shrivar Kheruka, the MD and CEO of Borosil, will lay out the plans for the company and the industry as a whole. But let's understand the business, कौन segment में ये company धंधा करती है. Because when you speak about Borosil, you try to understand this might be the lunch boxes which you carry, the glasses, everything is there. And yes, that's a trend also. It's Indian glassware company. It's a part of Borosil Group. 60 years plus this group has existed. Let's talk about how much segments they are working in. This includes containers, storage, jugs. It's very part of our everyday life, to be honest. Non-glassware segment, we have domestic appliances, stainless steel cookwares, and gas stoves as well. Recently gas stoves were also in the news because of shortage in the LPG space. Opalware products, they are storage containers, dinner sets, or we call it simply crockery. Interesting, Lara, this is one of the key acquisitions, one of the largest opalware manufacturers they are in India, a good market share as well. And one more hint I would like to give, or I would like to understand it, this company operates India's first borosilicate glass production facility as well. Interesting, right? Let's get into the numbers. 24,000 presence is there in retail outlets, 18,000 plus SKUs, and 250 distributors. So the penetration and the expansion is very strong. It's an old brand as well. It's present in 26 countries. That's interesting, right? Let's also talk about the other key pointers for this and the capacities. There are 2 of them, 84 TPD opalware and 25 TPD borosilicate glasses. Different varieties of glassware which are used in everyday life. But how does the revenue-wise breakup happens? Largely for glassware, it's around 25%. Opalware comes in at 35%, and the remaining of that 40% which I'm talking about comes under the non-glassware segment. So this is how the three segments operate, and the revenue breakup I have given you. Recent announcement, this is very important to note it down. They commissioned a 3 double wall line vacuum insulated product unit in Rajasthan. That's what the street is looking at, and going ahead, the commercial production for the third line is expected to commence in the second quarter. This is the recent announcement for Borosil. Moving on, let's look at the key brand partners, what they have. There is Chroma, other names also there, the larger ones, let's talk about them as well. This includes Reliance Retail, and another domestic name comes to my mind, D-Mart. It's a very large brand. Apart from this brand, we have institutional partners. This includes LG Electronics, of course, that's listed also. The Samsung is there, and also I'd like to pick out one more foreign name, or actually it's an Indian name now. It's Godrej Group. Interesting, right? Let's understand the other parts of the story about Borosil and what may work. The valuations are attractive right now. The stock has corrected a lot. That is where my eyes have come in. The growth guidance still remains strong, at least for their key product categories and the new niche product categories which they want to get into, or they have just started. The anti-dumping duty investigation is aiding sentiment as well, especially for the cookware segment coming in from China. The consumption megatrend proxy, that is definitely there. As we call it, plastic to glass, that's how the consumption patterns are changing. And what may not work for Borosil, some concerns are there. The Q1 might be impacted because of geopolitical stress. The costing is going up, and that impact might be taken in Q1. The Hydra bottles sales, that has been under pressure. The management had mentioned that in the Q4 con call, and the dumping pressure from China in a little bit of product segments is also there. A competition from Opalware segment, this is where the concern is there. So both sides of the coin I have given you. You can judge what it is. But another important ratings which we'll get in to judge a company in KYC are those 8 rating parameters which I'm talking about. Yes, this includes income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, of course the return ratio. I have taken the operational ROCs. Apart from that, we also have the shareholding, street cred, on how much the stock has actually made money, because that's the most important metric for an investor. And of course, we'll also try to understand the valuations and the outlook. So stay tuned. We'll start with the first one, that is the income statement. Largely, it's been a decent 15% plus growth, CAGR coming in for all revenue and EBITDA as well. And largely for the PAT, it has fluctuated, coming in at 13%. The Q4 numbers were impacted. Let's just get in that. And Q1 numbers are yet to come, so we need to wait it out. But on a year-on-year basis, there was a little bit of pressure. A couple of single-digit growth also being registered by the company. Let's look at the overall consolidated margin profile. It has been quite stable, between that 15 to 16% range for the last 3 important financial years as well. So we need to understand, is there any up move coming in from these margins or the ROCs? To put things in balance, I'm going to give this a neutral rating when it comes to the income statement. Largely, let's look at the balance sheet. It's pretty much decently capitalized. The borrowings, a slight pickup in FY26, but it's manageable. High working capital business also is there, but net, it's a decent balance sheet. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating as well. So this picture I've given you for the income statement and balance sheet, both of them have been neutral. But let's try to understand the cash flow segment, what happens here. And I feel there has been a little bit of lumpiness here, but the FY26 cash flows have been pretty decent. And look at that, it has doubled from FY24, and that's showing a good strength in the company. The net cash flow is also positive, and the conversion, if you look at it, that is also pretty decent. And if you must be wondering why the net cash flows are low, remember there is an investing is also at play, and financing costing is also at play, and that is why we are seeing sustained selling, or you could say a pressure in the net cash flows. But over the net, the operating cash flows seem good, so I've given a thumbs up for it. Let's talk about the return ratios. The company has given their operational ROC numbers, and largely on a consolidated basis, it's around that 11 to 12% mark. And this is a decent expectation from this, industry which the company is operating. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating. But yes, of course, in the future, if they move towards the higher niche margin products, backward integration, then this number will go up. Apart from the return ratios, let's talk about the shareholding, how things have moved. Of course, a little bit of dilution coming in from the promoters, but DIs, this is what I want to talk about. It was around largely 1%, but then a good lapping up has happened and they haven't sold their stake. In 25 also it was 6%, and over here also in March 26 it was 6%. So almost 5% increase in DIs in the last 2 odd years, and because of that, conviction starts coming in and they are still holding it. So it's a positive rating for the shareholding. Let's talk about the overall valuations, how things actually pan out, apart from, sorry, not the valuations, the street cred, how much the stock has given returns. And my concern comes from March lows, everything has gone up, it's up 11%. But the concern is, look at the 1 year, returns. Look at the, fall from the 2025 highs. There is a significant downtick. Stock is down 36%. And the last 5 years, if you have invested in the stock, only 25% of the returns has come. So of course, on a CAGR basis, the returns are questionable. There is a cyclical nature also to put things in perspective. So it's very important to understand whether you're at the bottom of a cycle or at the top of the cycle, and that is an important takeaway whenever you come in industries like this. So it's a thumbs down when it comes to the street cred. Let's talk about the valuations, what's happening here, and I've just taken this company itself. The current valuations is very low. The 12-month forward PE is at almost at its lowest levels, coming in at 39 times. But you just compare that, the 5-year average numbers, if we take, that's around 61 times. So it's way cheaper. Almost, you could say, almost 30 to 40% cheaper than the 5-year average PE. And the peak numbers, if you look at it, that's 105 times. So there has been a lot of, variations in the valuations, but right now it's at the cheapest levels. So the risk reward ratio is favorable if you are a student of valuation. So I'm going to give this a strong thumbs up as well. So we spoke about 7 ratings, but last one is also pretty much important. Let's try to understand that. The outlook segment, now they want to achieve the revenue CAGR of 15 to 20%. This is largely in line with what the history has been for the company. Also, the increased penetration of the glass storage and the opalware segment, that's what the company is trying to focus going ahead. And already they have a brand, they have a distribution, there is a moat also at play, and they're gaining share in the premium niche domestic appliances. That is where I feel like there can be more alpha made going ahead, at least in this segment. And the accelerated growth in e-commerce, they're going across everywhere, not just general trade. There are other trades also, the quick commerce, the modern trade, and the company is focusing on that as well. So net, it's a strong outlook from the company. So I'm giving this a thumbs up as well. So that will be pretty much interesting to talk with the management. But let me get you the KYC ratings for the company. Where does Borosil actually stand? Let's give you a revision of the entire analysis which we have done in KYC. I really like the cash flows. Largely, most of the parameters have been neutral for the company. A concern coming in for the investors already in this counter because not much returns have been made, but that is why the valuations turned quite attractive and DIs are still holding stake. And this is why I have given 2 thumbs up going ahead, and the outlook also where a lot of thing is happening. So net, let's see what's the total KYC rating for Borosil. Where does Borosil stand? It's roughly 5.5 out of it. It's largely in line or the average number which we generally give to a company in KYC. But to understand something more, we'll be talking with the management. Shrivar Kheruka, the MD and CEO of Borosil, will be joining us in a short while, and a little bit of snippet about him. He has spent more than 2 decades in this industry, and also one interesting point, he's a member of Young Global Leader of the World Economic Forum, and education is coming in from US. There is University of Pennsylvania as well as Wharton School. So it'll be a very interesting chat with Shrivar, but time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll be speaking to him.
of the day, presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move.
Welcome back to KYC. We are joined in by Shrivar Kheruka. He's the Managing Director and CEO of Borosil. Good afternoon, Shrivar. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. And I'd just like to start with, there's a buzz in the street that there's an anti-dumping duty investigation coming in for the import of ceramic tablewares and kitchenwares also. Is this sentimentally positive for your business, for Borosil?
Well, firstly, thanks for having me on the show. As far as duties are concerned, it's very important that as a country, we have a level playing field with imports from any other country. And typically, we found across industries, not just our consumer business, but across many industries, there's overcapacity in certain, geographies. And because of the substantial overcapacity that they dump products at lower than cost of production, which is the classic definition of anti-dumping. So in principle, that's unfair competition, which should not exist. And therefore, any kind of, duty measure that, levels the playing field is something that we would 100% welcome. And it certainly will be positive for the local industry. Just a point to note, we are not actually in ceramic tableware. We make glass and we make opal. I guess broadly it's ceramic, but we don't do bone china, which is typically what people consider to be ceramic. So while it's not directly impacting us, I do believe overall it's a positive.
Right. So there is a positive sentiment, definitely. There's a mention of kitchenwares also. But a recent news flow, Shrivar, coming in is the commissioning of your stainless steel products plant in Rajasthan. I presume this first and the second line are in commission. The third line will start in the second quarter. I just wanted to understand the entire picture about it, what incremental benefit starts coming in, and by when we can see that coming in your books.
Yeah, so we started commercial production in the end of last month. And the idea here is that, India as a country is moving towards better looking products, healthier products. So in general, there's a movement from plastic to glass, as well as plastic to steel. We had caught on to this trend some time ago, and we had launched a range of vacuum insulated flasks, which keep your water or any drink hot or cold for up to 24 hours. Now, because of certain orders, quality control orders by BIS, we could not import these products anymore, and we had to set up our own local production, which has just come onto stream. So, in the interim, the supply chain had been a bit disrupted. With this new production coming in, we will be back on stream in this particular product category, which is a high growth product category. And we were growing at 20 to 25% overall, our revenues year on year for the last 10 years, in fact, although on a low base. And I expect that we should get back to somewhere close to that level of growth with this new facility commissioning.
Fair enough. But the raw material costing, there is a direct linkage with what has happened in the first quarter with the West Asia, impact. But you have already spoken about it. You have been vocal in the con call itself. We know it's going to be impacted. But I want to understand what's a lag when it comes to, putting out, any kind of a price hike, in this cycle. If you could explain us, like as if a student is hearing you right now.
Okay. So, keep in mind that any price hikes happen immediately. So, for example, when crude oil goes up or gas prices go up, they go up with immediate effect from the day that they are announced. Any price hike we take takes time to flow out into the market because, of course, we already have pending orders which we can't change the price of. Plus, you have to convince customers as to the reason for the price increase. And normally it takes about, I would say, 3 to 6 months for a price hike to actually flow through to the system. So in that period of 3 to 6 months, your costs have already increased, but revenues or the pricing has not gone up. You have to give up on margin in that particular period of time, which is the period we are going through at this present moment. Now, fortunately for us, the cost inflation has come down. We all know crude prices have reduced, as has gas prices reduced. Gas supply is now freely available. So as a result of that, the cost pressure has reduced. Although, what goes up very fast, but coming down takes a bit longer. So there's a lag effect on the reduction of the cost to us. So in the first 2 quarters, that's Q1 and Q2 of this year, there will be an impact certainly of inflation, which has not yet been recovered from the customer. But I suspect from Q3 onwards, this should normalize itself. And I do hope that, there's no further crisis, which will again, lead to cost inflation. But subject to that statement, I think we'd be in a better place than what we were before.
Right. So normalization from third quarter is what we are expecting. Shrivar, opalware segment, there seems to be a competition in the market. What is the company doing to mitigate that?
So just to be clear, competition has existed for a long period of time and will continue to exist. We are always looking for new designs, new product development, new ways of selling. And that's a continual process. Probably every country or every company in the world does that. So there's no different. I would not say that there's some excess competition in any particular segment. That's up to, India is a growing market. There's a lot of substitution happening, both from unorganized to organized, as well as from materials, like I mentioned earlier, things like melamine or, lower quality materials are being replaced by aspirational quality products, which are easy to use or easy to clean, better to look at. People are entertaining at home more. So there are a lot of white spaces of opportunity that exist across our product categories. And we are ready for the new India, I would say, our product range. So while competition has always been there and will continue to be there, I think we have to play our own game with product development as well as innovations.
Shrivar, what about the appliances business? There seems to be a really good bullish outlook in this segment going ahead, and India's way of consumption is also changing. There's a lot of products being announced by Borosil in this segment. How are you playing this theme? And I'm sure you have a very strong distribution network already. So can we expect more further positive announcements on this?
Yeah, appliances is a very interesting, area. For example, everybody's been speaking about induction cookers in the last quarter because of the gas crisis. And we've seen a tremendous offtake increase in induction cookers. But outside of that, we generally see more people involved in cooking. So earlier, cooking was, say, the domain, of maybe the housewife, or maybe some help would come to do the cooking. Now we see much more involvement in cooking from even the men of the house, which is great. I myself have been taken into the kitchen to cook stuff on Sundays, maybe a waffle or maybe a pizza. And these are things which were not happening maybe 15, 20 years ago. So when we look into cooking new kind of dishes, you need appliances for this. So things like waffle makers or sandwich makers are more and more in demand. Plus, overlaying on that is health. People are obsessed with having more protein now. People want juice with the pulp to retain the nutrients. So juicers, mixer grinders, which are say for specifically for protein. All these are appliances which didn't exist in the past, or which were not popular in the past. Now we see more and more households reaching out for these products. So appliance sales are increasing. Another categories like air fryers. Everyone wants samosas, but doesn't want the deep fried samosa. So this, I believe, is entire, again, white space, lot of growth potential in this
Fair
category.
enough. Shiva, that's a very interesting trend you have given, and of course men also cook right now. That's a very interesting statement, and I agree with you. But we are short of time, Shiva. I'm going to play just a small question with you. 3 points, if you had to pitch your company, the 3 important growth levers, what will that be for Borosil?
So I think the first is glass, is the switching from plastic to glass, which is a very broad and pervasive theme we are seeing. And we are the pioneers in glass in India, and we will continue to be the market leaders there. The second point is growth of new channels and customers buying products in different ways, not just mom and pop stores, but also online, also on quick commerce. And I believe we have a very strong team established to reach the customer no matter which channel they choose to buy from. And the third point is on health. There's a substantial increase in health-related products that customers want to buy. And Borosil stands for good for you and good for the environment. So we provide healthy products which are safe to use and great for the environment. And I think that's another salient point of our brand, which will lead to substantial growth in the future.
Right, that's very well put. Thanks a lot, Shiva, for that. And it was a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit, understanding the industry trends and, of course, your business. Best of luck for the earnings going ahead. It's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Well, that's the management of Borosil. Very interesting. And yes, he did mention men are also more involved in cooking right now. That's an interesting trend. And for interesting stories just like this, keep watching KYC. And yes, stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who
Benchmarks sustain recovery and hover close to day's high. IT financial services lead the gains. Defense and real estate on the back foot today. IT stocks stage recovery with the IT index jumping over 2%. Investors return to large cap tech names ahead of the first quarter earnings season, with gains led by TCS, Infosys, HCL Tech and Wipro. Oil prices edged higher after attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz and reigniting supply concerns. Brent climbed towards $73 a barrel, though the earlier war premium has largely disappeared. The consumption space offers a mixed start to FY27. Titan delivered strong momentum led by jewelry, and Jubilant Foodworks posted steady growth, while Trends revenue missed the expectations, keeping investors watchful. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar. Let's take you through the markets straight away. And yes, markets continue with the recovery momentum at the particular moment. 0.4% up on Nifty 50, and 24,500 levels have been conquered, and market is looking comfortable with that. So there is a lot of momentum really building despite crude oil prices being slightly higher, but looks like with the war premium of above $100 completely gone, that is something the market is really taking note of. But besides crude, actually what's really impacting the market is the momentum coming in from monsoon. A large part of the worries have receded. A minor bit of below normal monsoon is expected, but the market has really taken it with both the hands, with the war uncertainty going and monsoon looking better than earlier expected. Both this combination is really working and weighing on the market and the investor's mind. But if we really take a look at the broader market, that's where the interest has to slightly come back in, 0.3% down on mid-cap universe. So broad-based structure of the market recovery needs to be something to be watched out for going forward. Nifty IT in terms of the sectoral play is the only one which is really gaining by large, leaving behind all the sectors where remember real estate, defense, metals being high beta sector, these are the ones which are in the red zone, and minor losses coming in on the spaces like consumption and FMCG as well as pharma, even PSU banks, auto as well as oil and gas. So it is slightly market taking a breather on the overall space, but what's really working for Nifty 50 as a benchmark index where it is really gaining momentum is coming in the contribution from the IT companies. So a day of recovery just ahead of the results. Infosys, TCS are the big gainers. HDFC Bank is also supporting to a large extent, and that's where the momentum is coming in. But remember, consumption stocks are the ones which are a weak spot, with Trent being the biggest laggard on Nifty 50. Big boy Reliance Industries also not doing too well in trade. So it's a mixed market, while the benchmark index doesn't give the full picture, but in the overall market sentiment, it looks like it's a breather, and the monsoon as well as crude play, both mixed as the factors. Nishal Maheshwari, market expert, is right here with us to give his 2 bits in terms of the expert take and strategy in a market like this. Nishal, always a pleasure to speak to you. What do you make of the market momentum with the way it surged yesterday, and now, 24,500 level, a psychological level being crossed as well? What is it looking in the near term, at least in the monsoon and earnings season?
Afternoon, Nisha, to you and your viewers. I think it's a good relief rally, basically. I think after a long period of time, I think after almost 4 or 5 months from February onwards, I think the investors are giving a sigh of relief. Both the main problems, the war in the Middle East as well as the rainfall, I think on both the counts, basically, you have got some relief. On the war front, I think it's more or less done with, but I think on the monsoon side also, you've got a good relief. So you are seeing good relief rally basically out happening here. But having said that, I think consumption is one spot basically, which is looking pretty bright, given that monsoons are coming back. So I think that's where most of the investments are coming through.
That's right. So Nishal, one sector which has been highly volatile, I won't say positive, but highly volatile, because there is a day when it's the top dragger by a huge margin and then it's a gainer by a huge margin. So there is, looks like, a lot of confusion in the minds of investors. There are several pockets of the investors, one which is on the bearish side still and one which is on the bullish side. Which side of this are you on when we talk about the big IT services companies?
So I would put it into 2 buckets, basically. I think as far as the valuations are concerned for the large IT as well as the mid-cap IT, I think that's a positive one. They are sort of overdone at the moment, I think, and in the last 2 or 3 days, that's why we are seeing this relief rally in the IT also. But having said that, I think even on the front of how the business is going to pan out in the next 3 or 4 quarters, I think some incremental clarity has started coming in. Now people have started realizing, most of the companies have also started finding out basically that what is the role they are going to play in the new world of AI. So I think that is what is driving this relief rally. As and when I think in the current quarter, after the commentary from most of the IT companies, I think there will be much more clarity. But that doomsday kind of a scenario which was being built, which was being painted earlier, I think that was a bit overdone, and that's why you're seeing this kind of a rally in the IT side.
Right. So that's your view, Nishal, on the IT side. A lot needs to be seen in the earnings also. And the guidance for the next quarter will be also very important. But what are the themes in this kind of a market where now the momentum has shifted towards the monsoon-led economic impact and probably the festive season going forward in the near term? Which are the themes now looking good for an investment play for a short to medium term? And which are the sectors which you are bullish on?
So I think there are 2 sectors where there is a relief rally going on right now. One is IT and one is banking. I think both of them seem to be good, at least from the valuation point of view. In case of banking, I would believe at least the next 2 quarters is going to be very good. The current quarter numbers, what we've seen as far as deposits and credit growth is concerned, I think has been pretty strong. And the next quarter, again, you are going to have the benefits of the FCNR deposits, which has come through. So I think banking seems to be good for the next 2 quarters. IT, at least, I think the bottom has been made. Now, will the bottom be retested? There is a fair possibility. But I think around these prices, what we've seen a couple of weeks back, I think it will be a good time to actually keep on accumulating IT from there.
All right, Nishal, it's always a pleasure to speak to you and take your expert advice on the market strategy. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. All right, now let's shift focus on some stock play. We are talking about Fermenta Biotech and take a look at that particular counter. In fact, today it's down about 5% in trade, but that is also profit booking really taking place in this particular company, in a small cap company, Fermenta Biotech. And there's a lot of play really going on, because if you really take a look at the chart, when it comes to the weekly chart, yesterday was a rollicking day for this particular counter, where it really got an upgrade from 335 levels of the stock to now holding above 375. So that's the highlight that we are really looking at. And it is backed by the fundamentals, because the company has received from FSSAI the approval for use of an ingredient in health supplements, nutraceuticals, and also food products. So Prashant Nagre, the managing director of Fermenta Biotech, joins in now. Prashant, good to have you on NDTV Profit. Of course, there is some profit booking on the counter, but it was a huge play in yesterday's trade because of the FSSAI approval. What does this mean for the company, and also in terms of the health benefits that you are really reaching out to the market for?
So thank you so much, Nisha, for getting us on this channel. It is indeed a big day. It is almost a decade-long effort which was going on to make something in India, which is for the Indian population, which is vegetarian from plant source. And that is what we have been able to achieve. Now, if you just look at the FSSAI approval which has been received, it is the first Indian-made product which is going to reach the large vegetarian population, because we have got 30-40% people pure vegetarian, but even other population is also prefers vegetarian preferred diet, and this product is now made available to them. And what was available, and we call this product the plant-based D3 as Vita D Green. So it is not only an innovation or IP milestone, which is it is a commercially addressable ingredient now available for large population. What it will do is, in a country which is largely deficient in spite of very good sunshine, it makes a vegetarian diet preferred product available to masses. So we are very, very excited.
That's right. And in fact, Prashant, when you say that this has taken 10 years, so overnight success sometimes takes 10 years, it seems. But when we talk about the vitamin D3 deficiency in the country, despite having good sunshine, and especially we are talking in the monsoon season, where this deficiency really increases in largely vegetarian community, what is the market size, and how big it is the potential in terms of the penetration, because the understanding of usage of supplement is also at a nascent stage in India?
Absolutely right. You are absolutely right. I think it is challenging, even if it is rains or no rains, because we just don't go out. Our lifestyles have changed. We are covered and we are indoors. So I think everyone will be challenged to capture that vitamin D3 in their diets, because very few dietary sources provide this. Okay, so a good outdoor exercise for few minutes is most recommended. But coming to the market size of vitamin D3 in India, I think the total Indian pharmaceutical market is about 270,000 crores, out of which about 7 to 8%, which is about 20,000 crores, all is vitamins and mineral supplements, which is combination of vitamins plus the minerals. And when we come to vitamins, that segment which is growing at around larger than the Indian pharma market at around 11%. The Indian pharma is growing at around 10% odd. So this is growing higher than the Indian pharma market. And the clear trend here is of prevention. Indian patients have started understanding that prevention is better than cure, than the treatment. And that is why I think people are choosing. And it is, of course, like you have said, Nisha, at absolutely infancy level. I think awareness as it increases, and we are doing our own bit to increase the awareness on D3 deficiency. And we are running a campaign called as Vitamin D3 ki deficiency kami to nahi. So that is, I think, very important, that awareness will completely change the shape. And India, which is currently young, will also start growing old. And we still have large number of patients, number of people who are in the higher age bracket. And vitamin D3 across genders and across different life stages is required. So I think we remain excited. This market will be defined by us because we have been in this market for last 6 decades. First time we were able to bring out a plant-based D3, and that addresses the market, which is primarily divided into nutraceuticals, food, and large-scale food fortification. Like in US, all milk is fortified voluntarily for the last 70 years. Now, milk in India is not fortified. Vitamin A and D
the requirement, Prashant Nagre. But this is about the formulation. And of course, as you rightly said, the Indian pharma is also shifting and steering towards biotech and innovation for its next phase of growth. Now, when we talk about the numbers, you're a listed company, what is it the stakeholders that are really looking at? With this, what is the kind of revenue potential, profitability, and competition that you are really looking at?
Wonderful. So vitamin D3, which is the plant-based source, was based on 3 parameters. One was sustainability, second is scalability, and the third one was affordability. What we will be able to do is grow this market from where it is niche. There are a couple of imported products now available in India on the plant-based basis, and they get green dot. However, they restricted this market because of the premiumization, and it is imported. So our Honorable Prime Minister also appealed that we must kind of buy locally and do things locally and prevent imports to the maximum possible extent. Now the Indian industry in nutraceutical food will have an option to buy an ingredient which is made in India. Now the impact of this is going to be quite significant for us in terms of revenue. We have a technology which is very, very innovative, so we will be able to price this in an affordable manner, thereby increasing the overall market into not only the dietary supplement, but also into food and large-scale food fortification, which is oil and milk, which is there. So it will have an impact, which will be a sizable
Yes, sorry to cut you, but Prashant, so as I understand, you're looking at a volume play which depends on the market acceptability as well as penetration. What is the revenue that you are really guiding for this particular year with this? When will the revenue start kicking in your balance sheet? And what is the amount? What is the amount and profitability margin figure that we are looking at? While you said it's more of a volume play, but there is enough margin at play over here with the volume as well?
Yes, this product will be both equal, and we usually constrain from giving forward-looking margin or revenue-related guidances as an organization. But however, we operate in a niche, very limited space of manufacturers in this space of vitamin D3, and this margin is going to be better than our current portfolio. That is what I can for sure say, and that is what will help us remain in those double-digit EBITDA guidelines that we have always given. So 20 to 25% EBITDA margins, which is what we say, this would only make it better.
Right. You've not put any numbers, but at least give us the geographical mix and how much is the competition from global players in this particular space, and what is the geographical mix that you're looking at for this particular product?
Yeah. So this product was basically made for India because India has a very, very specific dietary constraint, which is even if people are eating non-veg, they don't eat every day. So it limits the nutrition that they get. So vegetarian preference is about 70% of the population. So this was keeping India in mind. India is having 140 crore people. So this will go to nutraceuticals, food, which will help us to kind of go to this large population. So India will remain priority. However, we have also been able to launch this product already in Europe. That process of approvals and market introduction is happening, where we have already got the regulatory pathway cleared. We are evaluating entry into USA. Which is also, so the platform on which we will sell this product outside India, particularly in the West, is going to be sustainable because this is used using raw materials which are non-food. So we do not compete, although it comes from plant soybean, but it is from a raw material which is byproduct of the soybean oil. So the oil goes to the food and we don't compete with the food. It is the byproduct of that. So it is sustainable.
Sure.
And scalable therefore as well, because soybean is a large crop. So there's no constraint on that. So Western Europe will be and USA will be the focus.
All right. So expanding in terms of geographies and looking at penetration. All the best, Prashant Nagre. And thank you so much for patiently taking all our questions. All right. That particular stock, as you can see, 379 rupees in trade. And yesterday, with the high upgrade that came in with the FSSAI approval for their vitamin D3 product. All right. Moving on, let's focus on the equity market, and India's fundraising market rebounded in the month of June as QIP and IPO activity picked up after a slow start to 2026. In fact, strong deal momentum and a large pipeline of upcoming issues really signal a revival in the primary market fundraising. And Nimit Dixit has all the data. And what's the pipeline looking like? It's quite strong, Nimit.
Yeah, and absolutely, like you said, it's been a really poor market so far, both in terms of QIPs and IPOs, but June was a clear indicator that that could be changing. Now, QIPs were the real winner. Let's take with QIPs before we come to IPOs. QIPs in June itself saw 9 QIPs. Now, this is important because from Jan to May, we saw a total of 7. So June alone has seen more QIPs than the rest of the year put together, which is a great number, and it's worth 12,572 crore. Now, the king among this was JSW Infra, which had above 6,000 crore QIP, and it led that large listing number. But the pipeline is really exciting. The pipeline here, like you asked for, is Axis Bank, which has a 20,000 crore QIP approval. There is Wari Energies, which has a 10,000 crore QIP approval. There's Yes Bank, JSW Steel, and Oberoi Realities, all between 5 to 10,000 crore. So this pipeline is really exciting right now. And if you look at it between 25 and 26, it's about the same, because in 2026 so far, they've seen 18 completed QIPs over 40,000 crore. 2025 as a whole saw 36, exactly double at 76,490. But if you account for the large pipeline that's coming, looks like we'll beat last year's already large number this year, which is very exciting news in the QIP market. Now let's discuss the IPO market, where it's not as big as the QIP market in terms of the June revival, but there is still a strong surge. 7 mainboard issues worth 2,700 crore in June. Remember, in May there was 0. That's right, 0 IPOs happened in May. This was led by smaller IPOs, Turtlemint, CMR, Waterways and Leisure. But what's important to note here is the lineup that's coming in. Like you said, the pipeline is really, really strong. The momentum in July is going to continue, first with SBI Funds Management looking at a 13,000 crore IPO. And apart from that, the rest of the year, of course, there's NSE at 30,000 crores, Geo at 37 to 40,000 crores, which are going to be the daddy IPOs as people are calling them. But apart from them, there's 2.63 lakh crore SEBI approved IPO pipeline and another 1.4 lakh crore of IPOs awaiting SEBI approval. A lot of these include Zepto and Oyo, and as we broke on this channel first, Manipal Health, which is largely going to be $1 billion IPO, is also going to line up this month and got SEBI's approval. So there's a huge pipeline, and looks like the second half of 2026, as many experts had predicted, is going to be a revival of the IPO and the QIP market and the public markets in general.
That's right, and I'm a little biased, Nimit. I'll call them mother of all IPOs when we talk about NSE and Jio. Thank you so much for recounting the entire pipeline building, and IPO market is rocking once again. All right, let's take it straight to Parth on the list of stocks he has compiled, which should be on our radar, backed by the news developments. Parth, what makes to your list today?
So there are three stocks that have made into my list today, starting with InfoEdge, which has reported a strong set of Q1 business update, and as a result, the stock shot up almost 10%, touching a new 4-month high. This was the largest single-day gain that InfoEdge has seen since January 2022. If we talk about the numbers a little bit more, then the growth was led by recruitment solutions, which saw a jump of 18% year-on-year, while standalone billings also saw a growth of around 14% year-on-year. However, their Shiksha segment saw a moderation, seeing a downtick of around 23%. The next one is Titan, which has again reported a strong set of Q1 numbers. The stock gained almost 4% today, touching a brand new all-time high. Their consumer business saw a growth of 41% year-on-year, while the jewelry business grew by 39%. The watches and their eye care segment also grew by 23% each. Also, their emerging business registered a growth of 19%, while the massive growth came in their international segment, which saw a growth of 128%. The last one is RITES, which saw a huge order win of 350 crores for the supply of electric diesel locomotives, and as a result of this order win, the stock snapped a 3-day losing streak.
Right. Thank you so much, Parth, for recounting that list of stocks which are really making headlines and buzzing in trade. Let's shift our focus to the top Nifty dragger today. We are talking about Trent after its business update. Market doesn't seem to like it, and it's punished by over 11% drag on that particular counter. And take a look at how steep this fall has been. If you really take a look at the price from yesterday to today, and it's a steep fall really coming in on the counter of Trent. So it trades under pressure after, remember, missing the Q1 growth estimates, and Mahima is right here with all the details of what's really punishing the stock. Mahima, tell us.
Right, so it's not every day, right, Nisha, that you see a Nifty 50 stock tanking 11% in trade today. It's a one-off, event that we see, but I mean, overall, the street was expecting a growth of about that 20% mark. It came in at 19% mark, which the street has not liked. 5 quarters straight, it has seen a growth of less than 20-odd%. That's something also that the street has not liked. Plus, the West Side store addition happened just at that one store this quarter, right? So that is also something that the street has not liked. And overall, same-store sales growth momentum could, slow down or moderate from here on. And this is on account of 1, competition, 2, on account of cannibalization that is happening because of a lot of Zudio stores being in the same area. Revenue per square feet is also expected to decline, and these are some of the reasons as to why we're seeing a significant tanking in trade for Trent.
Mahima, I was in Lucknow, and the number of Zudio stores I saw actually surprised me. Thank you so much. With that, completely out of time on Markets at 12, but do keep it with NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, Har Raste Ka Superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
Pmark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is in across India Inc. We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you...
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching trending stocks from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studios. Now, it's an interesting afternoon today because you're seeing, of course, the markets continuing to be in focus. But with me, of course, Puneet Zaveri, and I have Sharad Dubey who's joining in from the market pit as well. But Sharad, what are some of the key aspects that you're picking out for right now that are trending, of course, in trade, but the key aspects you're watching out for the markets?
Good afternoon, Puneet. And yes, we had a good rally over the last 4 to 5 trading sessions, and now there is a nifty expiry at play, and you can expect a little bit of profit booking and volatility, and this is what we are seeing over the last 10 minutes. Minor correction coming in from the day's top. Let's see Nifty Bank. The story, I think, remains the same. A slightly, you could say, a weaker setup than Nifty, but nevertheless, that downtick you can see. Profit booking is at play, and there is volatility, but nevertheless, the markets are at their 11-week high levels. Let's look at the factors, what should be there. Overall, looking at this technical setup, it is strong for both Nifty and Nifty Bank. If you could just show the important factors. Also, I would like to point out one important thing. The overall momentum is still quite strong. Let's look at the resistance ranges, how things are panning out. What does it look like? Both of them are, of course, in the green right now, Nifty and Nifty Bank. Nifty resistance range 24,500 to 24,600. A little bit of downtick coming in for both of them. Nifty Bank also, let's pull out the ranges to show you where the overall picture stands. But it's good to have a technical cool off. It shows a little bit of good momentum in the markets, and it's actually necessary. Nifty weekly expiry is at play, and you cannot rule out more volatility or more you could sell off or profit booking in the latter part of the day as well. So this is something which is very much important, especially if you are the trader. Benchmark indices are outperforming SMIDs here, and that's there. So there's no value buying happening as such. A little bit of index management is at play. And looking at the other key sectors, the short covering is coming in IT. Profit booking hits the realty segment. We have seen a good up move in this counters, but the pressure is in the capital market theme stocks. That is where we are seeing, kind of a selling pressure in July right now. Also moving ahead, how things are panning out, looking at the macros, rupee has strengthened, that's a good point, but the global AI rally, that has deflated, and maybe an anti-AI trade is there, and we are seeing at least FIs giving thumbs up to the Indian market. So it will be pretty interesting to see how things pan out in the second half of the trading session.
Well, thanks so much for that, Sharad. So continuing to monitor all of those key aspects as Sharad highlighted, and also monitor the selling that we're seeing from the top, or at least on the benchmarks right now, as Sharad highlighted on the Nifty 50 as well. But let's now focus on what we have on the watch list today in terms of trending stocks. Now, Info Edge is right up there after the strong Q1 update that came through in the morning. You're seeing the stock react very positively as well to the stock, and hence, you can see those up move up now 10%. Blue Cloud is the other one. They spoke to NDTV Profit exclusively today, aiming for $1 billion in revenue by FY30. You're not seeing the stock react too much right now, but important to monitor that update as well. The next one that's coming is in Tata Technologies. Now, the company had tied up with Tenneco LLC, which is the global company, in the last week or so, but that momentum is continuing on the stock, back at that 740 level, exactly where it was after the company reported its quarterly results as well. Fourth one on the list is Premier Energy, is a 3,000 crore order that the company has reported in Q1 of FY27, and hence seeing all those positive moves on this counter too. Aegis is up 7%. Nuvama has initiated coverage with a buy rating on the stock and monitoring the stock continuingly as well. Amongst the brokerages, there were a few that were active. Aether Industries is the other one. The chemical giant was actually downgraded by Kotak to a sell rating, and stocks just a tad below 2% downtick right now from a reduced rating earlier. They are seeing some pressure on the counter. Jubilant Foodworks is the other one, reacting to quarterly updates yet again, up 3%, while Hexaware is also in focus on an AI partnership with SmartRent. Not seeing the stock react too much, but Titan is another one where they reported a 41% revenue growth on a YOY basis. And again, of course, for Q1 of FY27, so seeing that reaction also. Apollo Microsystems is an interesting one. Now, yesterday the company had a board meeting. A 3,300 crore fundraise plan has been approved, but stocks continuing to be under pressure right now. Fractal is the other one that's under pressure. The company's chief financial officer have actually resigned, and hence stocks down 4% right now. And Trent, definitely a big casualty for today on the back of quarterly results. It's a 19% growth that the company has reported. Not good enough, certainly at those valuations. Stocks down 11% right now. Cochin Shipyard has recovered from the lows, but still continues to be under pressure. There's a 5% stake that the government has sold via an offer for sale, and hence continuing to be under pressure right now. And Kalyan Jewellers, the growth is yet again lower compared to the last couple of quarters. You saw Titan actually have a positive reaction. So had Senco in yesterday's trading session, but today Kalyan Jewellers continuing to be under pressure. Final few stocks that are on our radar. NIT Learning is one of the key volume buzzers for today. Stocks up almost 7.5%. RITES is also doing very well on the back of a $35 million order win, up 10% right now. And Ganesh Housing is also another one. Stocks reacting to no observation that the company has received from BSE or NSE, clearing one of the key important merger processes as well. But these are all stocks that are continuing to be on a radar, and some of those, Sharad, we're picking it with a technical guest as well.
Well, that's right. And thanks a lot, Puneet, for that. Now joining us, we are having Somil Mehta with us. Good afternoon, Somil. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. We'll start the rapid fire round. First stock is Premier Energies. I checked the Q1 numbers, a strong operational update coming in. Your views on the charts? Do you think there will be a good sustain of momentum in this? Stock is up almost 1% odd, but what are the charts suggesting?
I think I'll be positive on the stock. It has been taking support around these levels, around 1015. I'll be very positive. My targets on the upside in the very short term would be 1100, and probably even above that. It is already in the uptrend, so yes, hold on to it. Probably buy new as well with a stop loss of around 980.
Right, and Saumil, of course, we are seeing a good buying, or you could say a little bit of short covering also in IT counters. But Hexaware, that's the focus I've got. AI partnership getting announced. How do you see this stock, and any trade can be made here?
See, at this point of time, IT stocks, I'm very, not very bullish, but not very bearish as well. So I'm waiting. So it should be in your watch list, not buy at this point of time. So you can avoid. Once we have a positive weekly candle, then we can go ahead and buy this stock.
Fair enough. Apollo Microsystem, the stock has rallied, and now a fundraise announcement is also coming in. Do you think good time to take some profit off the table, or one should, who's already invested in the stock, should stay with it?
If you're a trader, please book some profits. Definitely, I'll be expecting it to go down till at least 340, 350 levels. But for investors, I'll definitely hold on to it.
Okay, Fractal Analytics, a recently listed company. Of course, they'll have a limited history. But in this limited history, how do the charts shaping up for this counter?
Fractal Analytics, yep. See, I would stay away from the stock. Definitely stay away from the stocks. I'll be expecting this stock to go down till 800, probably 810. So for traders, definitely stay away. For investors, I think wait and watch till the time it does not give us a positive candle.
Stay away for traders. Of course, the next stock I would like to point out is RITES. Important order win coming in. And there was a time railway stocks were buzzing, but that's the flavor is out of the season. But do you think now there is some kind of momentum in the charts?
Absolutely, I think it is trading about 200 daily moving average. It is it has broken the previous month quarterly swing highs, which is a great sign. Of course, I'll be expecting this stock to go up till at least 250 to 60 levels. That will be a short-term target, but in the medium term, I'll be expecting a target of around 280.
All right, the last stock, Ganesh Housing, positive corporate development coming in, but the stock has already rallied in the last 3 odd months. Do you think there is more fuel left for this rally?
Yeah, I think for traders, as I said, it has already done really well. So for traders, definitely book some profit, but for investors, definitely hold on to it. I'll be expecting very good targets in the medium to long term.
Okay. So that's the view coming in the rapid fire round. Over to you, Puneet. What are the Google trending stocks suggesting?
Well, thanks so much for that, Sharad. So a couple of them that we have on our focus list today for what's trending on Google today. One of them is, of course, Trent Limited continues to be under massive pressure, 11.8% downtick, while Titan is the other one, which is up almost 2.4%. And reacting, on the back of its quarterly update as well. But let's pose some of these questions, to our guests as well. And, joining me right now is Avinash Gorakshankar, founder and head research analyst at Avinash Mentor Research Services. Avinash, good afternoon. Always a pleasure having you here. Just one first quick question on Trent as well, right? It's definitely one of the casualties for the day. You're seeing a 19% growth. Not being up to the mark, right? And largely led by valuations. But how are you seeing the quarterly update? How are you seeing the current reaction?
Yeah, good afternoon, Puneet. See, my sense is markets are always greedy, Puneet, and they want growth which is much better than what the management anticipates. And that's exactly what's happened in Trent. The market was expecting about 30-40% growth. I think what has been forecasted by the Trent management is significantly below that. So it doesn't mean that they are degrowing, but I think the market expectations being high and the valuations being at a fairly high premium level, what we are seeing is a correction in the price, largely because expectations were high and delivery is not all that great. So I think, this is definitely something which investors should note, that when valuations are high, the market expects also very strong kind of earnings growth. And this is exactly what has happened in the case of Trent. So I don't think it's going to be basically a fundamental problem, but the pace of growth is something which I think the management has been little conservative, unlike what the market is expecting, a very aggressive kind of guidance. So net, that's the reason you're seeing this drop. Maybe after today's 19% drop, maybe tomorrow you could see the stock stabilizing. But definitely, I think Q1 numbers, when they do come out and the management commentary comes in, that would be a better time to reevaluate the stock.
Valuations, let's move on to the low valuations, and the sector I'm talking about is the IT space. Today a good momentum and is the best sectoral gainer also in the day's trade. What are the key reasons for it, key points for it? Jasmeet has noted down for us. Jasmeet, 5 key reasons for that.
Well, sure, thank you for that. Nifty IT is about 20 to 100 points from the lows, and here are top 5 key reasons. Well, the first one is Morgan Stanley's strategy note, where he marks that IT might emerge as a dark house, where a lot of enterprise may turn towards IT for the AI application services. Well, the second point is the valuations, currently at a multi-year low, and top 5 IT companies have valuation below 10-year average as well. The third point is a beaten down sector. The stocks are already down 39% from all-time high and 26% down all alone in this side itself. So risk and reward seems attractive at this point in time. While the fourth reason is the valuations, and the technical support at this level looks very attractive given the stocks have bounced back from this level in the past as well. So strong technical support. And the last one, the written potential for TCS and Infosys remain at 24 to 26%, and time and again brokerages have panned out that AI sell-off has been extreme. So these are top 5 key reasons why IT is in buzzing, and it's about 20 to 100 points from the day's low.
Thanks a lot, Jasmeet. Stay put. We are going to come back to you. Avinash, I wanted to understand if there is an anti-AI trade, or if you're looking at the large caps, mid caps, or even product-based IT companies, as we call it SaaS or CPaaS, out of these 3 categories, where do you think would be a good time to enter right now?
I think the larger IT companies, Sharad, give a better comfort because the valuations have come down significantly. And this is a space where not many investors are now interested to put money. But if you see their balance sheets, their cash flows, their orders in hand, I think everything looks good. What the market wants is very strong kind of growth momentum, and that possibly could be seen only post September. So maybe, investors who have to take a deep call can definitely start buying in a staggered manner. We are positive on TCS, which reports numbers on the 9th. Then we are also looking at HCL Technologies and product companies like Persistent, and some SaaS companies like Intellect Design, where some sort of buying has happened. So I would say that, the investor here needs to be a little patient, but definitely FY27 second half should be much more stronger than what it was in the current year.
Keeping our discussion for SaaS and product-based companies, let's also understand about platform-based companies. And when I talk about that, I'm talking about Info Edge. It's one of the top gainers in the Nifty 500 index. Why is it up? And what's the operational update? Jasmeet, once more.
Well, Sharad, thank you for that. Info Edge has had quite some run to it. It's about 9% from the day's low, and it did start on a positive note after the strong quarterly update. On standalone basis, Info Edge did report the overall top line growth of roughly 14%. And in terms of the growth, we have seen a broad-based growth coming across segments. While the Naukri being the biggest segment saw an uptick of nearly 18% and saw a double-digit growth compared to the last quarter as well. Secondly, we also have 99acres and Shaadi.com seeing a similar, Jeevan Sathi seeing a similar growth for the particular segment. But the key point to focus would be on the Shiksha. The Shiksha space has been tanking for the company over last couple of quarters as well. I mean, this quarter is down by 24%, and the reason why the company states is because of the AI-led searches have increased and the usage of Shiksha has reduced over time. That becomes a key concern. Apart from that, good quarterly update, double-digit growth in terms of top line and the broad base as well.
Thanks a lot, Jasmeet, for that analysis. Avinash, I wanted to understand for Info Edge, of course, they have an edge, especially with their investments also in startups, which we talk about it at least on the treasury front. But wanted to understand, is there much more momentum in the stock, at least on the medium-term factors?
I think, Sharad, if you look at their business, I think Naukri has started picking up again. I think numbers which have been presented by Naukri clearly indicate that the volume growth and the number of billings have increased. The other startups, I think hopefully if there is some, idea about some monetization expected in these subsidiaries or these startups, could be a near-term trigger. But I think overall 14% growth has not been a bad number. I think Q1 numbers should be decent. But I think this stock trades at a fair level of, expensive valuation. So somebody who wants to take a slightly medium to long-term view can stay invested. Short-term, I think we'll have to look at the Q1 numbers and the commentary which comes out.
Right. Another interesting brokerage stakes have started coming in, and the first stock is Aether Industries. Interesting take, and we have Varsha with us. Varsha, is the right stock, right? Aether Industries?
Yes, absolutely. Aether Industries and Kotak Securities has, downgraded to this company to sell from reduce. Now, the overall, the reason why they've downgraded is, of course, the valuations. Now, what they're saying is, though they've hiked target price, but what they're saying is that there's a bullish growth outlook, but at a stiff valuations, and management points to a good order visibility for new sites. There will be a ramp up of Site 5, and Site 5 Plus is a key growth driver for this company. But the downgrade is coming on the expensive valuations following the recent run up that we've seen on this counter. So overall, the conclusion is the valuations, and hence we are seeing this downgrade.
Right, valuation, that's the concern, right? Avinash, a quick view on Aether Industries.
I think Sharad, Aether is a specialty chemical producer, but as you rightly pointed out, valuations are not cheap. The stock has run up significantly. So my suggestion is that, it's better to wait for the Q1 numbers, and rather than buying at the current levels. Maybe at a slightly lower levels, it could be a good entry point. But definitely, existing holders can hold on, but fresh buying is not advisable.
Avinash, also just a quick question on a stock which we've discussed in the past, that's Apollo Microsystems, and let's pull up that counter because they've announced a big fundraise. Now, it's a big amount, right? 3,300 odd crores, but how are you viewing this counter right now? Because valuations definitely are pricey, but do you think that at 416, which is the issue price where a lot of the investment will come through, of course that will be for future expansion, but also might validate the current valuation thesis? Is that your belief as well, or do you feel the counter's currently expensive and fresh investment should be made?
No, I think, Puneet, first of all, the amount of money which is going to be raised raises concerns on what kind of funding is going to happen, how much of it is going to happen from debt, and how much of it will happen from equity. Even assuming that it's a 50-50 kind of share, the equity dilution is something which the markets are worried about. So I would say that it's better that let this plan be finalized and let us understand what's the equity dilution which is going to come in. Because, normally stock prices get impacted by the future kind of equity dilutions also. So here I think it's a good business. It's got a good order book. I think numbers should also be good. But if the equity, fundraise is pretty large, then I think that's also going to impact the earnings growth. So it's a hold from our side, and we'll wait for further clarification on this.
Right, so hold is coming in for this counter which we discussed, but another counter is Equus. Nuvama has initiated a buy rating, and look at the upside potential. The target price is at 444 rupees per share. They're expecting much more jump in the EBITDA coming in from the consumption business, and look at the order book, that's around $889 million worth of that, and 42% sales growth and 80 plus EBITDA growth coming in. How do you view these important, aero related or precision related companies like Aether, Avinash? And do you think there is more leg to this rally, because the valuations are very questionable right now? These stocks have already run up a lot. So how do you see this?
I think, Sharad, first of all, in most of these aerospace companies, the biggest comfort is the order book and the quality of products which are supplied by these companies. Because to get an entry into the customer's pocket here is a very long process. So there's no doubt that Aquas has got a very deep technology expertise and a very strong customer base. But if you look at the valuations, I think last year also was a loss-making year for them. Possibly 27 also will be a loss-making year. 28 could be a profit-making year. And I think, in these kind of companies, even if you value these companies on a EV to EBITDA multiple, you need to see performance and profitable growth, coming in. So my sense is that we have been telling investors that in such kind of companies, you have to be careful. Maybe it's a hold, but fresh buying definitely not at these levels.
Got that view of Avinash, and most certainly, I mean, valuations continue. It's an IPO that was surprising because was loss-making at that time, but the future potential, of course, a lot of investors, latched onto it at that point of time. But, one other counter that's in focus, that's Cochin Shipyard. The Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, or DIPAM, has actually announced yesterday that the center will be selling up to a 5.04% stake in the company through an offer for sale issue. Parth is now joining us to get some more details on this. Parth, over to you.
Yeah, so yet another OFS has hit the market, and this time it's Cochin Shipyard. The offer has opened today for the non-retail investors, that is the 7th of July, and it will open for the retail investors tomorrow, that is the 8th of July. The government will be selling a 2.52% stake in Cochin Shipyard in the base issue, and for the green shoe option as well, the government has put up an additional stake of 2.52% as well. So that takes the total stake selling up to 5.04% out of the 67.9% that the government currently holds in the company. The floor price was set at 1400 rupees per share, which was at a 7% discount to yesterday's closing price. Now, if the green shoe option is exercised, the total amount raised through this OFS will touch around 1856 crores. Now, apart from Cochin Shipyard, if we just talk about the FY27 OFS momentum as well, we can see that the government has already raised 18,500 odd crores in just the first quarter of FY27, which has already surpassed the number that we saw in FY26. And if we include the Cochin Shipyard number as well, this OFS, the amount of money that has been raised through OFS will touch almost 20,500 crores, which is the highest number since FY21. So let's see how much demand this Cochin Shipyard OFS is able to generate from the market.
Well, thanks so much for that, Parth. But Avinash, we've seen definitely a strategic focus by the government to raise capital. I think almost 17,000 odd crores and almost 18,500 crores has already been raised. How are you looking at all of those counters? Because of course there could be some pressure in the near term because of the offer for sale. But do you feel this is, of course, a right step in the direction investors who already held on should continue to hold? Is it a good opportunity to buy after the correction?
Yeah, I think, Puneet, as you rightly pointed out, the trend is that whenever the OFS is announced, you see the stock price correcting, and that's exactly what has happened in Cochin Shipyard. My sense is that, we need to wait for some time before the stock stabilizes. Defense companies are definitely bound to do well. Cochin Shipyard has got a very large order book of almost 4,000 odd crores. So I think definitely business will continue, but, the stock momentum would obviously get upset. And I think it's better to wait for the Q1 numbers to come in. So the OFS definitely will be a good opportunity for the government to cash out. But fresh investors should wait for the Q1 numbers. I think by that time, hopefully, you will see the stock stabilizing, and maybe that could be a good entry point.
Fair point, Avinash. We leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining in, giving us your views, as always, across a whole bunch of stocks and spaces. But viewers, that's all the time that we have on this edition of the show. From Sharad, myself, everybody who put the show together, thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned. A lot more action on the other side.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. Har Raaste Ka Superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Benchmarks sustained recovery and hover close to day's high. IT, financial services lead gains, defense and realty on the back foot. IT stocks meanwhile staged recovery with the IT index jumping over 2%. Investors return to large cap tech names ahead of the first quarter earnings season, with gains led by TCS, Infosys, HCL Tech and Wipro. Oil prices edge higher after attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz reignite supply concerns. Brent climbs towards $73 a barrel, though the earlier war premium has largely disappeared. The consumption space offers a mixed start to FY27. Titan delivers strong momentum led by jewelry. Jubilant Foodworks posts steady growth, while Trent's revenue misses expectations, keeping investors watchful. Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup in terms of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, let's take a very quick look at the markets, and it's looking like the Nifty as well as Sensex are doing quite well for themselves, and you do have Nifty, of course, that's pulled back slightly from the day's high, but that said and done, still very much above 24,400 right now. And even when you talk about Sensex, it's actually upwards of a 500-point gain that we had coming in. Right now, it's given up some of those gains, about 100 points up. That's the Sensex for you right now. But when you talk about the entire sectoral picture as well, that also is quite interesting because it's actually IT names that are making quite the recovery right now, 2.5% uptick coming in. In terms of the IT index, right now you do have the sectoral picture that is slowly and steadily shifting towards red as well. So it's India Defense, Realty, Metals, Energy, Media, Pharma, PSU Banks, all of those sectors that are holding on to a little bit of red as well. And that's something that you see reflecting as compared to the picture at noon. But you know, when you talk about the entire IT pack, that is very much in focus. So something like Infosys with that 3.5% uptick, HCL Tech persistent, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, TCS as well as Coforge and Wipro up anywhere between 1.5 to about 3.5% odd. So that's the IT index for you. And when you talk about the entire list of gainers as well from within the Nifty 50 pack or from within the Nifty 500 pack, you do have something like a RITES, InfoEdge, Swiggy, Natco Pharma, all of those counters in good shape, up anywhere between 5.5 to about 11.8%, and that's RITES that we're talking about. We'll talk about that in greater detail as well throughout the course of the show. But when you talk about the entire Nifty 50 pack as well, it's some of your IT names that make it to the top of the gainers list as well. Other than that, something like SBI Life, Titan Company, on the back of its update as well, that seem to have perked up some of the sentiment on the street as well, and something like Eternal, Geo Financial Services, all of those counters doing quite well for themselves. What's not doing so well is Trent on the back of its update that really just failed to impress the street, and also in terms of the brokerage verdict also coming in, really failed to cheer up investors on the street as well. So ICICI Bank, L&T, BEL, some of the other counters that are also on the back foot. But speaking of the back foot, let's also talk about the entire commodity pack, where you do have gold that is quite under pressure right now, just about managing to hold up above that key $4,000 level. And when you talk about oil prices, staring quite the rebound right now on the back of supply concerns that are yet again back. And let's also get your check going in terms of price levels. As you can see on your screens, about $73 a barrel for Brent, and WTI somewhere close to $70 a barrel, just about close to those levels. But let's also get discussing in terms of whether the war premium is back to the barrel right now. And Kunal Shah, Head Commodities Research, Nirmal Bang, joining us on the show right now. Kunal, thank you so much for taking time out, and a very good afternoon to you. It is also a very good afternoon, surprisingly, for oil prices. You do see that little bit of supply concern really coming back to the forefront when it comes to oil prices. What do you think that this is going to be sustaining going forward?
So first of all, if you look what has happened lately, because of the expectation that the peace deal will continue, we've seen higher production coming from higher flows from Iran, Iraq, OPEC nations, and US oil production is already at record high. So I believe that the most of the negative news are already priced in right now, and at this juncture, the focus will be on the inventory rebuilding. So how much strategic reserve US is adding, how much oil US is adding to their strategic reserve, how much by Europe, how much by Japan. So I think these things are very important right now. And we are talking about the US inventory are down from the lowest level since 1983. So you can imagine the kind of refill of inventory what they will have to do. So I'm slightly optimistic on oil from present level, and I believe it has a potential to visit levels of 74.50 to 7500.
No, absolutely. And something very important that I really wanted to flag as well for our viewers, you do have Saudi Arabia that has launched an aggressive price offensive. You're looking at them slashing its flagship Arab Light crude price for Asian buyers by the largest margin in more than a quarter, and not just, more than a quarter century, in fact, about 26 years thereabout. What do you think about that as well, Kunal? And what do you think that seems to be indicating for the market? Do you think that the market is going to be picking up on that and reading into it a little later? Right now, we're not seeing much of a reaction, and the focus right now seems to be on some of those supply concerns.
Yeah, I think the focus will be on the supply, demand and supply, and that is the key driver right now. Considering whatever has been happening, if you see what has happened with the demand has also cooled down by 2 million barrels per day, and the supply side was already weak. So net, after the peace talks, the tankers are passing by. Today morning, Iran allegedly attacked one of the tankers, but eventually, what we saw eventually that the prices gain after whatever happened. So I think again the geopolitical premium is started to build in. I'm not in a camp which says that again it will be 90, 100, but WTI can very well possibly test $75 per barrel.
No, absolutely. And, when it comes to glut concerns as well, what is the outlook that you have in terms of the bottom of the barrel as well? Do you think that the supply concerns are going to be coming, or not just coming back, but, staying top of the mind when it comes to oil investors? And if yes, then what are the price levels that you're looking at?
I think we'll have to see going forward what happens with this piece. So I think the supply side is definitely going to get momentum, and demand side, if you see, Once things open up, the demand is also likely to improve and refilling will take place. So one thing is very clear, the floor is set. Oil should not go below $65 for the WTI and $68, $69 for the Brent.
No, absolutely. It's just about $4 away from that bottom line that you're suggesting. So let's see how that really pans out. And, it seems to have cooled off. Technical support. When you talk about gold as well, let's get talking about gold as well, because some of the support levels are somewhere close to 4,000, 4,100 as well. And you see gold a little bit under pressure when it comes to today's trading session. Do you think that this pressure is likely to continue?
Today, I think the surge in 10-year Japanese bond yields and coupled with the US 10-year rising bond yields have put pressure on gold prices, and gold prices have plummeted post that. I believe that in near term, until the bond yields of the Japanese bond yield continues to remain high, the dollar possibly can go much stronger. So we believe that there is an opportunity. There can be a fall in prices by $40 to $50. So right now, if you look at the gold, it is trading at around $4,100, $4,125. So it can go down till 4075, 4080. But beyond that, I think for gold to go down, it will require some big trigger. Else, it is going to consolidate at this range.
No, absolutely, and speaking on the flip side, bargain buying seems to have supported some of the recent momentum as well. And speaking of that, what do you think about fresh buys then? Do you think that gold is available at a bargain right now, or do you think that investors should still be a little bit cautious?
I think investors should not try to time the market. Gold prices have already come down, so maybe it can go down by another $100, $200. But should not time 30-35% of the buying. They should resume right now. So I'm pretty upbeat on the outlook of gold going forward.
No, absolutely. And when you say upbeat, we understand that, you shouldn't be timing the market. And I wouldn't ask you for a number in terms of the timeline. But when it comes to some of the levels, what are some of the key levels that you're looking at? And just how upbeat are you in terms of price levels when it comes to gold?
I think 4,000 will be bottom. 4,380 will be bottom. And on the up move, I'm expecting 4,500 or 4,600 in next 6 months. So that is my target for gold.
No, absolutely. And if that is your target, Kunal, then everybody who's listening in right now should really be heeding your advice as well when it comes to those fresh buys as well. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us with that entire outlook as well. So if you're listening in, 4,500 is the level that Kunal is keeping in mind for gold prices in the next 6 months. And if you are heeding his advice, you're going to be making quite the return coming in terms of that level as well. So the levels is something that you should be watching out for. But moving on then, much like the current weather, markets too can turn without a warning. And just as Kunal said, you shouldn't be timing the market, but some stocks seem to carry their own raincoat. Let's now take a look at some of the top stocks from last 8 years which have shown resilience in all weather conditions. We have Sharad Dubey joining in with some more details.
It's the flavor of the monsoon season, and I've got you very interesting stocks. The stocks that save you from a rainy day. Yes, I'm talking about weather-proof stocks, but we have taken some criteria to understand that. The data is taken from the Nifty 500 index, and the calendar year we have taken for the last 8 years. And remember, for 2026 also year-to-date basis, we have taken these returns. So applying this criteria, let's get you the all-weather stocks. Summer, monsoon, winter, all this time the returns are positive. 7 names are there. If you could get them. Of course, the first 4, Aster DM Healthcare, KEI Industries, Pidilite, Narayan Hrudayalaya. 4 stocks we spoke about. Let's talk about the other 3 stocks also which make it to the list. This includes BEL, Jindal Steel and Shipping Corp. Let's try to understand what are the triggers. And of course, I have added the 12-month return potential also for you. First one, Aster DM Healthcare. 2 important triggers coming in. The merger with Quality Care and strong tailwinds coming in the industry. But the 12-month return potential, that's flat. Next stock in focus after Aster DM Healthcare comes KEI Industries. This is a street favorite stock. Management wants, or they have targeted a cable wire segment growth of 17 to 18%. But yes, the stock has run up, so return potential is a bit less. Third stock in focus after KI Industries is Pidilite. It's an all-weather stock. The street is bullish on the volume growth in Q1 itself, but yes, the stock seems to have run up as well. Let's talk about the another stock after Pidilite Industries, Narayan Hrudayalaya or Narayan Healthcare. New acquisitions are integrating well with the company, and that there is a proper tailwind in the industry. Significant potential, not there, but at least 10% potential is definitely there for the next 12 months. Next stock after Narayan Hrudayalaya comes BEL. A defense order win. Street is quite bullish on it. And look at that, 17% 12-month target return potential coming in. And also, apart from BEL, let's talk about Jindal Steel. This might not give positive return this year, it seems like, because Q2 might be under pressure, and recently we heard about the brokerage downgrade as well. And the last one, it's largely untracked stock, that is Shipping Corporation. Positive government push incentives are coming in, but the question remains is there any divestment there or not? So these are the 7 all-weather stocks for your portfolio.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Sharath, for getting us all of those details. Let's move on and take you straight to the Triambakeshwar highway as well, where heavy rains have left large stretches of the road completely submerged. Water levels have risen to nearly knee height, making it impossible to see the road beneath. The flooding has severely disrupted traffic as well. Authorities are urging commuters to avoid the stretch and exercise extreme caution. NDTV's Tejshri Purandare joins us with some more details here.
This is not some river from where I'm reporting right now, but that's the highway that connects Nashik to Triambakeshwar, and these are the pictures, these are the visuals that you can see on your television screens right now of Nashik Triambakeshwar highway, of the waterlogging, and it clearly also highlights the current concerning situation in Nashik and Triambakeshwar as well. The situation remains to be very critical for the next few hours, because already it's been more than 4 to 5 hours. The red alert continues, the downpour continues, and for the next 4 to 5 hours the situation is going to be the same. In the visuals also you can see that what kind of waterlogging is witnessed in this entire area, and now the high speed winds are also being witnessed over here. And in fact, in the visuals also you can see that the commuters are facing huge trouble to cross the roads as well. And this is a similar kind of situation that we have been witnessing, in every part. And there are high winds that are being witnessed over here in this part. And not just this, but the entire area here in Triambakeshwar remains to be like this as well. And if you talk about the red alert, then red alert has been issued, yes. And of course, the IMD has stated that for the next 24 hours, the situation is continuously very much tense, because in all likelihood the rainfall could be 300 millimeter. And in fact, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has also in fact stated that in the coming time or in the given situation there could be cloudburst as well. So remains to be seen that what happens. And in the visuals as well you can see that how the roads are, how the condition is, and how the downpour continuously is happening over here. And the high-speed winds over here are also escalating the ongoing situation. We'll be bringing you all the ground reports from Triambakeshwar and Nashik so as to understand about how the situation here is on the ground.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Tejshri, for getting us all of those details. Quite worrying the way that the situation is unfolding in Nashik as well. But let's also move on and get back to some of the analysis that we were talking about earlier as well. And India's fundraising market rebounded in the month of June as QIP and IPO activity picked up after a slow start to the year. You do have strong deal momentum that you're looking at. Along with that, a large pipeline of upcoming issues signaling a revival in primary market fundraise. In fact, Nimit Dixit joining in with all of those important details.
Yeah, and absolutely, like you said, it's been a really poor market so far, both in terms of QIPs and IPOs, but June was a clear indicator that could be changing. Now, QIPs were the real winner. Let's take with QIPs before we come to IPOs. QIPs in June itself saw 9 QIPs. Now, this is important because from Jan to May, we saw a total of 7. So June alone has seen more QIPs than the rest of the year put together, which is a great number, and it's worth 12,500 672 crore. Now, the king among this was JSW Infra, which had above 6,000 crore QIP, and it led that large listing number. But the pipeline is really exciting. The pipeline here, like you asked for, is Axis Bank, which has a 20,000 crore QIP approval. There is Wari Energies, which has a 10,000 crore QIP approval. There's Yes Bank, JSW Steel, and Oberoi Realities, all between 5 to 10,000 crore. So this pipeline is really exciting right now. And if you look at it between 25 and 26, it's about the same, because in 2026 so far, they've seen 18 completed QIPs over 40,000 crore. 2025 as a whole saw 36, exactly double at 76,490. But if you account for the large pipeline that's coming, looks like we'll beat last year's already large number this year, which is very exciting news in the QIP market. Now let's discuss the IPO market, where it's not as big as the QIP market in terms of the June revival, but there is still a strong surge. 7 main board issues worth 2,700 crore in June. Remember, in May there was zero. That's right, zero IPOs happened in May. This was led by smaller IPOs, Turtlemint, CMR, Waterways, and Leisure. But what's important to note here is the lineup that's coming in. Like you said, the pipeline is really, really strong. The momentum in July is going to continue, first with SBI Funds Management looking at a 13,000 crore IPO. And apart from that, the rest of the year, of course, there's NSE at 30,000 crores, Geo at 37 to 40,000 crores, which are going to be the daddy IPOs as people are calling them. But apart from them, there's 2.63 lakh crore SEBI approved IPO pipeline and another 1.4 lakh crore of IPOs awaiting SEBI approval. A lot of these include Zepto and Oyo, and as we broke on this channel first, Manipal Health, which is largely going to be $1 billion IPO, is also going to line up this month and got SEBI's approval. So there's a huge pipeline, and looks like the second half of 2026, as many experts had predicted, is going to be a revival of the IPO and the QIP market and the public markets in general.
Alright then, so that's about the IPO activity, and those are the IPOs that you invest in. Some information and analysis coming in on that, but let's also talk about the vehicle that you drive. In fact, let's get you some key commentary coming in on that. Speaking at a youth conclave organized by the Delhi BJP, you do have Nitin Gadkari expressing his vision of a world where vehicles use water to generate hydrogen for their operation. Let's go across and listen into that bit of commentary.
मैं हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी में चलता हूं, तो मैंने कहा मेरा सपना है कि गाड़ी में पानी डालेंगे, हाइड्रोजन तैयार होगा और हम गाड़ी चलाएंगे। तो लोग बोले कैसे होगा? बोला होगा। तो मैंने अभी तक इतने 50 साल में कोई बात कही और नहीं हुई, ऐसा हुआ है क्या? होगी, हम करेंगे, क्योंकि हमारे मन में डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी की प्रेरणा है कि ये राष्ट्र सब दृष्टि से सर्वोपरि हो, सब हो सकता है। मैंने मल्होत्रा जी को काम दिया था कि दिल्ली के 4 तीर्थ स्थान है बड़े, वो कचरे की टेकड़ियां गाजीपुर से लेकर, और 80 लाख टन कचरा दिल्ली का हमने UR2 दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे में डाल दिया, अहमदाबाद का कचरा डाल दिया। और हमने कार्यक्रम तय किया कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा स्वच्छ भारत, हमें अच्छा ऐसा भारत बनाना है जो गंदगी से मुक्त हो। तो हमने तय किया कि 2027 समाप्त होने के पहले हम इस देश के कचरे को नष्ट कर देंगे। और इतना ही नहीं, उस कचरे को सेग्रीगेट करके बायोडाइजेस्टर में डाल के हाइड्रोजन तैयार करेंगे और दिल्ली की बसेस उसके ऊपर चलाएंगे। ये संभव है।
And there you go. So a couple of important pointers coming in from that commentary as well. Delhi buses may run on garbage-produced hydrogen in the future, and that's the word coming in from Nitin Gadkari as well. Other than that, he's also mentioning that the union ministers, in fact, sharing that 8 million tons of garbage from landfill sites already has been used when it comes to making an expressway. Let's also move on and get to the commentary coming in from elsewhere as well. You do have PM Modi's visit to Indonesia that's in the spotlight. It's delivered a major strategic and defense boost coming in for the country. New Delhi and Jakarta, in fact, have signed a deal for the supply of BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, while Indonesia is also going to be procuring India's indigenous Astra air-to-air missiles. The two sides have also agreed to deepen cooperation when it comes to maritime security, critical minerals, and even defense manufacturing. The agreements mark a significant step, mind you, in strengthening India's strategic footprint in the Indo-Pacific and reinforcing defense ties with one of Southeast Asia's largest economies. So that's really the background coming in here when it comes to this particular pact that was signed, and that's all the information that we have for you on this one. But let's also move on and get you some information coming in from the world of sports as well. Portugal forward Cristiano Ronaldo's final World Cup ended with a Spanish sting in the tail, courtesy of Mikel Merino's last gasp winner that earned a 1-0 round of 16 win on Monday, but he was unwilling to make a hasty call on his international future. Ronaldo told reporters in the mixed zone that Spain enjoyed, and I quote him here, a bit of luck to score through substitute Merino as well in the dying moments of a match that he felt could have swung either way. NDTV brings us this particular report.
As the final whistle echoed around Dallas, Cristiano Ronaldo stood motionless before breaking down. His World Cup journey ended in the cruelest fashion, with Mikel Merino's injury time winner sending Spain into the quarterfinals.
Bueno, fue un partido muy equilibrado, podía dar para cualquier uno, en mi opinión. España ha tenido esa puntita de suerte, marcar ahí ya en los momentos finales, pero es el fútbol. Yo creo que en el general fue un partido bien disputado.
The numbers leave behind a legacy few will ever match. 5 Ballon d'Ors, 5 Champions League titles, a European champion with Portugal, a world record 976 career goals, the only player to score at 6 different FIFA World Cups. Yet the World Cup remained out of his reach. Portugal came closest in 2006, reaching the semi-finals in Ronaldo's first tournament. 20 years later, his final World Cup ends in the round of 16. Ronaldo had already confirmed that this would be his last World Cup. After the defeat, there was no regret, only acceptance.
Ha dado todo, pues ha dado mi mejor y salgo de conciencia tranquila. No, este es el fútbol, esta es la vida de un futbolista. A veces se gana, a veces se pierde y hay que seguir. La verdad que fue mi último mundial.
The debate over Ronaldo's place in Portugal's starting 11 has followed him through his final tournaments. He remains men's football's all-time leading scorer with 146 goals, but questions over his influence have grown louder. Portugal coach Roberto Martinez never shared those doubts.
When you are a team that you need a goal, you cannot take Cristiano off.
Against Spain, Ronaldo managed just 12 touches in the first half, the fewest of any Portuguese outfield player. Frustration was visible, chances were scarce, and the goal never came. Then came the final whistle, one last walk, one final ovation. As Cristiano Ronaldo disappeared down the tunnel with tears in his eyes, football bid farewell to one of its greatest World Cup stories, even if it never got the ending he wanted.
Alright, and that's a tearful farewell also coming in after 146 goals for Portugal as well, and that's Ronaldo bidding farewell. But that's all the time that we have, in fact, on the show for now as well. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Co-powered by Suzlon. Good energies that work. Superstar Stocks of the Day. Presented by Tata Azura. Har Raste Ka Superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी-मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I am looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Bazaars on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Mahima. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade either on the back of price or volumes. So let's see what's on the show today. Firstly, we'll be speaking with the management of Sumit Industries. Now, the stock is up nearly 33% in the last 1 month, and recently the company had announced a fundraise of nearly 200 crore rupees via rights issue. So the key question to ask the management is what is the way forward and how are they going to use this proceeds of rights issue. Apart from that, we'll be also talking about stocks like AOL Chemical. Now, the stock has gained as much as 19% in trade, its biggest intraday move since September 2023. And if you look at the volumes, they're quite strong, nearly 15 times its 20-day average. Apart from that, it's Ganesh Housing, which has been buzzing in trade. The stock has touched its 7-month intraday high. It has recorded its biggest intraday move in the last 3 months, and this is largely on the back of the NOC approval that has come in to merge one of its subsidiary with itself. And lastly, we'll be speaking about a stock called Ramco System. The stock had hit its 10-year intraday high, and the stock has been gaining for the last 4th consecutive session, and it's up nearly 18% in trade. So what could be the potential reason behind this move is something that we'll try to decode with our colleague and with the fundamental guest on the show today. Now, if you look at the market, Nifty, after 4 straight days of gain, we are seeing some kind of consolidation. We are down from the day's highest point, but some consolidation, largely flat in trade. Apart from the Nifty IT, all the other sectoral indices are trading in red or largely flat. If you look at the Nifty IT index, that's up more than 2% in trade, largely led by Infosys. Then some small gains that we are seeing when it comes to the consumer durable and mid-select index. But apart from that, all the major indices are trading in red. Similar to what we are seeing for Nifty small cap as well. But Mahima, which are the key stocks here that have been buzzing?
The small cap 250 continues to be under pressure, and the large end of spectrum also is very specific when it comes to moves on certain names. You have counters like Saraswati Commercial, which is locked in upper circuit, up 20-odd%. AOL Chemical, which we are going to talk about, seeing gains of about 16-odd%. There's Share India, which is up 15% as well. There's something like a Kothari Industrial, which is also seeing gains of about 14-odd%. You have counters like Shivayam, which is up 9% as well. Something like R Systems International is also gaining by about 6%. But on the flip side, you have also names that continue to be under pressure. You have Digitide Solutions, which is locked in lower circuit. You have Marine Electricals, which is also down 7%. J&K India also down 6%. Mazda, which is also down by about 5.7%. And you have something like Asian Hotels, which is also seeing a knock of about 5%. But you know what, NDTV Profit has learned a lot of significant regulatory development involving a major insurance player, and Shimi joins us now with the details. Shimi, what are you picking up from your sources right now?
Yeah, so the Prudential has sought the government's approval for FDI under Press Note 3 to acquire, Bharti stake, and sources privy to the development says that all subsequent regulatory approval will hinge on the government's FDI clearance. So that's very, very important coming from the top sources. In fact, the application pending before IRDAI, the insurance regulator, is closely linked to actually three proposals. One is the Prudential acquisition of Bharti stake, then its promoter reclassification and related governance changes. So all are interrelated. Now, sources saying that insurance regulator likely to wait for government FDI approval before taking these application forward. Now, the government approval process could take around 4 to 5 months, sources underline. And in fact, once the Bharti stake acquisition is completed, Prudential is expected to bring down its holding in ICICI below 10% in line with the regulation that do not allow actually a promoter to simultaneously remain a promoter in two insurance companies. Now, sources also underlining the fact that this won't happen immediately, meaning the stake sale won't happen immediately. In fact, that will happen in phases, with the process expected to take at least 12 to 13 months. And the pace of dilution will also depend on the market condition that will perhaps allow company to execute an orderly stake sale. So no hurry, but all focus clearly on the regulatory clearance. Back to you.
Right. Okay, Shimi, thank you so much for getting us those details. And viewers, of course, we'll keep you updated as and when the story progresses. But it's time to get in, our management of the day, and we're going to speak to Sumit Industries. They have done a right issue. They've done a fundraise via right issue, and we'll try to understand as to what this means for the company. We're joined by Prateek Jajo, who's the managing director of Sumit Industries, joining us now. Prateek, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for taking the time. Mahima this side. The first and foremost question is with regards to the fundraise. Good afternoon. The fundraise that you've done, just want to get a sense as to how this money that you've raised is going to be deployed going forward, and what is the timeline going to look like?
This right issue is primarily aimed at supporting our next phase of growth. A significant portion of the proceeds will be utilized to operationalize the expansion of the recently acquired manufacturing asset. And also, some of the funds are going to be used for working capital strengthening, which will support our higher business volumes, reduce debt. Some of the funds will be used to reduce debt, to improve our balance sheets and lower finance cost. And we will be investing in a captive solar power plant, which will help us to reduce our long-term energy cost. So all this will help us improve our competitiveness and profitability.
Got it. Okay. The other aspect, Prateek, is that you're sitting at a utilization of almost 98 to 100% once these capacities are added. 2 to 3 years down the line, what are the capacity utilizations going to look like?
Okay. Once this right issue proceeds and once our expansions and everything is completed, we expect in the next 2 years a disciplined execution and sustainable growth. Now, for the financial year 27, we are targeting around 30% growth in our turnover while maintaining the EBITDA level at 5 to 6%. And after completion of the new expansion acquired assets, our top line in the financial year 28 would have a significant scale up, with the potential of our top line being double. So the right issue is strengthen our working capital, reduce the leverage, lower power cost, and through a captive solar project, and position the company for long-term profitable growth.
Also, if you could share some guidance that you're looking out for the next couple of years, where do you see the kind of growth that Sumit Industries could report on the top line front, on the bottom line front over the next 2 years, and what would be the key factors for that?
the top line, as I just informed, that once our Nakoda asset will be operationalized, we expect our top line to double from here, and while maintaining the EBITDA margin at 5 to 6%. So this is where we look Sumit Industries down the line in 2 years.
Okay, and what is the timeline looking like for that to double your revenue?
2 years.
2 years, okay.
By the end of financial year 28, yes.
Okay, got it. The other aspect is that you mentioned that your margins are going to remain in that range of 5 to 6 odd %. Is that reading correct?
Yes, EBITDA.
Oh, EBITDA margins, correct. And when you take a look at your products, you are targeting around 50% of productions from value-added yarns. If my understanding is correct, the margins in value-added yarns are better. So do you then expect that post the 2 years guidance that you've given, margins should improve from that 5 to 6 odd %?
Yes. At Eagle Group, we always focus on value-added yarns and a good product mix. So once all our expansions are done and the changes are done, we expect to achieve around 50% of our production into value-added yarns. The value-added yarns have a better margin, and so the average will obviously be more than the current EBITDA level.
The other aspect, Prateek, is that because of the Middle East crisis, we've seen a lot of inflation happening in polyester prices. We've seen that happening in PET chips, etc., which are the products that you're also involved in, or either in the form of raw material or what you make. So just want to get a sense as to how much of raw material price increase you've seen in the last quarter, how much of that has already been passed to the customer, and what is the impact in Q1 that you'll be seeing?
We saw a rise of approximately 30% in the raw material prices. But the good thing is we were able to pass almost the whole of the 30% to the consumer. And now the raw material prices are coming down. And so our contributions or our margins remains the same. The Q1 financials are a little tough than the last quarter, but yes, they are still good.
Overall, in terms of the polyester market globally, we've seen that they are facing periodic oversupply. Just want to get a sense in terms of protecting your margins from here on for the next 2 years. What is it that you're going to take into consideration? Do you think that you're going to pass on the entire price hikes that happen, or how is that going to happen?
We believe our performance reflects a structural improvement rather than a one-time recovery. Our growth has been driven by stronger operations and better cost management. We have installed solar power plants, wind power plants, and we are going to install more solar power plants, which will help us reduce our power cost. Then we are focusing on value-added products and product portfolio and diversified product portfolio, which will help us to cater to different markets and protect our margins.
Prateek, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those questions. Pleasure speaking to you. I think with that, let me also welcome in Nirav Asher, Head of Equity Research Analyst at Latin Manhalal Securities, joining us. Nirav, a very good afternoon to you. You probably heard the management. Any quick view on Sumit Industries?
Well, good afternoon and thank you for the invite. I think the company is quite on track as far as the revenue growth the expectations are concerned, 30% for FY27 and 100% growth for FY28. But I think there is a problem with the margins. I think the margins are on the lower side. The EBITDA margins in the range of 5 to 6%. And if one were to take into account the net profit margins, they tend to be in the range of 2 to 3%. So I think the high equity base also will be a cause of concern, because we already have around 105 crore equity, 2 rupee face value. And to add to that, we have 16.84 crore shares. So in best case scenario, I think the company could report an earnings of around 1 to 1.25 by FY28. And considering the fact that the rights issue has been priced at 11.86, the current market price of 31 rupees looks priced to perfection.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Sumit Industries. But viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But we'll be, addressing more small cap buzzers on the other side. So do stay tuned.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be a chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit. The next stock that we'll be talking about is IOL Chemical. The stock has hit nearly 20% up and trade, and this is its biggest intraday move. What could be the potential reason? What is happening in the industry? Let's get in Varsha, who has been tracking the sector very closely.
Well, one of the key triggers that we are seeing a huge spike in the stock is the large competitor, domestic competitor is expected to shut their ibuprofen plant, and hence the demand for this product may rise or the supply may reduce, and hence IOL Chemicals will be benefited for that, number one. The other key triggers which might be working for the companies, of course, their ibuprofen business, which has been stabilizing, which contributed almost 62% to the pharma revenue. Non-ibuprofen, if you see, product contributes almost 38%, and demand recovered from October 2025 onwards. And the management is expecting current demand trend to continue for the next 4 to 6 quarters. The non-ibuprofen portfolio has been also gaining traction. The paracetamol capacity has been increased also. The chemical business is running at peak. If you see, the margins improved in the chemical business versus previous quarter, which also the benefit came from higher utilization and better spreads, and can also act as a import substitute. On the expansion plans, the CapEx is expected at around 200 to 250 crore annually, which is going to spread in next for 4 to 5 years. Overall project size is estimated at rupees 1200 to 1400 crore.
crore, and on the revenue growth guidance by the management is at almost mid to high teens. They are also indicating around 2,700 crore revenue target, and EBITDA margin guidance is around 14 to 14.5%. So overall, the large competitor getting out of the business when it comes to only ibuprofen, that might be leading to the buzz that we are seeing in stock today.
Okay, let's get in Nirav to understand more about this. Nirav, any view on IOL? As Varsha was mentioning that the competitive intensity in ibuprofen product might come down for IOL Chemical.
Well, I think multiple triggers for the stock. Of course, this ibuprofen is a very strong opportunity. Of course, it's a mainstay product for the company. But there's been a diversification of the products mix. And this has been working very favorably for the company. The previous quarter was very, very positive for the company. It's the highest quarterly sales which are reported by the company. And I think the non-ibuprofen portfolio has also been doing quite well. And the chemical side also has been doing quite well. So I think to top all this, we have a strong expansion which is there on the cards. And if one were to take into account the current market price and compare it with the earnings per share, I think there's a very strong potential of doubling the EPS from the current levels of around 4.7. We could be looking at 10 rupees earnings over the next couple of years. So I think from that perspective, the stock trades at a price to earnings valuation of around 17 to 18 times forward earnings, which is looking very, very compelling even at the current levels.
Okay, so that's the view coming in on IOL Chemicals. In fact, the stock trading at its day's high point. But moving on to the next one, Ganesh Housing is in focus, and this is on the back of it receiving approval for merger with the Gatil Properties. And we have Puneet joining by to give us more details on this one. Puneet.
Thank you for that. Well, of course, for Ganesh Housing, stocks at a 7-month high now, and this scheme of merger with Gatil Properties was announced back in December of 2025. Now, that has been received by BSE as well as NSE with no observation letter at this point of time. So that will continue to go through as planned. Very importantly, that Gatil Properties currently, of course, a real estate as well as a property developer, but they are developing a 450-acre township, and hence all of that revenue will be now recorded into the listed entity as well. Apart from that, this is of course the township coming up in Ahmedabad, but the project will feature of course premium villa developments and has a gross domestic value gross saleable estimated value of almost 5,000 odd crores at this point of time. When you look at the financial difference between both the entities, Gatil Properties had a net worth of almost 700 odd crores, while Ganesh Housing, the listed entity, was almost at 1,503 crores. That is of course of FY25. We're still awaiting numbers for FY26 for these both of these entities. But in terms of revenue potential as well, the listed company currently is close to 3 times that of Gatil Properties as well. But with the saleable value of almost 5,000 odd crores, it gives a huge pipeline for both those entities once merged. When you also look at the current listed entity, Ganesh Housing, it has a huge land bank as well. So almost 518-acre land bank the company has, and that's been fully paid up. They also have roughly around 411 acres of this in one of the key townships as well, and another 65 acres that is coming into housing in multiple housing projects as well. So there's a lot to watch out for in terms of land bank as well as development potential. But definitely the stock's up today on the back of this approval for the merger with Gatil Properties.
Thank you so much for getting us those details. Nirav, any quick view on Ganesh Housing?
Well, it's a positive development for Ganesh Housing because there is this scheme of arrangement which has been approved with no adverse observations, of course, and where you are getting, you're merging a subsidiary with Ganesh Housing without any significant dilution taking place. So I think this is an important factor, and of course, Gatil Properties comes with 450 acres of land and a revenue potential of close to 5,000 crores. So I think it's definitely a big positive as far as Ganesh Housing is concerned.
Okay, all right. So that's the take coming in on Ganesh Housing. But the next one is Ramco System. Now it's in focus and we've seen strong gains coming in on this one since the past couple of days. And we have Jasmeet joining by to give us a perspective on what's working here. Jasmeet?
Well, Mahima, thank you for that. It's a quite interesting counter, but before we get into the details of the stock performance, let's quickly understand what does the company do. Well, the company operates as a software company and also has a SaaS business where it provides ERP and payroll solutions as well in the form of platforms. Now, in terms of stock performance, as rightly said, the stock has been buzzing over the last few days. And if you look at the over last trading session, we have seen the stock has gained nearly 70% in just 9 trading sessions. And currently, it's at a 10-year high in terms of the intraday gain that we are seeing in this particular counter. If you look at the other key details, the stock has been gaining for 4 consecutive days. So there has been a bit of dips, but over the last 9 days, it has gained nearly 70%. Now, let's talk about the macro level and how the financial of FY26 has gone for this particular counter. The overall revenue saw a huge growth driven by the recurring revenue for the company, then the product-based business. The second one is the EBITDA margin improved considerably. If you look at the margin numbers, they have increased from 14% to 24% in the FY26 alone. That's a jump of 1000 BPS. Now, when we look at the EBITDA figure, it has jumped nearly 50% from 77 to 150 crores. Well, we look at the reason why this has been a huge gain in terms of the YY performance. We do know that the overall payroll business is doing well for the company, which saw growth of 23%, but the aviation still remains a concern as the management states that the aviation segment can face few geopolitical issues given the Middle East issue. But now, given the easing of the war, we can expect that segment also to do well for the company. When we look at the key growth outlook for the company, before that, the order book currently stands at $51 million for the company as of FY26, and the growth outlook also stays healthy when management plans to become an AI native company and also plans to introduce a lot of AI-based product and solution services. So all in all, we do see a strong growth for the company, but Q1 is a wait and watch of how does the overall growth trajectory for aviation and payroll pans out.
Okay. All right, Jasmeet, thank you so much for getting us those details. It's cooled off, of course, Neera, from its day's high point today, but see, it's seen a significant amount of gain in the last couple of days. Any view on Ramco Systems?
Well, I think a lot of upside has been captured into the stock, but still has a lot of potential. So it will be better to wait for the next quarterly results and see the commentary for FY27, what the guidance the company is able to provide with respect to both the payroll as well as the aviation business.
Right, so that's the view coming on Ramco Systems. But a quick take on the markets, the Nifty 50, let's try to pull that up and see as to where it's trading at right now. Almost flat now, significantly off from its day's high point. The 24,400 levels are still being maintained, but we'd have to watch out for as to how this ends, but largely being dragged by names like Trent, which has taken a significant knock on the back of weak Q4 business update coming in. The Bank Nifty also, if we can try to pull that up and see as to where what are the levels at which Bank Nifty is being trading. It's turned into the red. 58,200 levels is what we're tracking on the Bank Nifty. Quickly, if we can try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well, because they've been trading in the red, but it recovered slightly from the day's low point, but trading with cuts about 0.24% for the mid cap 150 and 0.7% for the small cap 250. The advanced decline ratio also quickly before we wrap up the show. There you go. That gap has widened and that tells you with regards to the pressure that the broader end of spectrum is facing. But with that, completely out of time in this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Do stay tuned in because Ask Profit is up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMARC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems genuine.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition, and this is a show, of course, that gets all your stock-related queries answered. For viewers who are tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your queries on the WhatsApp number flashing on your screen up there. Before we do start taking your queries, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. The Nifty 50 right now is trading almost flat as we speak. A 0.06% of an uptick is what we're seeing. Above the 24,400 levels, but these are the crucial levels to watch out for because we've bounced back from these levels earlier as well. So we'll have to see as to how the day ends. Let's also try to pull up the Bank Nifty and see as to where is the Bank Nifty trading at. It's turned into the red. The 58,200 levels is what we're tracking on this one. The Nifty 50 heat map, because it's not every day that you see a counter like Trent falling 11% in trade today and dragging down the Nifty quite a bit. You have Hindalco Industries, which has turned into the red now, down by about 1.5%. L&T, BEL, Tata Motors, ICICI Bank, Tata Steel are some of the other names that are also putting that pressure on the Nifty. Though on the advanced decline ratio side for the Nifty 50, we're almost even Stevens, but you have your tech stocks just ahead of the earnings holding up well. Infosys, HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra, TCS all gaining in that range of 2 to 3% each. Eternal also shining in trade, and you also have Titan on the back of a strong Q1 business update coming in, trading to 2.7% higher. So that's with regards to where the Nifty 50 goes. If we can try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250, we saw a small buying action coming in from the FIs yesterday in the cash markets, but that is leading to pressure in the broader markets, unfortunately, and we've seen that pressure in the last week as well. You have your mid-cap 150, which is trading with a downtick of about 0.2% and the small cap 250 is also trading with a downtick of around 0.7%. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let me get in our guests for the day who are going to help you answer all your stock related queries. We're now joined by Kunal Shah, Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at Mirae Asset Sharekhan, and G. Choklingam, Founder and MD of Economics Research, joining us now. Very good afternoon to both of you gentlemen, and thank you so much for taking out the time. My first question is from Vijay, who's writing us from Chennai, and I think the Ask Profit today will be incomplete without taking a question on Trent. He says, from a short-term perspective, are these the right levels to enter in? I think I'll also take a fundamental view on this one, but first, Kunal, your view on the charts for Trent.
Yeah, I think good afternoon everyone. Firstly, for Trent, I think on the lower end, on a technical perspective, we had already seen a breakout that had come in earlier around 2900 mark, and we are currently trading at 2950-53. So the stock needs to stabilize here around 2900. If you see some consolidation happening around 2900, then probably one can go long on Trent.
Mr. Choklingam, your quick view on Trent, because Q1 update coming in was slightly disappointing. The expectation were about that 20% mark of growth. That's not happened. West Side Store addition was also slightly disappointing. Plus metrics like same-store sales growth, revenue per square feet, etc., are not picking up significantly. What should an investor do right now with Trent?
If investors are holding, they can consider to continue to hold. But for fresh buying, I would wait for some more small corrections. At least another 5% is very much possible, because as you rightly said, Q1 FY27 numbers are below expectation in terms of store addition and growth. But most importantly, it is, even after the steep fall today, it is trading at over 90 PE on trailing basis. And if you take a profit growth in Q4, it's about 32%. For FY26 as a whole, it's about 12%. So the PEG ratio for this growth company is very high. That is the point I want to make. So I would wait for at least another 5% correction before considering buying Trent.
Absolutely true, Mr. Choklingam, and it was never a cheap stock per se when you look at it from a PE perspective. But the next one is from Vatek Vabag. This is from Christopher, who's writing us from Chandigarh. He bought this counter at the levels of 1539. He's owning around 700 odd shares, and he says that he can hold it for the next 5 years. Mr. Choklingam, what would you recommend? He's sitting on profits of already 4 lakh rupees. Is this the correct way to play the water theme, the water treatment theme, and should he partially book his profits or continue to hold?
I may be wrong. The investor should take his own decision. My research view is that it's a good sell. Starting from today on every rise, and by any chance stock falls anywhere 15-20%, then one can consider buying for next 5 years or 8 years.
All right, okay, so that's a view coming in on Vatek Vabag. The next one that we have is coming in from Mr. Rajesh, who's writing us from Mumbai. NLC is the counter. He's bought 600 shares at the levels of 315 and wants to know as to what should be the outlook on this one. Kunal, any view on the charts for NLC?
Yeah, I think overall the long-term chart still looks very attractive. However, in the short term, you might see some pain for the stock. Now, the support of the stock is 305. We are trading below that. So again, today's closing will be important. If we are able to close above 305, then continue holding. So for him, the stop loss on the downside should be 300 on a closing basis.
Okay. All right. The next one that we have is coming in from Satyan. He's asking about Josh Engineering. He says he bought it last month at the levels of 525. And he says that he's sitting on a 7% loss right now. He's expecting a target of 650 in the next 3 months. Is that the right reading is what he's asking? And what should be the stop loss? And if he can go at an average? Kunal, what would you recommend on Josh Engineering?
See, I think for Josh Engineering, the breakout had already come in when the stock surpassed 440. That was a breakout zone. So that will now act as a support on the downside. So if he's holding long, continue to hold long with the stop loss of 440. I'm expecting once the stock surpasses 550 on the upside, could rally towards 600.
All right. The next one that we have is coming in on BSC. This is from Sampath Kumar, who is writing us from Tamil Nadu and wants to know if he can invest in BSC at the current levels. Is that something that you would recommend, Mr. Choklingam?
No, I would expect at least another 10-15% correction. What you hear about this NSE price, that looks far superior to BSC.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on BSC. I think we've got Manohar who's calling us from Hyderabad. Manohar, a very good afternoon to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for taking the query. I want to know if it is the right time to enter into SBI, and I want to know the upside to it.
Okay, and you're looking at the charts, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm looking at the charts and for 3 to 6 months for short-term period.
Okay, got your question, Manohar. I'll take this up with Kunal then. Kunal, your view on charts for SBI?
I think SBI in the last 1 to 2 months has seen a good correction from the higher levels. Now it is consolidating. So probably in an accumulation phase, not the current levels, but probably if you get, say, dips towards 1020, 1010, that could be a very good ideal level to enter into the stock. Overall, you can expect the stock to head towards the mark of 1100, 1120 on the upside.
All right, the next one that we have is on Greaves Cotton. This is from Subwale, who is asking in and who's writing in and asking about Greaves Cotton. He's got around 1,000 odd quantity at the levels of 200 rupees. Can I hold it for the next 6 months is his question. Kunal, I'll stick with you for this one. Your view on the charts?
I think I continue to hold that. The overall long-term structure looks attractive. Already the stock has been witnessing a breakout. Now the immediate hurdle is at 235. Once that is taken out, the stock can head towards 280, 290 on the upside.
Got that view, Kunal. But the next question coming in from Dr. Lavanya from Iluru, who's also a regular viewer of the show. She's holding on to Quality Power, bought at 1161. Asking about what should she do with her 150 shares. Kunal, what are some of the current stop losses as well as the targets that you're watching out for Quality Power?
I'm not able to find the stock. Just give me a second.
Yes, sure. It's been hovering actually around that 1,000, 1,100 mark for a couple of months now. But how are you viewing it, Kunal?
So, sir, I think overall the long-term chart still looks attractive. We have seen a good rally or a breakout into the stock around 1,084, where we are currently trading. So I think this is a very critical support zone. So if she's holding, continue to hold here. I'm expecting the stock to again go back towards 1,300, 1,350 on the upside.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in on Shalby. And this is from Gauri Shankar, and he says that this question is for you, Mr. Chockalingam, specifically. 1,000 shares bought at the levels of 167. What's the long-term outlook on Shalby, Mr. Chockalingam?
So before I give my view, we personally invested in the stock in line with the compliance. One can buy, but little risk-taking investors can consider because prior to Q4 FY26, the performance was not good for the 3-4 quarters. Its performance was sinking. Only in Q4 it has improved, and also it has improved, implant business quite significantly. So I suppose that this company will be able to further improve both the hospital and the implant business going forward. But however, because of the fast volatility in the performance on a quarterly basis, I would suggest that it's a very good buy for medium to long term, but with considerable risk appetite.
Mr. Chockalingam, just a follow-up. Are you more bullish on either of those segments, the implant segment, or do you feel that the hospital business will give good annuity while there could be a lot more potential in the implant business, as you mentioned?
Actually, after reading Q4 con-call transcript, it gives confidence in both hospital and implant business, because hospital, the utilization of the bed is very low. So there is a lot of potential if they improve the capacity utilization. And similarly, in a implant business, there seems to be tremendous improvement in the EBITDA margin, and there is a scope for improving the capacity utilization also. So the opportunities are in both segments, but we have to see the ability of the management to carry forward what they achieved in Q4 over the next 2-3 quarters. So if they're able to do it, I think this will be an attractive stock. In case they fail, then the risk is there in the stock.
Fair point, Mr. Chockalingam, and thanks so much for that explanation as well. But let's go across to Bengaluru now. Somasekhar is joining in for a stock-related query. Somasekhar, very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in. What's your query?
Good afternoon to all team members. I'm Somasekhar from Bangalore. So just I need to know about the RBL Bank. I have around 300 shares of 261 price.
Okay.
So just I want to know whether I can hold or what is the future for this.
And you bought this, Somasekhar, with a fundamental view, is that correct?
Somasekhar, you saw the charts, or was it a fundamental opinion, if you can hear me? Well, no response, I think, from him coming in. But Mr. Chokalingam, how are you viewing RBL Bank now? Because, when you also look at the quarterly update, it was quite encouraging. But compared to the other private banks, because that run-up is now largely over, right? The undervaluation, the management change has come in. You've seen the stock get re-rated. How are you viewing this counter now compared to the relative peers as well?
Yeah, you are right. The stock has a run-up. But for two reasons, I would give a whole recommendation, even buy on decline. One, they still in terms of price to book value, it is significantly below 2 times. I think with a new shareholder profile, very reputed foreign investors coming in, I think it deserves, at least 2 times price to book value valuation. And therefore, I would give a whole recommendation. In case it declines even 5%, it could be an attractive buy for medium to long term.
Mr. Chokalingam, HDFC Bank is not getting 2 times price to, unfortunately, at this point of time in the phase of markets we are. But point taken, at least in terms of the pedigree of the premium that you could get with new promoters as well. Next question coming in, and this one, it's from Manju from Punjab. And her question is on IGL. She's bought shares at 171, asking if she can average at the current levels. How do the charts look for this one, Kunal?
For IGL, 150 is a very important zone. If you are able to stabilize over here, we are trading at 152. So 150 has been generally the demand zone. If we see some stability over here and buying interest coming back, then probably it can start averaging at the current levels. But currently, there is no such indication on the chart, so I would say avoid.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in on Blue Cloud Software. This is from Ajit, who's writing us from Ireland. He says that he took your recommendation, Mr. Chokalingam, and had bought it around 19 rupees and also exited and booked profits, but now wants to know whether to enter right now and maybe enter from a long-term perspective. In fact, today we spoke to the management also in India Market Open, and they did say that in the next 5 years they plan to become a $1 billion company, and they've also said that they're looking at a fundraise to grow and expand. Mr. Chokalingam, do you think these are the right levels to make an entry?
Yeah, post-correction, little risk-taking investors can consider buying this stock.
Okay, all right. The next one then that we have is on Hindalco. This is from Vishwa, who is writing us from Bengaluru. She says she's bought around 35 odd shares at the levels of 945. Let's try to pull that up. Yes, 945. And she wants to know if she can maybe add more of these. Kunal, I'll come to you on this one. It's had its fair share of rally, but now it's seeing profit booking quite significantly. Do you think that now is the time to book your profits, or do you think there's more steam left?
No, I think there is more steam left into the stock. No need to book profits at the current levels. Probably you will see a good rally coming back towards the mark of 1050 on the upside. So my suggestion is continue to hold.
Next one is coming on Info Edge, and Lalita from Bengaluru actually bought these shares at 1354. And she's asked us this question before, but today it's very topical since looking at the 13% run-up, asking if, what would be the suggestion at this point of time. Mr. Chokalingam, very, positive update, right? That 15 to 20% growth, and after a really long time, seeing that growth come in on Naukri as well as on 99 acres. How are you viewing the update? Is it a good time to continue holding the stock? And if not, is it a good time to buy as well?
I would suggest hold, because on the one hand, the investment in, digital businesses give you confidence. On the other hand, the pure IT-enabled service gives you some concern. So therefore, to play on both, I would give a hold recommendation.
Okay, interesting, of course, moves coming in on this one at the day's high point as well at 13%. But the next one that we have is from Raghav, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about ZF Commercial. He's holding around 20 odd shares at the levels of 3690. He wants to know a fundamental view on this one. Mr. Chokalingam, any view on ZF Commercial?
It is trading at over 54 PE, but of course, this is a foreign company. It always commands a substantial premium. And considering the outlook of automobile industry, particularly CVs, I would give a whole recommendation.
Correct. The next question coming in, it's on KNR Constructions. Sugankar, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, is holding these shares at 126 odd. So bought it recently. Asking what could she do it after that, after her 995 shares are currently in profits. Kunal, should she continue to hold?
Yes, hold with a stop loss of 180.
Got it. Another question now coming in, and Subramaniam from Bengaluru is holding on to some tech shares. 20 shares bought in HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra, and about 100 in Wipro. He wants to know, Mr. Chokalingam, if his picks are correct or if he should switch out and buy Infosys and TCS. But the sector has been under pressure, right, Mr. Chokalingam? Should he just wait for the quarter 1 results and then take a view?
I believe long-term wealth creation is over. Even in the short term, the pain is going to continue, particularly for large IT stocks. So all the stocks, I am quite optimistic only on Infosys, that too because of number of AI initiatives they have taken. So otherwise, I would not hold any other large cap. Even Infosys, I will not go overly bullish because on the sector as a whole, I have an underperform rating.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming on the IT space. It's time for our rapid fire round now. Kunal and Mr. Chokalingam, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on JSW Energy. This is from Anil, who's writing in from Pune. His average buying price is around 220. He's been holding this since the last 7 years and says that he can hold this for more 3 years. So attractive buying price for sure. Mr. Chokalingam, a good hold for the next 3 odd years?
Yeah, a hold for the next 3 years. That's my view.
Next one's on Vari Energy, bought at 3190 rupees by Raj. He wants to know if he should continue to hold at these levels. Kunal, at 2800, is there a good support, and what's the target that you're watching out for?
Yeah, I think I hold with a stop loss of 2800 on the downside. If that is breeze, then the fall could be steep.
IndusInd Bank, Gautam from USA wants to know a good entry point for the next 12 months. What would you recommend, Kunal?
Yes, again a fresh breakout has come into the stock. The resistance at 980 has been taken out, so can head toward 1200.
On Motherson, Samvadra Motherson as well, Shankar from Bengaluru wants to buy into this counter. Mr. Chokalingam, just a tad bit correction from the top, but are the valuations expensive, or would you recommend a buy?
No, valuation is expensive, but then it's also a strong growth stock, so I would give hold recommend.
Okay, Canara Bank is the other one. Biswajit from Kolkata is holding 500 shares at the levels of 143. Can I add more at this level? And he wishes to hold this for the next 2 years. Mr. Chokalingam?
Definitely, it's a very good hold, even buy for next 2 to 3 years.
The next one's coming on Titagarh. Our viewer has bought these shares at 1200 rupees. Rajshekhar from Hyderabad he's been holding on for the last 2 years, Mr. Chokalingam, but of course, that 2024 odd level where it was at 1600 has seen a correction. Should he buy more at this price, average down?
If it goes up another by 10%, I would sell because valuation is stretched. That's my research view.
Okay, the next one is on Granules. Is this the right time to enter this counter is what our viewer wants to know. Kunal?
Not a good point to enter right now, since the stock has already seen a run-up. A dip towards 800, 750 could be a good entry.
Okay.
Next one's from Joshua from Kerala. Kunal, he wants to know about Happiest Minds and Tanla, if it's a good time to buy into either of those. Would you recommend that? Both have been under pressure.
Yeah, I think a Happiest Mind looks like a good buy from the current levels with a good risk to reward ratio favorable. And even for Tanla, yes, I think even for Tanla, the risk to reward ratio is favorable. One can start entering right now and can see a good at least 10 to 8% upside in the very short term.
Okay, the next one is on City Union Bank. Our viewer has entered at the levels of 215. Wants to know as to what should be the stop loss and target for this one.
I think for CUB, again, looks very attractive on the chart, continue to hold. The stop loss on the downside should be 210, and on the upside, I'm looking for targets of at least 250 on the upside.
Next one's on Nuvama Wealth. Our viewer is holding shares at 1338 and has been holding on for the last 14 months. Mr. Chokalingam, should he still continue to hold? There's been, of course, a lot of chatter about the ownership structure of the current owners, and they're willing to sell the company at valuations that could be something to watch. But what's your recommendation now?
It's a good stock for long term. If somebody wants to have 3 to 5 years investment horizon, then it's a good to hold.
Okay, the next one is on PNB. The viewer has bought it at the current market price and wants to know as to whether to continue to hold this one from a short-term perspective. Kunal, what's the view?
hold with a stop loss of 102.
Next one coming on Great Eastern Shipping. Our viewer Sagar Pathak is holding shares at 1641. Asking Mr. Chokalingam if he should still continue to hold or what's the view, because stock has run up but still he's currently in the loss.
So good to hold for medium to long term.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Balrampur Chini Mills. Our viewer has bought it at the levels of 564. Kunal, what are the charts indicating for this one? What should be the stop loss and target?
Yeah, continue to hold. Keep a stop loss of 530 on the downside. Looking for targets of 620 on the upside.
Okay, all right. So that brings us to the end of this edition of Rapid Fire as well as Ask Profit. Kunal and Mr. Chokalingam, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those questions. We've managed to answer 80 queries combined morning show and the afternoon show as well. But like I said, completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. But do stay tuned in because India Market Close comes up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी. It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets. Hi, good afternoon and welcome from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio here in Mumbai, BKC. It's not the most interesting close to today's trading session, right? In seeing some money being taken off the table, it's kind of like the weather.
But the rally was good.
It was decent enough. It was good while it lasted, wasn't it? This is the intraday chart for the Nifty 50. It's been chop and churn, but actually through the days, Sharad, it's been a pretty narrow range, hasn't it been?
Exactly, and there's a Nifty expiry at play also, Alex, and that's why we are seeing volatility, but it's actually healthy for the markets, a little bit of cool off. That's what the options data is suggesting.
The put call ratio had reached 1.38 yesterday, so it was bound to happen today.
Exactly, and the story repeats the same for Nifty Bank also. We saw a good rally in the private banking space and now profit booking coming in, but yes, it's in the red right now, or you could say almost flattish here.
You know, the one sector that is doing incredibly well today is Nifty IT, and I think it's building on some of the uptick, for example, for an Infosys that you saw towards the end of the session. Remember that Infosys bounced about 1% from the low point at the end of the session yesterday, and now it's up as much as 3.2%. All of these frontline IT companies leading from the front, and I think some brokerages on the fringes are saying, "Abhi bus ho gaya."
Exactly, and also let's just pull out the sectoral indices to show you how the picture is actually looking. Alex, you had mentioned about the IT. It's at the top, almost up 3%. Look at that. And consumer durable, and of course the overall segments are looking decent, but there's more reds than green right now. We are signaling that the SMIDs, of course, the sell-off is there. Concern little bit of profit booking in the realty and the defense space, especially realty. It had a good run up.
Yeah, it has, and it's moved in lockstep with the market as well. Sharad, whenever the equity markets are doing well, you'll see that the realty pack is also doing well. Pull up the mid cap and the small cap indices intraday, and then we'll jump into which large cap counters are doing okay. We've come off the low point of the day for the mid cap index. Small cap index also, you will see that to a certain extent you've climbed from the low point of the day, but you're still trading with gains of cuts of about 0.6%. Just at the end, pull up the market breadth, right? Because the market breadth will showcase that there's quite a wide gap between the advances and the declines. Let's move to the or rather the heat map for the Nifty 50. And Sharad, at the top of the screen, you'll see the tech company.
Yes, all the tech companies, and including Titan, a good operational updates coming in. Alex mentioned the consumption names also doing well. So fundamentally, things are looking decent enough, and even FI started buying the last two trading sessions. But what's, of course, the sell-off, the biggest accident of the day is Trent. Stock is down 12%.
It just goes to show that if the street likes a company and gives it the multiples that at that time it deserves, then the margin and the room for error is whisker thin. It's very thin.
Despite the growth, concern comes.
You were expecting 22% growth. It's reported 19% growth.
Look at
stock is down 12%. So, but also Adani Enterprises, some money being taken off the table. Ultimately, if you look at the year-to-date performance for that particular entity, it's up about 40% or 39% or thereabouts. So understandable that money gets taken off the table. This is today's chart. But pull up year-to-date 2026. And you will notice that the stock is up
exactly
close to
40%.
40%. There you go. So there are quite a few stories to talk about. Let's talk about the key talking points. And one of them, of course, has to do with the expiry day. Let's talk about the fundamentals, right? What are the factors that are playing out in the market today? The Nifty 50 is still in the green, and so the winning run is extending to 5 days. Whether or not we close in the green is another question altogether, but the consolidation is coming through, and this is despite the expiry volatility. The Nifty 50 added 140 points daily in the last 4 sessions, but of course we've seen a little bit of that momentum petering out towards the end. IT has led. Realty has seen profit booking. We've actually seen that play out in the sectoral heat map that you saw as well. For the Nifty 50, the key resistance levels 24,500 to 24,600. It's important to note that the range for this benchmark has moved higher. The Nifty break above 24,600 may trigger a fresh upside, but hitting that mark is going to be pretty challenging. Of course, the likes of HDFC Bank and Reliance Industries will be key to making this move. The next target zone is 24,800 to 24,900, and there are some technical targets that have pegged it at 25,000 in July. Let's see if that happens. Immediate support has shifted upwards to 24,400, and of course the broader range for the benchmark has for the large part of June been between 23,800 24,300. We're above that mark for now. Strong base is seen at 24,000. For the Nifty Bank, the trend remains firmly bullish. However, in today's trade, you're seeing a little bit of petering out of that momentum along with the Nifty 50. But the Bank Nifty, the higher levels need to be seen for a fresh breakout to be confirmed. The key levels that you need to watch out for a decisive move above 58,300 to 58,800, that is going to be absolutely key, and the upside momentum hinges on the break of that resistance. So what is the support? It's seen at 58,030, 57,900, 57,700. So these are the levels that you should watch out for on the downside. Sunny Agarwal joining us this afternoon. Sunny, just a perspective on, and first of all, good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us today. Perspective on the gains that we've seen in the recent past and your broad commentary before we get into some of the finer details on your sense after the quarterly updates have come through. Are you more optimistic when you look at that and you judge how the Q1 earnings season is going to pan out?
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex. Definitely, I think very encouraging update from banks, NBFCs, value retail segment, jewelry segment. So I think a consumer segment, consumer staples, so companies like Dabur and Marico have reported a very strong set of provisional updates. So things like 1Q is likely to be maybe a kind of mixed bag wherein few sectors will continue to report a healthy double-digit kind of earning growth. And then few sectors where we have seen an impact of higher crude oil prices, a case in point like OMCs or for that matter cement, where there will be some pressure in terms of margins, at least for Q1. So there we may see some kind of muted earning growth. But having said that, with the recent cool off in crude oil prices and with the recent increase in supply by an OPEC plus, we believe that crude oil prices seems to be now will remain range bound, maybe in the range of $60 to $70 for the next few months, and that should augur well for second quarter as well as the remaining 9 months of FY27 in terms of earning growth. And on the top of that, with monsoon catching up gradually, I think even the concerns on El Nino should reduce going forward. So I think it seems that the entire narrative of higher crude oil prices, higher inflation, higher interest rate, weaker earnings should ebb significantly, and seems that market is well placed to move forward. And maybe in case monsoon is well spread out in the month of July and August, we believe that with a festive season kick starting from the month of September, I think we should have a very good Q3 earnings, at least, which is the December quarter earnings, should be very bumper going forward.
Right. So Q3 numbers, that's what we'll be looking at. But moving on, Info Edge is our stock of the day as it witnesses a strong up move in trade on the back of Q1 updates driven by robust recruitment business growth and improving hiring trends. Jasmeet joins in with more details. Jasmeet, what's the key reasons for the up move? Stock up almost 14% now.
Well, sure, thank you for that. Let's quickly have a stock performance check before we get into the details and the why the stock is buzzing. If you look at the overall stock, it has seen its biggest gain since Jan 2024, and so far it's up nearly 14%, but on a YTD basis, the stock is down still 20%. Let's quickly understand the quarterly update and the main reason why the stock is buzzing. If you look at the overall standalone update for the company for the Q1 FY27, we do note that the top line is seen growing at a 14.5% range to be precise. And if you look at the segmental, we do see a broad-based growth coming in across the key segments and a double-digit growth as well. While the Naukri.com, that's the leading sector, that's the main sector of the company, this is an uptick of 18%, while the other segments like 99acre and Jeevan Sathi also has seen a double-digit growth. But Shiksha becomes a key concern. That segment has been tanking over the last 2 quarters, and it's down 23% in this quarter as well. While the company states that they have seen a lot of AI-led searches, which is reducing the use of the Shiksha.com, and that's what's impacting the overall performance. Now, here's the update for the particular quarter. We do see 99acres up 17%, while Jeevan Sathi holding that gains at 14%. Let's quickly understand the jobs pick data as well for this particular counter. When we look at this counter, the company reported its June month jobs pick data, which refers and which notes that the overall hiring has seen an uptick for the month of June by 6%. And the hiring, if we look at the jobs pick data next, coming up to your screen, we do note that the hiring has seen a 6% uptick in the month of June, and that's what's showing the rally for Naukri.com as well. It's up 6%, while the overall hiring is led mainly by AI-related jobs, up nearly 16%. And the company does state that the IT hiring has moderated for this particular month. And lastly, if we look at the overall white-collar job, even that sees a healthy uptick. And the company sees the AI demand is seen across the senior level roles compared to the junior and the older level roles. Now, lastly, if we look at the overall analyst rating for this particular counter, this company has a major buy call standing roughly at 17, while the 1 year-to-date return for this particular counter is expected at 14%. And given the company has already clocked in that 14% gain in today's trade.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Jasmeet, for that. And now joining us, we have Akshay P. Bhagwat. He's the Senior VP at JM Financial. Good afternoon, Akshay. Always a pleasure to have you. Jasmeet was just talking about InfoEdge. Just wanted to get a quick chart check on this, especially on the medium-term basis. If anything, looking well on the weekly or the monthly charts for this counter.
Firstly, good afternoon to all. So a massive upside on an intraday front in InfoEdge, almost I think 10-12% up, and we see a double bottom positive breach of on the charts at the level of 1070, which triggers the technical breakout today. And this promises us a possible upside target till 1275 on the positional front.
What about the Nifty Bank and the benchmark at this point, Akshay? Because ultimately we seem to be moving towards a little bit of petering out of the momentum that we've seen in the recent past. Do we see some flagging take place in the near term, and what are the trends you're picking up from the expiry day?
Yeah, so for Bank Nifty, you see last month was one of the months where Bank Nifty was clearly the showstopper. There was a one-way momentum up move. Now in July, it is the time where it gets into a sideways consolidation zone. The momentum is just temporarily off. It gets into a hibernation zone where probably 57,500 and 58,700 is the trading zone for Bank Index. It is expected to consolidate within this trading range. And if Bank Nifty consolidates, I believe Nifty too shall see some bit of a profit booking around the levels of 24,500 to 24,600. If you look at the Nifty, it's only the IT index which is currently in support of the Nifty, and because of which Nifty has managed to clock in some gains in the monthly trading sessions. So for the weekly expiry day, the movement I think should be confined now in the last 1 hour to trade, but clearly today Nifty dropping back below 24,500. We have seen some profit booking in Nifty at these levels, and the chances are high that this profit booking can extend till 24,250 in the coming days.
Okay. So, but what is your broader strategy? Would you say it's a buy on dip, or would you say on the sidelines? And what are the individual stocks that you like, Akshay?
So absolutely, the strategy is buy on dips. If it is more of a trading buy, you're looking at 24,200, 24,250. Whenever this dip offers you the opportunity on the Nifty spot, that is the time when you take buy positions, make re-entry on Nifty as an index. Current levels, we are not comfortable buying the index. So buy on dips is the strategy. And as far as the stocks go, the stocks still have good momentum in them. So the stock selection first is Jubilant Food, where a possible double bottom seems in the making. Stock is up 4% today, and we are looking at possible targets till 477 to 487 on the short-term trading front. Maintain a stop loss of days low of 427 on this trading bet. And the second recommendation would be in ONGC, where we believe the downside is behind us for the time being in the month of July. Looking at potential targets of 255 to 267 on short-term charts with a stop loss at 232.
Very interesting pick. So Jubilant in particular reacting to news updates also. And Sharad, this was in Soumit's heard on the street, right, because there was an expectation that even though the numbers are not great, they were better than expected, or they were expected to be better than consensus. Exactly. And that's what's panned out.
It's like a khabar confirmed for us. Soumit does this. But let's just pull out the Nifty contributors chart also and see what's happening there. Of course, the good momentum is coming in from the IT space, IT contribution, TCS and Infosys is there on your screen. Let's also pull out the Nifty IT constituents, what they are doing there. Of course, the top sectoral gainer also, and the important stocks, if you could point that out. Yes, we have mid-cap name also, and we have Persistent System at the top, up almost 4%, TCS, everything doing well between 2 to 3%. But Jasmeet is back with us, and he's going to share us the details on why the IT stocks are buzzing in trade. What are the key reasons, Jasmeet?
Well, sure. Thank you for that. We see a good day for IT altogether. Nifty IT is up nearly 2,500 points from the lows. And here are the top 5 key reasons why IT is buzzing. Well, the first one is Morgan Stanley's strategy note, where it notes that Nifty IT can be a dark horse going ahead, given a lot of IT companies, a lot of enterprise will require IT companies to import and apply AI solution services into their systems. Firstly, that. Secondly, the overall valuations remains at a 10-year cheap level, roughly between 12 to 14 times for big large cap names like TCS, Infosys, HCL Tech. They're currently at 12 to 14 odd times. While the third one, it's a beaten down sector. From the all-time highs, Nifty IT is down about 40 odd %, and in this year alone, the Nifty IT is down about 30 odd %. So right now, the risk and rewards seems ideal. While the fourth reason is technical support. Now, we do see that on technical chart that this is the range where Nifty IT has bounced back in the past as well. So a good technical setup also seen for the IT stocks. And the fifth one, a lot of brokerages have been bullish on this counter as they state that the AI sell-off has been overdone. But still, the demand slowdown is something that will be focused going ahead. And lastly, if you look at the return potential for TCS and Infosys, it's between 24 to 26 odd %. So we do see good up moves expected by the brokerages as well. And TCS results are expected on Thursday post-market, so that will something to be watched out for given how the IT momentum continues from there on.
All right. Thanks so much, Jasmeet, for that. Sunny, a lot of that, what I'm hearing ultimately is the fact that valuations have come off as much as they have. And so therefore, it's a good opportunity if you think that the selling is overdone. But it's not like this same song has not been sung earlier in the year as well. And at that moment, you thought, okay, selling is overdone. And then the fall was further 5, 7, 10%. So the question is, are we still staring at a value trap here?
Yeah, Alex, obviously, we all know that FY27 is likely to be a muted year in terms of earning growth for, especially for a tier 1 IT companies. And maybe the growth will be in the range of 3 to 4% when it comes to constant currency. Now, the question is whether the deflationary impact because of AI, whether it will be offset by a new offering, bundled offering to existing clients. That is the point to be seen. No doubt, valuations have definitely turned comfortable, 12 to 14 times P multiple, free cash flow yield in the range of 4 to 6%, dividend yield in the range of 5 to 6%. So I think downside seems to be limited, but for upside, definitely it will look forward to an earning growth going forward. So I think few select companies which I feel are slightly ahead in the race are recently we have seen Coforge acquiring big company, Persistent acquiring Novaro, HCL Tech diversifying its revenue business. But as we speak, we believe that the product companies are well placed, wherein the risk reward seems to be favorable. So companies like OFSS or Intellect Design, C Infosystem, which is a MapMyIndia. So these are the few product-based companies which are relatively well placed as compared to an IT services business.
And product. But Akshay, anything looking good on the charts, be it a product company, a mid-cap IT or a large-cap IT, where you think a good trade can be made here?
Yeah, so look, the IT names, most of them had a lot of shorting bets. Mainly, I'm talking of the heavyweights, and ahead of the core Q1 numbers, majority of them have seen short covering. So I doubt that post results, the same kind of momentum will continue. It's just a first round of pullback move, which we see in most of the IT names. These are completely short-term trading bets. So if you are keen on them, Infosys can be one where I still believe that from the current level of 1074, we can have this stock moving up till 1100 on 1105 on the upside. The second stock you can look forward to in this category will be LTM Limited, which is around 3862. This too has legs to go all the way till 4000. But again, this is a short-term trading move which we are looking at and not a positional recovery move.
Okay, I'm being told by Sharad that we should pull up the rupee. Can we do that? And seemingly the currency is making a move.
Strong gains coming in, Alex,
gains?
near that 94 mark.
Okay. So there you go. Okay. All right. That's not something that you see every day. Of course, in the recent past, you've seen quite a bit of volatility. By the way, for a chart of the rupee in the USD INR pair, a chart that moves downward is actually good news.
Positive for us.
It's good news. Right, so it's a minus is good. So you're appreciating for the currency. You're moving close to that 95 mark. Of course, you had gone to 94.5, and then suddenly on one particular day you slipped very sharply about 60 or 65 paise, and you moved to that 95.3 mark. So this kind of move is actually pretty robust. Let's see if it continues. I do want to ask about Trent though, because this is where, and we were talking about this at the start. and pull up the intraday chart for Trent, the margin for error for a management that has been delivering and a company that has been delivering repeatedly at 20+% growth rates is wafer thin. So what are the factors that are contributing to this kind of selling? Let's bring in Mahima to talk about some of that. Mahima, it's getting bent out of shape at this stage.
Yeah, that's the case, Alex. And it's not every day that you see a stock like a Nifty 50 stock like Trent falling around 11%, right? So there is something which is concerning the investors. I think the first factor is that the revenue growth came in at 19% below the analyst estimates. The estimate was around 20 to 22 odd percent. So that's one aspect of it. But I think what the street is not liked is also the fact that the growth has been below 20% mark for the last 5 quarters. Now 20% growth is going to be the new normal, and we'll have to see whether over and above that 20% mark is sustained or not. Plus, in terms of operational metrics, I think weak revenue per square feet trend is something that brokers are watching out for, investors are watching out for. There's also same-store sales growth which is being impacted on account of one, competition, two, the store cannibalization, because there are a lot of Zudio stores in the same area, and that is causing cannibalization. And the last aspect is with regards to the store addition, because they added only one West Side store this quarter, which was disappointing, and that is something that the street is not like, because the guidance given so far is that they will expand more in terms of West Side and Zudio stores. So this is the overall aspect of what's not worked this quarter and why the stock has nosedived so much today.
Okay, simple question. Thanks so much for that, Mahima. Simple question, Sunny, which is that Trent down over 10%, but is it enough of a correction in the valuation for you to be comfortable at this point, or would you wait for further downside?
Alex would like to wait because the valuation continue to remain very steep as we speak, and for a 19-20% kind of growth business, I don't think so street will ascribe a 70 or 80 times price to earning multiple. So a very similar case we have witnessed even in consumer staple businesses, where most often consumer staple businesses were trading at 40-50 price to earning multiple, and with the tepid growth we have seen that most of the companies have underperformed during the last 3 to 4 years. So I think in case the growth trajectory or in case there is no acceleration in the growth, henceforth we may see a degrading in terms of valuation multiple. So better to wait and watch and look forward to management commentary during the monthly numbers.
Wait and watch when it comes to Trend from Sunny. But moving on, discussion continues in the consumption space. Jewelry stocks are in focus on the back of their Q1 business updates, and Mahima is back with us. Mahima, what are the key updates looking like?
So, Ashad, yesterday we saw tales of two banks, right? Today it's the tale of two jewelry names, because we have on one end Titan, which has done very well, but on the other hand you have Kalyan Jewellers, which is again taken a knock in trade today. I'll start with Titan first, because overall the domestic business saw growth of 37 odd percent, consumer business saw growth of around 41 odd percent, jewelry overall has seen a growth of around 39 odd percent, watches have also seen a double-digit growth of over that 23% mark. You also have eye care, which has seen a growth of around 23 odd percent. Plus, emerging business has also done very well at that 19% mark growth, and international business has also managed to grow at that 128% mark. For watches, overall analog watches is where the main growth came in from, but smart watches is something where the pressure continued. Buyer growth came in the jewelry business. I think that is something that the street has liked this quarter, because that was in double digit, and average ticket size also went up by double digits. Emerging business overall fragrances grew in mid-teens, women bags clocked a double-digit growth, and you have Taneira, which also saw low single-digit growth. International business, strong traction in the North America business, but overall there is recovery which has been seen in the Middle East business as well. Kalyan Jewellers on the other side, the expectations were that this could pose a growth of around 50 odd percent, and it came in at 38%, and that's why it's seen a knock in trade today, although recovered from its day's low point, of course. But the growth was lowered as compared to what it did in the last 2 quarters as well. Same-store sales growth stood at 28% mark. Plus the recycle gold percentage went up to 55%. International operations, however, have done well at a growth of 35%, but Middle East did see a revenue growth of 30%, but it was impacted because of the Middle East crisis, and that's why we've seen the top line going down at just the growth of 38 odd percent. They also launched 12 Kalyan showrooms and 5 Candor showrooms in India. The last one on the list is the very recent one that came in is PNG Jewellers, where the retail segment grew by 56 odd percent. Same-store sales growth growth stood at 46 odd percent, and revenue growth was at 41%. So largely, in line, though the stock is down by about 1%. So this is the overall business update. In fact, updates coming in just the jewelry space that we've seen.
Got it. Thanks so much, Mahima, for that. What stands out to me is that Titan is standing apart from the crowd in this place.
And it's holding the valuation premium also.
Isn't it? Because in a quarter where there was a statement by the Prime Minister to say, hey, don't go out and buy gold, and in the West Asia, you had so much disruption. They have presence there. International business has grown well, 100+% revenue growth, and they've got 40+% revenue growth here.
And that is why they are commanding the premium in the markets. But Alex, one more thing I wanted to add is the gold prices, which are there.
They've come
a lot
off.
of inventory gains also. So likely that gold prices might be consolidation or on the lower side in the second quarter as well.
How much gold did you buy?
Well, there is no wedding season for me. I'm already married. But of course, Akshay, just wanted to get your views in as well. On the jewelry pack, the premium valuation seems to be back for Titan. Do you think this momentum can sustain going ahead? Of course, the numbers are expected to come in a couple of weeks or so. But how do you see the charts right now?
Yeah, so we have registered an all-time high in Titan today. But if you look at the chart structure, in the last 3 months, one particular characteristic is whenever this stock hits an all-time high and moves 1 or 2% above those levels, there is a tendency for this stock to correct by 3 or 4%. So I believe similar tendency can unfold again. It does not mean that the positional or the long-term view changes. It is just from a trading perspective that around the levels of 4650, 4700, you can have a corrective downside all the way back till 4400 or 4450. So it's an alert only if you're a short-term fresh buyer at the current zone. If you have it in your portfolio with a holding of over 1 month plus perspective, continue to remain invested.
Got it. Okay. All right. So that's the view on the jewelry company, specifically on Titan. Let's go across to Soumit Sarkar now, who's had a lot of interesting updates from the dealing rooms recently and quite a few khabars confirmed. I'm curious about what he has in his pitara today. Good afternoon, Soumit.
Good afternoon, Alex. First stock is Blue Jet Health. Now, the company opened their QIP yesterday, but what I'm picking up from dealers is that large mutual funds and prominent PMS are among the buyers in this fundraise. Specifically, two names that dealers have highlighted, ICICI Pru, AMC and Inam Capital are among the top buyers in this QIP. Apart from that, there is Redco Logistics. There are buy flows on the PMS and the HNI desk. Dealers indicate that a fundraise announcement could come in anytime soon here. For SBI Life, there are buy flows on institutional desks. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating this counter in trade, and dealers are indicating that the June month life insurance data numbers are expected to be quite strong for SBI Life. When it comes to Solar Active, there's a buzz of an announcement of company selling its ibuprofen plant that is expected to come in anytime soon is what the street is anticipating. When it comes to a couple of other names, Bharti Airtel and Z Entertainment, there are buy flows on DI desk. Dealers are indicating that the selling pressure that was on both these counters is now largely over. And lastly, when it comes to Inox Green, buy flows on the large HNI desk is what dealers have indicated. They're expecting a couple of positive announcements to come in very soon when it comes to Inox Green. So keep an eye out for that counter as well.
Thanks a lot, Soumit, for that interesting list Soumit has got for us. But I want to pick up Bharti Airtel. Of course, the entire telecom segment, we have seen a good momentum coming in. There's a price hikes also expected. ARPU numbers are going up. Sunny, how do you position this entire sector right now? Positive news flows are coming. But Bharti Airtel at this juncture, what does the overall momentum look like for the stock?
Remain constructive on the telecom space, although there has been some delay in terms of price hike which was expected during the calendar year 25. But now with a gap of almost 12 to 18 months, we believe that a second half of calendar year 26 should witness some price hike, and that should give further leg up in terms of ARPU growth. In terms of subscriber, I think the migration story from Vodafone to Bharti and Jio, that is likely to take a backseat as we speak. So I think the growth driver going forward will be an price hike, and at the same time, most of the companies have completed their majority of the capex on 5G side. So I think when cash flow going forward should be relatively better for both Bharti as well as Jio. So Bharti continue to remain top pick. I think the fair value of the business is closer to 2200, 2250 with an investment horizon of 12 months.
About SBI Life also, Akshay, I want to get your views on this. Strong set of operational numbers expected. Life insurance stocks have been a good hedge also in times of uncertainty. Do you think a good momentum can happen? Any important levels to track here, Akshay, for SBI Life?
Absolutely. I do believe the momentum can trigger in by the second half of July. There is pretty much evidence on the technical charts that 1740, 1750 zone is a strong support. It is there to stay. The volumes are picking up strong in the support zone, and the indications are that we are moving up, possibly for upsides till 1920 for the month of July.
Got it. Okay. All right. Interesting developments in the defense space as well. And this has to do specifically with the India-Indonesia agreement. They've unveiled 20 key outcomes following Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Jakarta. And Puneet is joining in with a key list of those announcements specifically to do with the defense pack as well. And quite a few of these buzzing in trade today, Puneet.
Well, most certainly, and it's a big agreement that comes through as well. Follows on to the previous meets that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had with the President of Indonesia, and continuing to see progress, especially on the India East policy. So this is, of course, one of the key important meets out of the three. He's going to be traveling to Australia as well as New Zealand as Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But there's been a lot of progress being made with Indonesia in terms of agriculture, pharmaceuticals, maritime. Of course, in terms of technology, minerals, as well as steel supply chain has also been looked at. But we want to focus on defense as well as a key agreement for Steel Authority of India too. So that is the first one. In terms of BrahMos, there's going to be increased cooperation that they'll be looking at as well. So let's look at the next plate through. And there are some companies, now there's still a lot to be watched out for, but companies that are already very entrenched in the BrahMos supply chain agreement. PTC Industries is one of the bigger ones where they supply critical titanium castings. You also have Data Patterns that makes electronics as well as subsystems. And for Data Patterns also, they have already made the first variant of the Seeker, which is at the edge and at the start essentially of the missiles. Very key important product that Data Patterns has a big benefit of. In the next 4 to 5 months, the company had stated at the end of Q4 that they'll be looking at a lot more on those. In terms of the other companies, Premier Explosive as well as Solar Industries make propulsion as well as solid propellants for the missile systems within BrahMos as well. So they are also another key beneficiaries as well. Agreement number 2 is on air-to-air surface air missiles, and this has been, of course, been developed by DRDO, but mass-produced by Bharat Dynamics. So they are another big beneficiary, and this is entrenched in the Astra weapons systems. Finally, you have another last key agreement. These are, of course, related to defense, but Steel Authority of India and Indonesia's PT Krakatau Steel have actually formed a joint venture right now. They'll be looking to collaborate on stainless steel as well as rare earth magnets, and this joint production as well as access to technology will be shared. So these are the 3 important ones out of the 20 outcomes we saw, but defense definitely getting additional fillip today.
Sunny, very quick view. We're running out of time, but your top picks in the defense pack based on what we've just discussed, specifically the BrahMos program?
I think Bharat Dynamics continue to remain the top pick, sitting on a very good order book. Although execution, we have seen some slippages, but we believe FY27 execution should pick up, and hence in terms of number delivery, FY27 should be far better here as compared to FY26.
Got it. Okay. All right. Gentlemen, on that note, thank you so much for joining in. On the other side of the break, we'll be in conversation with Rudramurthy BV, who is a founder and director of Vachna Investments, as well as Sudeep Pandopadhyay, who's a market expert. Gentlemen, stay with us. We'll be back on the other side of the break for what I think will be an interesting close to trade.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी. It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news.
Welcome back to India Market Close from NDTV Profit, Suzlon Studio. And now we are joined in by our two guests, Sudeep Bandyopadhyay as well as Rudramurthy BV. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Rudra sir, I want to start with you. Of course, the technical setup on the medium term looks strong for both Nifty and Nifty Bank. What will be the key levels to watch out for?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me in the show. See, for me, 24,200 on Nifty spot is the strong support. And yes, you have a very short hurdle or a resistance kicking in at 24,500. I see definitely some signs of tiredness. I'm still very bullish on market for medium to longer time frame, but then I won't be surprised to see a 200-300 point kind of a correction in Nifty, and levels closer to the 24,000 to 24,200 on Nifty will be a better level to enter fresh. And in terms of Bank Nifty, the same level comes at around 57,000 to 57,500, where the strong support lies. So I will wait for a dip towards levels closer to that 57,000 to 57,500 on Nifty Bank, and on Nifty I will wait for 24,000 to 24,200, and then I will look at buying it fresh. But at current market price, I will definitely be very sector specific and stock specific. At index level, yes, some amount of retracement and profit booking can be expected.
Got it. All right. It's time for an interesting conversation with the management, in fact, of Cochin Shipyard. It's in focus on account of the successful offer for sale. But of course, we're going to talk to the management about the order book as well as the pipeline going forward and various other targets for the rest of FY27. We're going to be speaking with Mr. Jose Vijay, who's the chairman and managing director of the company. Before we do, though, let's head across to Parth to talk about a few of the key details. I'm told that it's going to take a little bit of time to get my colleague
Alex,
Parth
there
in.
is an important news flow also that the OFS has been fully subscribed. So there is a good, participation which is coming from institution. That itself is looking like a good strength is coming. And now we are again joined in by Parth. Parth, could you just set this up conversation with us for Cochin Shipyard?
Absolutely, Sharad. So, in the recent time, Cochin Shipyard has seen some downside pressure with the stock being down almost 50% from its all-time highs and has also declined almost 20% in the last 2 months, which was basically on the back of the weak Q4 results. But if we talk about their order book, first of all, then it stands at around 21,100 crores with around 75 vessels under various execution stages. Among the big ones, they have 3,240 crore LNG container ship order, and also Cochin was selected as the L1 bidder for a 5,000 crore next generation survey vessel program as well. So the order book for the company remains pretty solid. And also lastly, about a vertical that Cochin is focusing a lot on is the ship repair vertical, because this vertical has the ability to generate recurring and long-term revenues for the company. Cochin is involved in the entire life cycle in the ship repair segment, from repairs to refits to updates and even maintenance as well, and commands a market share of around 45% in the India's entire ship repair market. Also, the ability of Cochin's aircraft carrier repair gives them a very good competitive advantage that stops competitors from entering in this area. So how well Cochin is able to execute their order book and expand its ship repair vertical will be something that investors need to track going forward.
Got it. All right. Thanks so much, Parth, for that. Interesting updates there. Mr. Jose Vijay joining us today to have a conversation about the outlook going forward. So thanks so much for taking the time, and pleasure speaking with you. First of all, congratulations to the company and everybody involved for the completion of the OFS. As we understand, is gotten fully subscribed, and that is only a testament to the work that the team is putting together right now. So let me start by asking you about the outlook for FY27, the current financial year. What are the major aspects that you're focused on with regard to the size of the order book right now and the completion of the orders that you have in place?
Yeah, good afternoon, and happy to hear that our offers has been subscribed fully. See, regarding the order book, 21,000 crore, which you mentioned, does not include that 5,000 crore in which we have become L1 for that NGSV. So if you add to that to the order book, it will be around 26,500 crores. And that normally we aspire to have around 3 to 4 times of our turnover as an aspirational order book. So we are right now, it is there. And so we are well on course to achieve our target. Normally we guide around 12 to 15% growth over year on year. So normally to the investors, we conservatively guide 12%, but internally we target around 12 to 15%, and we will fall between 12 to 15 normally.
So the other question, sir, is, and I'm sure that we'll get into some more details of some of the major projects that are coming, but this vertical that has to do with ship repair. Now, one of the issues, of course, in a business like yours is because of the kind of projects that you take up, the gestation process is pretty long, and so you can have peaks and troughs in your quarterly run rate, right? So is this vertical going to contribute to mitigate the impact of that? What is the kind of contribution that it can have going forward?
Sure. Because as you rightly said, the gestation period for shipbuilding is very high. So it is not. We normally tell our investors not to track us on a quarter-to-quarter basis, but ship repair it's always constant. So if you take our ship repair turnover, it constitutes around 25% of the total turnover, and that vertical we are seeing substantial growth. And you must be aware that we are also setting up a ship repair facility in Vadina, Gujarat, for which Cabinet has already cleared the proposal, and the project cost is around 1,570 crores. So the ship repair, that last year we did around 1,500 to 600 crores, and over the next 3 years we will 2,500 crores over a period of 3 years.
Mr. Jose, apologies, while you were describing that, the feed froze. So I'm going to actually ask you to repeat that. Last year you did 1,500 to 1,600 crore, and over the next 3 years, how do you see it moving?
We will in next 3 years, we will achieve around 2,500 crores by next 3 years. That's what our plan.
Right. And Jose sir, good afternoon. Sharad here. Now, what are the plans going ahead for scaling your exports business? I presume it's around 15 to 20% of the revenue mix right now. How does this change?
See, if you you rightly said that last year it was 15 to 20% of the revenue mix. But if you take the order book of 21,100 crores, out of that, the export order is around 7,300 crores. That constitutes around 35%. So going forward, we feel that our export turnover will be around 30%. From 15 to 20, we will be able to take it to 25 to 30%. And as you can see that out of the order book, now 65% comes from the defense segment and 35% from the commercial and the export orders. Our aim is to take it to 50-50.
Right, and sir, looking at the defense order pipeline, a lot of programs are there from the government, IAC, LPD, a lot of opportunities are there. Now, realistically, how much of that conversion is actually possible between 12 to 24 months?
See, there are around a lot of defense programs are going on for the new orders. Out of that, we are keenly interested in the LPD project. There are 4 LPD and the total order value can be approximately 32,000 crores. I don't know the exact amount. So we feel that having proven our capability in building the aircraft carrier, there we have more heads towards winning that contract. That's what we feel.
Mr. Jose, you mentioned that the aim is to take the export contribution to 50%. But when does this happen? Do you have clarity on that, or do you have an idea as to when you can achieve this?
No, what I meant was that after the order book, the total should be 50-50. That means the 50 including domestic as well as export.
Understood. So, and you also described the size of this LPD, but I'm just trying to understand that, say in FY27 and FY28, what is the kind of bidding pipeline that you foresee?
See, from the domestic front, around 10,000 crores order book is in the bidding pipeline. Apart from the defense sector.
Okay.
Defense sector, almost around 40 to 50,000 crores pipelines are there. And we are aggressively participating in all the tenders. And so the chances of winning is maybe around 25 to 30%. Even if that also that is a substantial amount. And the export orders, it's come through reference. It's not through bidding. And we are also discussing with DCI, Dredging Corporation of India, for a repeat order for a dredger, which is being constructed by us for them now.
I just want to ask a follow-up to that. Considering the kind of size, and of course these are large projects, so obviously the ticket size of each of these projects will be very large, right? But having said that, how much are you likely to be held back, Mr. Jose, by capacity? Because you're already operating, one would assume, at pretty high efficiency, and these are long gestation projects, as you pointed out. So at what point will you reach a stage where you have to say, okay, I'm going to strategically bid for X, Y, and Z, and I cannot take more?
See, now, if you see, we have recently commissioned 2 large capex. One, the large dry dock of 310 meters and a ship lift system of around 1,000 crores investment. So all put together, it's around 1,000 crores projects that has been commissioned. So the advantages which Cochin Shipyard is having compared to other shipyards are that we have a ready-built infra ready now. When the government of India has announced all these schemes, we have the infra ready for readily available. And going forward, I don't think there will be any dearth of orders for any shipyards in India. Only challenge will be the availability of infra as well as the execution capability. I think Cochin Shipyard is in the forefront in both scenarios.
Just to put things in perspective, what would be the capex amounts, for the next financial year or 2 to 3 years? Any earmarked amount for that?
See, we have completed our largest capex of around 3,000 crores for the large projects. Now we don't have any large capex coming forward except for that Vadinar ship repair cluster. There our capex is around 920 crores. That is over a period of 3 years. Other than that, we have small capex. So all put together around 2,000 to 2,500 crores over a period of 3 years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jose, for taking the time for speaking to us on NDTV Profit, and wish you all the best for FY27. Look forward to speaking after the numbers, after the earnings.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, our pleasure. All right. Sudeep has been listening into that conversation. Sudeep, the stock down about 3.5% at this stage, and that's understandable considering that there was a stake sale that took place. So, what do you make of the commentary by the management? The fact that they're trying to shore up the ship repairing vertical. There's quite a bit in the way of pipeline for orders that they could win even over the course of the next 24 months.
Absolutely. I think the strategy is right. I think they're moving in the right direction. Ship repair, particularly aircraft carrier repair capability, is definitely going to add kind of a stability to their earnings. I think you guys mentioned that shipbuilding is a long gestation project, and earnings always tend to be lumpy. To smoothen out things, I think ship repair can play a big role because there the earnings are evenly spread out. They are expanding the facility to Gujarat, Vadina, and that also should come on stream in about 3 years' time. So I think this is going to be a differentiated company. I think we have on one hand the Bazaar dock, which is looking into submarines and other things. We have Garden Beach Shipyard, which is again into a slightly different domain. And now Bazaar dock with a significant repair capability and also thrust on export, I think gives us a right kind of mix as far as this particular company is concerned. So I have been positive on all the three shipyard companies actually, and Bazaar dock has been our favorite, of course. But we do like Cochin Shipyard as well. And at current level, from a long-term investor perspective, this can be definitely worth looking at.
It's worth looking at for Cochin Shipyard. But Rudra sir, I wanted to get your BTST or STBT trade for today. We are at that time of the day.
So for me, Eternal looks good, and if someone wants to have a long trade to carry for tomorrow, I will be a buyer in Eternal at current market price. Look at targets of around 295, 300 to come, and one can have a stop loss of around 285.
I just want to pull up the intraday for the benchmark. We've slipped into the red and we're now trading very close to that 24,400 mark, but below that mark. Of course, the last 10 minutes or so, we've seen a bit of a slide. Now, we're not talking about big ranges. Ultimately, we've been in a very narrow range for the benchmark Nifty 50, but more selling coming through in Adani Enterprises, Adani Ports, Bharti, BEL as well, Bharat Electronics. You have Cipla that's losing ground, Tata Motors as well. But no very big losers apart from Trent. Rudra, this is par for the course, really, because there was an expectation that there would be money taken off the table. This is panning out.
Say yes, Alex, 24,500 on Nifty spot has been a very small resistance. It will be taken off, and yes, it's a matter of time. We will go to 24,800 and 25,000 levels soon. But only thing is we have to see a 200, 300 point kind of a retracement and then move towards the 25,000 can come. So I will definitely be on the sidelines, wait for those levels of 24,000 to 24,200 on Nifty, and then only enter into fresh long position, or wait for 24,500 to be taken off. And once we decisively close above 24,500, yes, then the move towards the 25,000 on Nifty can come. You have to be very sector specific and stock specific, and result season will play the key role now to determine the next big move. Now Brent under check, volatility index under check. Last 2 days FIIs have been buying this market. So all these are positive sign, but we should not forget that yes, from the recent lows, we have already moved around 1,500 points on Nifty. So now we are seeing some amount of consolidation. So for medium to longer time frame, I'm still bullish on this market. Wait for a dip which can be about 300 to 500 point on Nifty. And at levels closer to the 24,000 to 24,200, fresh entry can be made on the long side.
All right. You know, at the start of the year, Sharad, if you bought Swiggy thinking that you would set off the expenses that you would be incurring by ordering food in, by buying the share and saying, you know, I'll make some money through Swiggy, then you've been completely wrong.
So you paid delivery fees, but
and you've lost money. And you've lost money. But so look at this, right? The year-to-date chart for Swiggy, it's down 30+%. But then some of that has gotten mitigated in trade today. Take a look at the intraday chart for Swiggy. It's up about 7.3% in trade today. The question is, why? Why is it finding buying today? And Mahima joining in to talk about that. It's a situation, Mahima, perhaps of a few things improving, a few metrics improving. Who's saying this though?
Right, so there are two things to this, Alex, right? The first one, of course, they did have a roadshow, which IFL has covered in their note quite significantly as to what, the outlook for the company is. But I think the more important aspect is with regards to the exchange filing that came out today in market hours, saying that, now Swiggy foreign investment stands at around 49.76% mark. So it is below the threshold of 50% mark. The ownership control, of course, or status of the company, basically, this ownership and control of foreign investors in the company basically means that this again could mean that the Swiggy will approach the board saying that now we want to become an Indian-owned, Indian-controlled company. Last time, if viewers remember it correctly, what happened was that they did go to the board. It was approved by the board, but shareholders meeting, it got rejected for Swiggy to become an Indian-owned, Indian-controlled company. So that is one aspect. The second aspect is that with regards to the roadshow, they said that for food delivery business, new offerings are aimed at expanding category adoption. Management reiterated their confidence of sustaining healthy growth while maintaining profitability, and margin expansion from here on is expected based on operating leverage. For quick commerce, they've maintained the stance that Q1 is when contribution margin break even happens. They remain focused on achieving profitable growth through better monetization, retention, as well as network utilization. For Dine Out, what they've said is that already at that 1% margin mark, they target to reach 5% on USD 1 billion of gross order value within the next 2 years. And other takeaways also include that management said that they remain comfortable with their current balance sheet. They're expecting food delivery profitability and treasury to increasingly offset the quick commerce investment, and overall property brands, premium assortment and innovation-led consumer engagement are the factors that will lead to long-term growth. So this is the overall view of what's causing that spike in the stock in trade today.
Thanks so much, Mahima, for that. The question though is, Sudeep, are these reasons enough for you to say that you will buy into Swiggy right now? Because ultimately, seemingly, according to a lot of commentators in the space, the game is being won and lost not in the food delivery space, but in the quick commerce space. And so, from that perspective, if a Zepto is giving them huge competition, if an Eternal is giving them huge competition through Blinkit, then where is the question of buying into Swiggy? What's your opinion?
Well, I think one development which has happened, Alex, which is very interesting, is that, and again, this completely pertains to the quick commerce piece, which is the Indian-owned, Indian-controlled. I think last time they lost at the shareholders meeting, and that was a big setback for Swiggy, because you can't own inventory if you're not an Indian-owned, Indian-managed company. And I think they are going back to the shareholders, and this development of shareholding coming below 50% is interesting. Now they should again and would, I'm sure, go back to the shareholders and try and convert it officially into an Indian-owned, Indian-managed company. And that will allow them to maintain inventory, which definitely has a significant positive impact on the margins and the profitability of the company as far as quick commerce is concerned. So I would say that this is a mildly positive development, but otherwise you're absolutely right. In this business, particularly quick commerce, I think it's winner takes all, which is what happens. And I think Blinkit Eternal really has won it by being miles away from both Swiggy as well as Zepto. Of course, Zepto is fighting and Zepto is trying multiple things. They are up for an IPO very soon. And I think Swiggy is probably the challenger at this stage. Let's see what happens. So as far as the question of whether I should buy Swiggy or not, I think I'll be careful. I will watch the space. I will let the company get the shareholders nod for becoming an Indian-owned, Indian-operated company, and then take a call.
Right. Let's mark rupee. It has strengthened past that 95 mark as well as we are discussing. But on the other hand, markets are at the day's low as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sudeep and Rudra sir, for taking out the time for both the market views and the stock views as well. But moving on, there's an important development coming in. SEBI has reintroduced open market share buybacks through stock exchanges from August 1. Nimit is joining us with more details on this development. Nimit, it seems like the rules are easing here.
Yeah, the rule. I mean, this is the announcement itself is not new. If you remember, we had reported that in the June 19th meeting and before that, SEBI has allowed open market buybacks. What they've done now is come out with the rules for that, how they're going to go about it. Now, the important thing to note is that before buybacks were sort of phased out in 2025, but they were being phased out since 2023. There were a bunch of regulations that were very restrictive and non-transparent and not very investor friendly. So SEBI, the version 2.0 that it's rolled out now, takes care of all those criteria. Let's go through those. Firstly, it says that the open market buybacks will be capped at 15% of paid up capital. This is the same as it was in 2023. The other same one, that is that no buybacks will reduce public float below the MPS, minimum public shareholding. Now, these are the laws that already were there. The new ones that they've introduced, interestingly, is that promoters and promoter groups will not be allowed to participate, and their shares will in fact remain frozen during the buyback period, a big one there. Then also they've made the appointment of a merchant banker optional to companies that want to undergo a buyback. Here, earlier it was mandatory. And also the timelines. Earlier a buyback could be kept open for about 6 months. Now they've reduced that to 66 days, which is in favor of the investor, and make sure that this gets done quickly without any scope for manipulation. And they must electronically inform all shareholders within a day of the public announcement of the buyback. I'll leave you right now with a tongue twister that SEBI is bringing buybacks back again, but with a new twist that it's going to be investor friendly and it's going to close out much faster than it used to previously.
Okay, not a very difficult tongue twister, Nimit. You're going to have to work a little harder to make our tongues twist. But let's take a look at where the markets are ending. We've seen a bit of a sell-off towards the end of trade, just about 1/3%. And pull up the intraday chart for the Nifty 50, and you will see that in the last 15 to 20 minutes, you've seen a slide, a pretty sharp slide to trade at the day's low. We've broken well below that 24,400 mark. And if you pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50, perhaps you'll see who the culprits are and whether there's a shift in the amount of green on the screen. There indeed is. At the start of this 1 hour, you had the greens that were all the way till the middle point.
And there has been an increase, but the IT is still holding up. Look at the stocks, HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra, Infosys doing well, but look at Trent, a sell-off intensified, down 13%.
13%
that's
drop.
A big, kind of a punishment.
Yeah, it's the accident of the day, no questions about that. But you're also seeing sharper cuts for Adani Enterprises. The others really are not too much to speak of. Even a cut of 1.6%, 1.7% for ports, it's not too much. But really, the shift has happened in the broader markets as well. Pull up the intraday chart for the mid-cap index. We're trading not too far from the low point of the day. It's not too much in the way of strength here. And we're definitely trading at the low point of the day for the small cap index. And in fact, the advanced decline ratio has shifted pretty sharply in favor of the declines. Now, there is only one advance or one gainer for every 2 declines. So that gap is widened. In fact, it's significantly more than that.
Exactly. And if you look at the sectoral move also, let's just get in the sectoral heat map to show you. IT is holding up, consumer durables is holding up, but look at the sectors. Most of them are in red. Defense, realty and metal, all three have seen a sell-off intensifying at least in the last 1.5 hours of trade.
Yeah, and these are all sectors, Sharad, that had gained in the recent past.
So profit booking
absolutely, particularly for the defense pack that was buzzing in trade. Realty, as you pointed out, quite a few of these stocks doing particularly well. Of course, metal, there is good reason with the underlying commodities also under pressure. It was always expected that it could see some pressure, but the CPSE as well. You have the Nifty Bank that's dropped about 0.25%, and really that is perhaps a talking point as we wind down in the last 10 seconds or so to the end of trade. If you were to sum up today's session and look at the way that we're closing pretty much at the low point of the day for the benchmark Nifty 50, down about 1/3%. If you were to sum up today's session, Sharad, you would say that there is a little bit of money being taken off the table because of the kind of run that we've had over the last, and the expiry impact. And particularly in the broader markets, there's a little bit of cool off in the kind of gains that we've had. That is par for the course. It remains to be seen whether we rise tomorrow or not, and you'll find that out soon enough. In the meanwhile, from Sharad and myself and the team that put this show together, from the NDTV Profit Suze Lawn Studio, thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned. This is NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're tuned into Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin consolidates but still remains above the $63,500 mark. Ethereum staking hits all-time high with 40 million Ethereum coins. Taiwan passes its first comprehensive crypto stablecoin law. And lastly, German banks to open crypto trading for 50 million customers. Well, let's talk about blockchain. That's the topic of the day. Now think of a blockchain as a khata book. Now that's shared with everyone. Normally, a khata book is maintained by one shopkeeper. If you buy something on credit, the shopkeeper writes it down and everyone trusts that one person to keep the records accurately. Now imagine that instead of just one khata book entry, shopkeeper in the market has the exact same copy, and whenever a new transaction happens, everyone updates their copy at the same time. Now before it's added, everyone checks that it's genuine or not. Now, if someone tries to erase or change an old entry in one khata book, it won't match the thousands of other copies, and the mismatch is immediately obviously, and the change is also rejected. Now that's exactly how a blockchain works. It's a shared digital ledger where thousands of computers maintain the same record, and remember, no single bank, company or individual controls it. Every transaction is verified by the network, and once recorded is extremely difficult to change. Now the biggest advantage is trust. Since everyone has the same version of the records, there's far less chance of fraud or manipulation, and you don't have to rely on one central authority to tell you what's correct. The network itself verifies it. This makes the transactions more transparent, secure, and often faster and more efficient, especially when people or businesses are transacting across different countries. So, blockchain is essentially a khata book that's not owned by a shopkeeper, and it's maintained and verified by everyone together. That's what makes it powerful. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी. It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Good evening, you're watching Market Express with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a snapshot in terms of everything that has happened in the day gone by when it comes to the trading session. But first things first, let's take a very quick look at the markets then and talk to you about that picture. Benchmark indices gave up most of their early gains in a volatile session. In fact, the Nifty 50 closed below the 24,400 mark, which is not something that we could have seen coming in the beginning of the session, while the Sensex really also ended over 200 points lower as late session profit booking weighed on the market sentiment. And speaking of market sentiment, market breadth also remained weak, with most sectoral indices ending in the red. IT in fact stood out as the only major gainer, while defense and realty stocks led the decline amid broad-based profit booking. Let's also move on and talk about Info Edge shares that surged after the company delivered a strong start to the financial year. And the stock was buzzing away in trade, as you can see on your screens, about 13% uptick coming in. Posted its biggest single-day gain since January 2022 as well, helped by robust operating metrics. But when you talk about the standalone billings as well, quite healthy at 14.5% on a year-on-year basis. The recruitment solutions business as well recorded an impressive 18% growth also coming in. However, the Shiksha segment, that's the one that remained a little bit weak. And you did have the revenue declining here about 23% during the quarter. Moving on then, let's talk about HDFC Bank shares that extended their rally yet again. And of course, towards the end of the day, that profit booking bit also got HDFC Bank as well, that gained about 5% thereabout over the last two trading sessions. And you do have the lender reporting a strong June quarter business update as well. So you're largely looking at healthy double-digit growth in both advances and deposits, reinforcing confidence in the bank's growth outlook. Technical analysts, in fact, are also remaining positive when it comes to this particular counter, saying that the stock has broken above key resistance levels, signaling the potential for further upside. And speaking of upside, let's also move on and talk about REITs that also surged as much as 9% and about 7% thereabout at close as well, after the state-run engineering and consultancy firm secured a major overseas contract worth about $35.8 million from South Africa's Volantis Asset Finance. The order is for the supply and commissioning of 4,000 horsepower Cape Cod diesel-electric locomotives and is scheduled to be executed over the next 20 months. The deal further, in fact, strengthens the company's international order book and reinforces its growing presence in the African rail infrastructure market. Also really boosts investor sentiment, and a boost coming in when it comes to this particular counter as well. Let's also move on and talk about Titan shares that climbed to a fresh record high after the company reported a robust June quarter, so about 2.5% uptick coming in at close. But you do have the business update really prompting brokerages also to turn even more bullish on this particular counter. The Tata Group company, in fact, posted 41% year-on-year growth coming in its consumer business, driven by strong jewelry demand, healthy buyer growth and continued store expansion as well. Several brokerages, in fact, have raised their target prices when it comes to Titan, and they are, in fact, citing better than expected performance and sustained growth momentum also coming in. So that's also something that they're highlighting as well. Moving on then, let's talk about Trent that reported a 19% year-on-year rise when it comes to standalone revenue. Failed to really impress the street as well. 12% knock coming in on this particular counter. And you do have continued expansion of its West Side and Zudio formats. So a little bit of profit booking perhaps that you saw coming in. Retailer also added a net 20 stores during the quarter, taking its total store count to to somewhere close to 1,300 stores. However, the update fell short of street expectations, like I mentioned, prompting a sharp reaction in the stock. And investors were hoping for stronger growth even as the company maintains its aggressive store expansion strategy. Moving on, then let's talk about Cochin Shipyard shares that came under pressure after the government launched an offer for sale, or OFS, at a 7% discount to the previous closing price, 4% downtick coming in when it comes to this particular counter. And the centre is looking to sell up to a 5% stake thereabout, with an option to offload an additional 2% as well through the green shoe option if demand really remains strong. Moving on, then let's talk about Blue Cloud Soft-Tech Solutions, that is expanding its footprint across AI, enterprise connectivity and digital infrastructure. The company has developed an AI-powered multilingual FIR recorder for the Hyderabad police that can really generate police complaint drafts in multiple Indian languages, and that's within seconds, marking another step in the use of AI for public services. About a 1% downtick coming in when it comes to this particular counter, but important update nonetheless. Moving on, then let's talk about Premier Energies, that was in focus after the company announced fresh order wins to the tune of about 3,000 crore rupees in the June quarter. The orders cover the supply of somewhere close to 1,800 megawatt of solar cells and modules, with execution scheduled across FY27 and FY28. The contracts have come from a diverse set of customers, and that includes power producers, EPC firms, module manufacturers, really reflecting strong demand for the company's products. And the healthy order inflow is something that you're looking at that really strengthens their execution pipeline and also reinforces confidence, of course, in its growth outlook. And speaking of confidence in the growth outlook, let's talk about Adani Power as well. That was in focus after IIFL Capital initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a target price of close to 200 rupees. The brokerage believes that Adani Power's growth pipeline now exceeds that of NTPC, with 23.7 gigawatts of new coal-fired capacity under development compared with NTPC's 17 gigawatt. Now, IIFL expects the company's operating capacity to more than double over the coming years, supported by strong cash flows, expansion into nuclear as well as hydropower, reinforcing its long-term growth outlook. Let's move on and talk about Aegis, that was in focus after Nuvama Institutional Equities initiated coverage on the aerospace manufacturer with a buy rating coming in and a target price of close to 444 rupees, implying an upside of more than 90% from some of the current levels. 6% uptick is what you had coming in when it comes to this particular counter. And the brokerage, of course, is bullish on Aegis. Vertically integrated aerospace business is something that they're looking at more closely, and the $889 million order book, strong long-term earnings visibility also makes it to their radar. In fact, Nuvama is expecting robust revenue and EBITDA growth over the next 3 years, driven by rising global aerospace demand and an improving consumer electronics business. Let's move on and talk about Ganesh Housing shares that surged in trade as the company received no objection and observation letters from both BSE as well as NSE, and that's something that you're looking at for its proposed amalgamation scheme as well. The transaction is involving the merger of GATIL Properties with Ganesh Housing, marking an important step when it comes to regulatory approval. 6.5% thereabout uptick coming in when it comes to this particular counter, and the development is really paving the way for the company to move ahead with subsequent approvals required to complete the amalgamation. Moving on, then let's get to the word coming in from our reporters as well. In a major move for the capital markets, SEBI has reintroduced open market share buybacks through stock exchanges, with the new framework coming into effect from August 1st. The regulator had phased out this route earlier over concerns around transparency and even fairness. Under the revised rules, companies are going to be once again be allowed to repurchase shares from the open market, but with stricter safeguards this time around. When it comes to disclosures, execution and monitoring, the move is expected to give listed companies greater flexibility when it comes to returning surplus cash to shareholders while also strengthening investor protection. Moving on to some business news, then WhatsApp's proposed username feature is facing fresh global scrutiny yet again, and after India, Somalia has now raised concerns over the feature, warning that allowing users to chat without sharing phone numbers could increase the risk of impersonation fraud and cybercrime. The concerns mirror those raised by Indian authorities who've already asked Meta to pause the rollout pending further consultations. And moving on, let's talk about the global oil market that is once again at a critical crossroads. Saudi Arabia has launched an aggressive price offensive, slashing its flagship Arab light crude price for Asian buyers by the largest margin in more than a quarter century to defend market share. At the same time, you do have reports coming in of missile attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz that are really in focus, that have reignited supply security concerns, lifting Brent above $72 a barrel, which is exactly where it remained for much of the day while geopolitical risks have returned. Analysts are still warning that rising global supplies could still push the market toward another oil glut. And moving on, let's talk about SpaceX that officially joined the Nasdaq 100 index, marking another milestone coming in for the aerospace giant. The inclusion is going to be triggering automatic buying by index tracking mutual funds and even ETFs managing around $800 billion when it comes to assets, including the popular Invesco QQQ ETF as well. While SpaceX is going to be initially having a small weight when it comes to the index, its entry itself is expected to boost institutional ownership and investor visibility. Moving on, then, let's talk about Nigeria that has launched a major investigation into some of the world's largest tech names as well over alleged anti-competitive practices and the unauthorized use of news content. The probe targets firms including Meta, Alphabet, X, and generative AI platforms following complaints from the country's media industry. Now, authorities are going to be examining whether journalistic content was used to train AI models without permission as well. And this is also one update that you're looking at. Moving on, then, let's talk about some national news. A landslide has unfortunately been reported in Wayanad as well following heavy rainfall through the night. The incident occurred near an ongoing tunnel construction site where workers were present. 2 people have been rescued thus far, while search teams are scanning the area for any others who might be trapped still. The NDRF is expected to join the rescue effort shortly as well. Initial reports are suggesting that there has been no damage when it comes to nearby homes. Let's move on and talk about Mumbai that continues to grapple with intense monsoon rains as the city and its suburbs remain under a heavy downpour still for the 3rd straight day. More than 300 millimeters of rain has been recorded across the city division in the last 48 hours, leading to waterlogging and disruptions in several areas. In fact, the IMD has sounded an orange alert, warning of more heavy rainfall and gusty winds, while authorities have urged residents to exercise caution. And on to the word coming in terms of authorities in Maharashtra's Nashik district as well, who've stepped up preparedness after the IMD in fact warned of extremely heavy cloudburst-like rainfall. Areas including Trimbakeshwar, Igatpuri, as well as western parts of Nashik Taluka are expected to be the hardest hit. Officials are closely monitoring this particular situation as well, with emergency response teams on standby, and that's across vulnerable locations to respond swiftly to any weather-related emergencies. Moving on, then, let's talk about 2 Assam Rifles personnel who've unfortunately been killed in an ambush at the border as well, and their bodies have been brought to the mortuary as security forces launch an investigation into this particular attack. The incident has once again highlighted the security challenges in the region, with authorities really working to establish the circumstances of the ambush and identify those responsible. Moving on, then, let's get to some international news. PM Modi's visit to Indonesia has delivered a major strategic and defense boost coming in for India. New Delhi and Jakarta have signed a deal for the supply of BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, while you do have Indonesia that's also going to be procuring India's indigenous Astra air-to-air missiles. The 2 sides have also agreed to deepen cooperation on maritime security, critical minerals, and defense manufacturing. When you talk about the agreements as well, they mark a significant step coming in terms of strengthening India's strategic footprint in the Indo-Pacific and reinforcing defense ties with one of Southeast Asia's largest economies. Moving on, then, let's talk about 2 bombs that exploded near the hotel where French President Emmanuel Macron was holding meetings in Damascus as well, underscoring the fragile security situation in Syria. While Syrian state media reported the blast, the French president's office said that Macron did not hear the explosions and later met Syrian president as well. In terms of the schedule coming in, the incident highlights the continuing security challenges following the ouster of the previous president last year. And moving on, then let's talk about Italy. That has some commentary coming in that is quite interesting. Italy has said that it will no longer be responding to US President Trump's provocative remarks as NATO leaders gather for a summit in Turkey. The move is following a public spat coming in between Trump and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni as well over comments and social media posts. Italy's foreign minister has said that Rome wants to avoid escalating tensions while maintaining its strategic partnership with the United States. And moving on then, humanitarian crisis in Venezuela continues to worsen right now after twin earthquakes devastated the country last month. The official death toll, in fact, has unfortunately risen to somewhere close to 3,500 people, while nearly 18,000 people still remain homeless. Authorities are saying that more than 16,700 people were injured after the two powerful earthquakes measuring 7.2 and 7.5 magnitude struck within seconds of each other. And Ronaldo's World Cup journey has come to an end, but the Portugal captain is not ready to decide on his international future. Portugal were knocked out in the round of 16 after Mikel Merino's dramatic stoppage time winner handed Spain a 1-0 victory. Speaking after the match, Ronaldo said that Spain had, and I quote him here, a bit of luck and felt that the contest could have really gone either way. The 41-year-old also made it clear that he will take his time before deciding whether to continue representing Portugal. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected in what.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The Hook.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Benchmark indices gave up most of their early gains in a volatile session. The Nifty 50 closed below the 24,400 mark, while the Sensex ended over 200 points lower. Trend slips after its Q1 update. Revenue growth disappoints. Concerns rise over slowing momentum and rising competition. The government has rejected reports suggesting that E25 petrol is set to be introduced in India. Top government sources tell NDTV that no decision has been taken to increase ethanol blending beyond the current E20 levels. RBI reviews ATM cash shortages. Reports of dry ATMs surface across several cities. Banks cite rising operating costs. PM Modi's Indonesia visit delivers a major defense breakthrough. India and Indonesia signed the BrahMos missile deal. Heavy rains continue to lash several parts of the country. A landslide in Wayanad turns tragic, while waterlogging in Nashik leaves key areas submerged, including Triambakeshwar Temple. SpaceX is set to join the Nasdaq 100 index today, just 15 days after its blockbuster market debut, making it one of the fastest companies ever to enter the benchmark. Hello and and welcome. This is Profit 360 on NDTV Profit, and I'm Himakshi Bahugna. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest from the markets as well as national and international news. But first up, let's see how the markets have really fared today. So viewers, benchmark indices gave up most of their early gains in a volatile session. The Nifty 50 closed below 24,400 mark, while the Sensex has ended over 200 points lower as late session profit booking weighed on the market sentiment. Let me bring in my colleague Jasmeet for a detailed market roundup there.
Well, a weak day for markets today. Nifty 50 ends in red, down about 0.7%. While in terms of the top losers, among the top losers, we have stocks like Trent, which is down about 12% and BEL down about 1.5%. When we look at the broader market, even that ends on a weaker note compared to the benchmark. In terms of mid-cap 150, that's down about 0.3%. While the top losers in mid-cap 150, we have stocks like Kalyan Jewellers and Biocon, both losing the most, while Kalyan Jewellers down about 7.3%. In terms of small cap, even that ends in red, down about 0.7%. And in terms of the top losers in small cap, we have stocks like MV Photovoltaic, which is down about 6.5%. If we look at the sectors, all sectors end in red, barring Nifty IT. Nifty IT emerges as the top gaining sector for the day and gains about 2.4%. In terms of the top gainers of Nifty IT, we have stocks like Persistent and LTM, both gaining the most. While we do see Nifty IT recovering over last few days on the back of the positive momentum coming in across the stocks, given the valuations have become at a multi-year low compared to the current levels. Now, if you look at the other key highlights for today's day, we do note that Nifty Realty is one of the top losing sector, which is down about 1.6%. And in terms of the stocks that has lost the most in Nifty Realty, we have stocks like Brigade Enterprise and DLF, which is down over 3.3%. When we look at the key trends that we saw in today's trade, we do make a note that Nifty PSU Bank is down for the 4th consecutive day, while Nifty Financial Services snaps its 4 days of gaining streak and ends in red. While Nifty FMCG gains for the 5th consecutive session and sees that flattish movement in today's trade. While lastly, if we look at Nifty Oil and Gas, Nifty Realty, even they snap their 5 sessions of gaining streak and end in red in today's trade.
Right, thank you so much, Jasmeet, for that. In fact, we also spoke to Manish Gunwani, who's the CIO at Equity at Bandhan AMC, who believes that the domestic macro environment remains supportive for India, and he also points to falling energy prices and lower gold imports as positives, while also cautioning that the key risk to watch remains the global capex cycle. Let's listen into his remarks.
On the domestic side, obviously, a lot of positives have happened. Energy prices are down, gold imports are down. The FCNR thing will lead to a lot of liquidity. So on the domestic side, things look fine. At the margin, I guess the global capex is what we have to worry about.
In fact, viewers, Trent is under pressure after its Q1 business update has fallen short of the street expectations. What went wrong and what's driving the weakness? Mahima is joining us with all the details there.
That you see a Nifty 50 stock tanking 11% in trade today. It's a one-off event that we see. But I mean, overall, the street was expecting a growth of about that 20% mark. It came in at 19% mark, which the street has not liked. 5 quarters straight, it has seen a growth of less than 20%. That's something also that the street has not liked. Plus, the West Side store addition happened just of 1, competition, 2, on account of cannibalization that is happening because of a lot of Zudio stores being in the same area. Revenue per square feet is also expected to decline, and these are some of the reasons as to why we're seeing a significant tanking in trade for Trent.
Absolutely, Mahima. In fact, let's shift our focus to the crude prices as well. So they are trading higher, with Brent hovering around $72 to $73 per barrel range, and also WTI around $69 to $70 per barrel mark. And the move comes as markets continue to monitor developments around the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical global oil transit route, and after a tanker was also struck by a projectile off the coast of Oman. So while investigations into the incident are underway and there has been no reported environmental impact, the episode has once again brought supply security into focus. And that being said, the upside in oil prices remains limited as traders continue to balance the geopolitical risk against the expectations of higher crude supplies and also an uncertain global demand outlook. Viewers, the government has rejected reports suggesting that E25 petrol is set to be introduced in India, and top government sources have told NDTV that no decision has been taken to increase the ethanol blending beyond the current E20 levels. And officials say that any future move will depend entirely on scientific testing and also expert validation of vehicle safety, engine performance, and also the fuel efficiency. Now, the centre maintains that its ethanol blending program has been rolled out in phases, and also that reports of an imminent shift to E25 are baseless and also premature. In fact, speaking of the push for alternative fuel, speaking at a youth conclave organized by the Delhi BJP, Nitin Gadkari has expressed his vision of a world where vehicles use water and garbage to really generate hydrogen. Let's listen in to those, interesting remarks.
दिल्ली के 4 तीर्थ स्थान है बड़े वो कचरे की टेकड़ियां गाजीपुर से लेकर और 80 लाख टन कचरा दिल्ली का हमने UR2 दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे में डाल दिया, अहमदाबाद का कचरा डाल दिया और हमने कार्यक्रम तय किया कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा स्वच्छ भारत, हमें अच्छा ऐसा भारत बनाना है जो गंदगी से मुक्त हो। तो हमने तय किया कि 2027 समाप्त होने के पहले हम इस देश के कचरे को नष्ट कर देंगे और इतना ही नहीं, उस कचरे को सेग्रीगेट करके बायोडाइजेस्टर में डाल के हाइड्रोजन तैयार करेंगे और दिल्ली की बसेस उसके ऊपर चलाएंगे। ये संभव है।
Viewers, now on to an exclusive story. Sources tell NDTV Profit that Prudential has sought government approval under Press Note 3 to acquire a stake in Bharti's insurance business. Now, sources are saying that all regulatory approvals for the transaction hinge on the centre's FDI clearance, with IRDAI likely to wait for the government's decision before taking up Prudential's application. Now, the approval process could really take 4 to 5 months, and as part of the transition, Prudential is also expected to reduce its stake in the ICICI Prudential Life to below 10% in phases, which is in line with the regulations that do not allow a promoter to hold controlling interests in 2 insurers simultaneously. And your sources are telling NDTV Profit that the RBI is reviewing ATM cash shortages after reports of dry ATMs in several cities. Industry body, they have flagged low cash replenishment, while banks have cited rising cost of running ATM networks. And my colleague Piyush is here with more details.
Well, that is right. We have seen over the last 2-3 months how people across the country, various regions, have been complaining about ATMs being dry, essentially no cash being in ATMs. So what the RBI has now done is that they have sought data from banks on the cash inventory level that they had in their Tier 2 and beyond regional offices, and whether banks deliberately didn't actually fill their ATMs in Tier 2 and beyond cities. SBI, we are aware, it has the largest network, so whenever SBI gets affected, a whole lot of other branches also in the nearby vicinity gets affected. So the RBI is looking at the data. Bankers on their part say that, this inventory level also has soil nodes, so it would not be fair for RBI to look at the overall inventory level and not account for the soil nodes. Apart from that, bankers also say over a period of time, ATM business has become very operationally unviable for them, because it includes a lot of cost. The ATM to turn profitable, it takes a longer time. With rising digital payments, people are going lesser to ATM, so they feel the business unit, the economic units here don't work rightly. So investing in ATMs itself is a big challenge for them. On the other hand, we have gotten access to a letter by ATM industry body, which is CATME, and CATME in June had written to IBA, which is the banking lobby, banking sector lobby group. They had flagged that several ATMs are being run dry, and the replenishment rate is very low. In some ATMs, the replenishment rate was 57 to 64% only, meaning the ATMs only had 57 to 64% cash levels in them, which eventually ends up affecting the rural or semi-urban rural customer who wants to withdraw cash. The most impacted states were, according to CATME, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. These were the top 3 states which saw the most number of dry ATMs. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Piyush, for that. In fact, viewers, SEBI has reintroduced open market share buybacks through stock exchanges from August 1st. My colleague Nimit is joining us with more details on this story.
The announcement itself is not new. If you remember, we had reported that in the June 19th meeting and before that, SEBI has allowed open market buybacks. What they've done now is come out with the rules for that, how they're going to go about it. Now, the important thing to note is that before buybacks were sort of phased out in 2025, but they were being phased out since 2023, there were a bunch of regulations that were very restrictive and non-transparent and not very investor-friendly. So SEBI, the version 2.0 that it's rolled out now, takes care of all those criteria. Let's go through those. Firstly, it says that the open market buybacks will be capped at 15% of paid up capital. This is the same as it was in 2023. The other same one, that is that no buybacks will reduce public float below the MPS, minimum public shareholding. Now, these are the laws that already were there. The new ones that they've introduced, interestingly, is that promoters and promoter groups will not be allowed to participate, and their shares will in fact remain frozen during the buyback period, a big one there. Then also they've made the appointment of a merchant banker optional to companies that want to undergo a buyback. Here, earlier it was mandatory. And also the timelines. Earlier a buyback could be kept open for about 6 months. Now they've reduced that to 66 days, which is in favor of the investor, and make sure that this gets done quickly without any scope for manipulation. And they must electronically inform all shareholders within a day of the public announcement of the buyback. I'll leave you right now with a tongue twister that SEBI is bringing buybacks back again, but with a new twist that it's going to be investor friendly and it's going to close out much faster than it used to previously.
All right, viewers, let's turn our focus to the monsoon's fury, which is on full display across the country. And the visuals coming in are nothing short of chilling. In Kerala's Wayanad, CCTV footage that you're seeing on your screens right now has captured the exact moment of the massive landslide which tore through a tunnel project site. And this is, sweeping away the vehicles, debris, and even people in its path. 2 people have lost their lives while rescue operations continue amid fears that several others may still be trapped. And the impact of the erratic monsoon is also beginning to show up on the India's farms as well. Now, Kharif sowing has slowed sharply, with paddy cultivation down 13% and the total sown area lagging 21% behind last year. And also in Maharashtra, if we talk about, the images are just as stark. The Triambakeshwar temple complex in Nashik is surrounded by swollen waters, with the entire temple premises flooded after torrential rain. The shrine has been shut as authorities issued a cloudburst warning, while flooded stretches of the Triambakeshwar-Nashik highway have disrupted the traffic. NDTV Stage 3, joining us from Nashik with this report.
Well, this is not some river from where I'm reporting right now, but that's the highway that connects Nashik to Triambakeshwar. And these are the pictures, these are the visuals that you can see on your television screens right now of Nashik-Triambakeshwar highway, of the waterlogging, and it clearly also highlights the current concerning situation in Nashik and Triambakeshwar as well. The situation remains to be very critical for the next few hours, because already it's been more than 4 to 5 hours. The red alert continues, the downpour continues, and for the next 4 to 5 hours, the situation is going to be the same. In the visuals also you can see that what kind of waterlogging is witnessed in this entire area, and now the high speed winds are also being witnessed over here. And in fact, in the visuals also you can see that the commuters are facing huge trouble to cross the roads as well. And this is a similar kind of situation that we have been witnessing, in every part. And there are high winds that are being witnessed over here in this part. And not just this, but the entire area here in Triambakeshwar remains to be like this as well. And if we talk about the red alert, then red alert has been issued, yes. And of course, the IMD has stated that for the next 24 hours, the situation is continuously very much tense, because in all likelihood the rainfall could be 300 millimeter. And in fact, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has also in fact stated that in the coming time or in the given situation there could be cloudburst as well.
Right, and much like the current weather, viewers, markets too can turn without a warning. But some stocks seem to carry their own raincoat. Let's now look at some of the top stocks from last 8 years which have shown resilience in all weather conditions. We have Sharad with more details on this.
It's the flavor of the monsoon season, and I've got you very interesting stocks. The stocks that save you from a rainy day. Yes, I'm talking about weatherproof stocks, but we have taken some criteria to understand that. The data is taken from the Nifty 500 index, and the calendar year we have taken for the last 8 years. And remember, for 2026 also year-to-date basis, we have taken these returns. So applying this criteria, let's get you the all-weather stocks. Summer, monsoon, winter, all this time the returns are positive. 7 names are there. If you could get them, of course, the first 4, Aster DM Healthcare, KEI Industries, Pidilite, Narayan Hrudhale. 4 stocks we spoke about. Let's talk about the other 3 stocks also which make it to the list. This includes BEL, Jindal Steel and Shipping Corp. Let's try to understand what are the triggers. And of course, I have added the 12-month return potential also for you. First one, Aster DM Healthcare. 2 important triggers coming in. The merger with Quality Care and strong tailwinds coming in the industry. But the 12-month return potential, that's flat. Next stock in focus, after Aster DM Healthcare comes KEI Industries. This is a street favorite stock. Management wants, or they have targeted a cable wire segment growth of 17 to 18%. But yes, the stock has run up, so return potential is a bit less. Third stock in focus after KEI Industries is Pidilite. It's an all-weather stock. The street is bullish on the volume growth in Q1 itself, but yes, the stock seems to have run up as well. Let's talk about the another stock after Pidilite Industries, Narayan Hrudhale or Narayan Healthcare. New acquisitions are integrating well with the company, and that there is a proper tailwind in the industry. Significant potential, not there, but at least 10% potential is definitely there for the next 12 months. Next stock after Narayan Hrudhale comes BEL, a defense order win. Street is quite bullish on it. And look at that, 17% 12-month target return potential coming in. And also, apart from BEL, let's talk about Jindal Steel. This might not give positive return this year, it seems like, because Q2 might be under pressure. And recently, we heard about the brokerage downgrade as well. And the last one, it's largely untracked stock, that is Shipping Corporation. Positive government push incentives are coming in, but the question remains is there any divestment there or not? So these are the 7 all-weather stocks for your portfolio.
All right, after looking at those waterproof stocks, let's switch our focus to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Indonesia, which has delivered a major strategic and defense boost for India. Now, New Delhi and Jakarta have signed a deal for the supply of BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, while also Indonesia, will also procure India's indigenous Astra air-to-air missiles. So the 2 sides have also agreed to deepen cooperation on maritime security, critical minerals and even defense manufacturing. Let's go over to my colleague Aditya Raj for more on the deepening ties between the 2 nations.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 3-nation tour which began with a visit to Jakarta in Indonesia. While many may assume that this is a small country and a small partnership and perhaps just a customary visit, but the reality remains that Indonesia is a very important and strategically placed important partner of India, and that's why strategically this visit is very, very significant. During the bilateral talks and before it, NDTV reported that there are some significant defense, trade and technology deals that will be agreed upon. There would be agreements and announcements that will be there. NDTV had also spoken to Sandeep Chakravarti, India's envoy, who had said that it will be not restricted to BrahMos, but BrahMos Plus, indicating that for the defense modernization of Indonesia, India will be playing a very, very critical role. And that's what happened. NDTV's newsbreak was, in fact, confirmed through sources in the Indian government, in the Prime Minister's office, and in fact through the bilateral joint statement that came out after the delegation level talks, and also Prime Minister's speech in itself, clearly indicating that it's not just the BrahMos additional batteries that India will be selling to Indonesia, but apart from that, Astra missile, air-to-air missile that has been indigenously developed by India's DRDO, will be sold to Indonesia.
Absolutely. In fact, speaking about the major defense agreements and several new areas of collaboration, my colleague Puneet is joining us now with a closer look at the biggest announcements from this visit.
Well, most certainly, and it's a big agreement that comes through as well. Follows on to the previous meets that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had with the President of Indonesia, and continuing to see progress, especially on the India East policy. So this is, of course, one of the key important meets out of the three. He's going to be traveling to Australia as well as New Zealand as Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But there's been a lot of progress being made with Indonesia in terms of agriculture, pharmaceuticals, maritime. Of course, in terms of technology, minerals, as well as steel supply chain has also been looked at. But we want to focus on defense as well as a key agreement for Steel Authority of India too. So that is the first one. In terms of BrahMos, there's going to be increased cooperation that they'll be looking at as well. So let's look at the next plate through. And there are some companies, now there's still a lot to be watched out for, but companies that are already very entrenched in the BrahMos supply chain agreement. PTC Industries is one of the bigger ones, where they supply critical titanium castings. You also have data patterns that makes electronics as well as subsystems. And for data patterns also, they have already made the first variant of the Seeker, which is at the edge and at the start essentially of the missiles. Very key important product that Data Patterns has a big benefit of. In the next 4 to 5 months, the company had stated at the end of Q4 that they'll be looking at a lot more on those. In terms of the other companies, Premier Explosive as well as Solar Industries make propulsion as well as solid propellants for the missile systems within BrahMos as well. So they are also another key beneficiaries as well. Agreement number 2 is on air-to-air surface air missiles, and this has been, of course, been developed by DRDO, but mass-produced by Bharat Dynamics. So they are another big beneficiary, and this is entrenched in the Astra weapons systems. Finally, you have another last key agreement. These are, of course, related to defense, but Steel Authority of India and Indonesia's PT Krakatau Steel have actually formed a joint venture right now. They'll be looking to collaborate on stainless steel as well as rare earth magnets, and this joint production as well as access to technology will be shared. So these are the 3 important ones out of the 20 outcomes we saw, but defense definitely getting additional fillip today.
All right, we are switching gears now. Explosions have rocked Syrian capital Damascus earlier today, injuring at least 18 people, including 4 police officers, according to local authorities. And the blast caused by explosive devices planted near the Four Seasons Hotel and close to the presidential palace came during French President Emmanuel Macron's landmark visit to Syria. So despite the security scare, Macron was unharmed and also went ahead with his scheduled meeting with Syrian president. Viewers, SpaceX is also set to join the Nasdaq 100 index just 15 days after its blockbuster market debut, making it one of the fastest companies ever to enter the benchmark. So the inclusion is expected to trigger billions of dollars in passive fund inflows as ETFs and index funds tracking the Nasdaq 100 are required to buy the stock. So the move comes after Nasdaq has tweaked its rules to fast-track the inclusion of newly listed mega-cap companies. And viewers, moving on, Portugal forward Cristiano Ronaldo's final World Cup has ended with the Spanish staying in the tail, courtesy of Mikel Merino's last gasp winner that earned a 1-0 round of 16 win on Monday. But he was unwilling to make a hasty call on his international future. Ronaldo told reporters in the mixed zone that Spain enjoyed a bit of luck to score through the substitute Merino in the dying moments of a match that he felt could have swung either way. Let's take a look at this report.
As the final whistle echoed around Dallas, Cristiano Ronaldo stood motionless before breaking down. His World Cup journey ended in the cruelest fashion, with Mikel Merino's injury time winner sending Spain into the quarterfinals.
Bueno, fue un partido muy equilibrado, podía dar para cualquier uno, en mi opinión. España ha tenido esa puntita de suerte, marcar ahí ya en los momentos finales, pero es el fútbol. Yo creo que en el general fue un partido bien disputado.
The numbers leave behind a legacy few will ever match. 5 Ballon d'Ors, 5 Champions League titles, a European champion with Portugal, a world record 976 career goals, the only player to score at 6 different FIFA World Cups. Yet the World Cup remained out of his reach. Portugal came closest in 2006, reaching the semi-finals in Ronaldo's first tournament. 20 years later, his final World Cup ends in the round of 16. Ronaldo had already confirmed that this would be his last World Cup. After the defeat, there was no regret, only acceptance.
Ha dado todo, pues ha dado mi mejor y salgo de conciencia tranquila. No, este es el fútbol, esta es la vida de un futbolista. A veces se gana, a veces se pierde y hay que seguir. La verdad que fue mi último mundial.
The debate over Ronaldo's place in Portugal's starting 11 has followed him through his final tournaments. He remains men's football's all-time leading scorer with 146 goals, but questions over his influence have grown louder. Portugal coach Roberto Martinez never shared those doubts.
When you are a team that you need a goal, you cannot take Cristiano off.
Against Spain, Ronaldo managed just 12 touches in the first half, the fewest of any Portuguese outfield player. Frustration was visible, chances were scarce, and the goal never came. Then came the final whistle, one last walk, one final ovation. As Cristiano Ronaldo disappeared down the tunnel with tears in his eyes, football bid farewell to one of its greatest World Cup stories, even if it never got the ending he wanted.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of Profit 360. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries. Commercial activities which they are into, and it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300 300 300।
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey, and this is an exciting show where I get you interesting mid caps, small caps, and even at times large caps, and decode the story whether any alpha can be made or not. But before that, let me give you some hints. Try to guess the company which I am talking about. This company is one of the largest players in the glassware segment in India. Big hint I have already given you. The second hint is it's recently commissioned a stainless steel products plant as well. This company was in the news. Looking at the stock tracker, however, there seems like a correction was there from 2025 highs. It's down 36%. Try to guess the company which I'm talking about. It's a part of a large group. There was a demerger also some years ago and 3 arms came out from it. The company in focus is Borosil. This is the company which we are talking about, but why are we calling this company? What's the interest on that? The first one is the sentiment. Is there any anti-dumping duty coming in the segment which they are operating, especially in the tablewares and the kitchenwares? We try to understand that. Also remember, there is a borosilicate glass also at play which is used in this cooking and this ancillary space. The commissioning of the stainless steel products plant in Rajasthan, we'll try to understand the progress, especially for the third phase. Also, the rising costs, any price hike we can expect going ahead, because Q1 will be impacted for the company. And remember, they also rely a lot on gas costs for production of glass. Let's talk about another question, the opalware segment. This is the segment where a lot of competition domestically is there, and a little bit of concern also comes in from China. And the growth levers ahead. How's the client confidence looking like? Is there any pickup happening in the second quarter? And of course, the capex and expansion plans, we'll try to understand and see what's the growth story looking like. And the appliances business, that is where everyone is showing interest, or is there any bit of competition here? And Shrivar Kheruka, the MD and CEO of Borosil, will lay out the plans for the company and the industry as a whole. But let's understand the business, कौन segment में ये company धंधा करती है. Because when you speak about Borosil, you try to understand this might be the lunch boxes which you carry, the glasses, everything is there. And yes, that's a trend also. It's Indian glassware company. It's a part of Borosil group. 60 years plus this group has existed. Let's talk about how much segments they are working in. This includes containers, storage, jugs. It's very part of our everyday life, to be honest. Non-glassware segment, we have domestic appliances, stainless steel cookwares and gas stoves as well. Recently, gas stoves were also in the news because of shortage in the LPG space. Opalware products, they are storage containers, dinner sets, or we call it simply crockery. Interesting, Lara, this is one of the key acquisitions, one of the largest opalware manufacturers they are in India, a good market share as well. And one more hint I would like to give, or I would like to understand it, this company operates India's first borosilicate glass production facility as well. Interesting, right? Let's get into the numbers. 24,000 presence is there in retail outlets, 18,000 plus SKUs and 250 distributors. So the penetration and the expansion is very strong. It's an old brand as well. It's present in 26 countries. That's interesting, right? Let's also talk about the other key pointers for this and the capacities. There are 2 of them, 84 TPD opalware and 25 TPD borosilicate glasses. Different varieties of glassware which are used in everyday life. But how does the revenue-wise breakup happens? Largely for glassware, it's around 25%. Opalware comes in at 35%, and the remaining of that 40% which I'm talking about comes under the non-glassware segment. So this is how the 3 segments operate and the revenue breakup I have given you. Recent announcement, this is very important to note it down. They commissioned the 3 double wall line vacuum insulated product unit in Rajasthan. That's what the street is looking at. And going ahead, the commercial production for the 3rd line is expected to commence in the 2nd quarter. This is the recent announcement for Borosil. Moving on, let's look at the key brand partners, what they have. There is Chroma, other names also there, the larger ones, let's talk about them as well. This includes Reliance Retail And another domestic name comes to my mind, D-Mart. It's a very large brand. Apart from this brand, we have institutional partners. This includes LG Electronics, of course, that's listed also. The Samsung is there. And also I'd like to pick out one more foreign name, or actually it's an Indian name now. It's Godrej Group. Interesting, right? Let's understand the other parts of the story about Borosil and what may work. The valuations are attractive right now. The stock has corrected a lot. That is where my eyes have come in. The growth guidance still remains strong, at least for their key product categories and the new niche product categories which they want to get into or they have just started. That anti-dumping duty investigation is aiding sentiment as well, especially for the cookware segment coming in from China. The consumption mega trend proxy, that is definitely there. As we call it, plastic to glass, that's how the consumption patterns are changing. And what may not work for Borosil, some concerns are there. The Q1 might be impacted because of geopolitical stress. The costing is going up and that impact might be taken in Q1. The Hydra bottles sales, that has been under pressure. The management had mentioned that in the Q4 con call, and the dumping pressure from China in a little bit of product segments is also there. A competition from opalware segment, this is where the concern is there. So both sides of the coin I have given you. You can judge what it is. But another important ratings which we'll get in to judge a company in KYC are those 8 rating parameters which I'm talking about. Yes, this includes income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, of course the return ratio. I have taken the operational ROCs. Apart from that, we also have the shareholding, street cred, on how much the stock has actually made money, because that's the most important metric for an investor. And of course, we'll also try to understand the valuations and the outlook. So stay tuned. We'll start with the first one, that is the income statement. Largely, it's been a decent 15% plus growth CAGR coming in for all revenue and EBITDA as well. And largely for the PAT, it has fluctuated, coming in at 13%. The Q4 numbers were impacted. Let's just get in that. And Q1 numbers are yet to come, so we need to wait it out. But on a year-on-year basis, there was a little bit of pressure. A couple of single-digit growth also being registered by the company. Let's look at the overall consolidated margin profile. It has been quite stable, between that 15 to 16% range for the last 3 important financial years as well. So we need to understand, is there any up move coming in from these margins or the ROCs? To put things in balance, I'm going to give this a neutral rating when it comes to the income statement. Largely, let's look at the balance sheet. It's pretty much decently capitalized. The borrowings, a slight pickup in FY26, but it's manageable. High working capital business also is there, but net, it's a decent balance sheet. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating as well. So this picture I've given you for the income statement and balance sheet, both of them have been neutral. But let's try to understand the cash flow segment, what happens here. And I feel there has been a little bit of lumpiness here, but the FY26 cash flows have been pretty decent. And look at that, it has doubled from FY24, and that's showing a good strength in the company. The net cash flow is also positive, and the conversion, if you look at it, that is also pretty decent. And if you must be wondering why the net cash flows are low, remember there is an investing is also at play and financing costing is also at play, and that is why we are seeing sustained selling, or you could say a pressure in the net cash flows. But over the net, the operating cash flows seem good, so I've given a thumbs up for it. Let's talk about the return ratios. The company has given their operational ROC numbers, and largely on a consolidated basis, it's around that 11 to 12% mark. And this is a decent expectation from this industry which the company is operating. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating. But yes, of course, in the future, if they move towards the higher niche margin products, backward integration, then this number will go up. Apart from the return ratios, let's talk about the shareholding, how things have moved. Of course, a little bit of dilution coming in from the promoters, but DIs, this is what I want to talk about. It was around largely 1%, but then a good lapping up has happened and they haven't sold their stake. In 25 also it was 6%, and over here also in March 26 it was 6%. So almost 5% increase in DIs in the last 2 odd years, and because of that, conviction starts coming in and they are still holding it. So it's a positive rating for the shareholding. Let's talk about the overall valuations, how things actually pan out, apart from, sorry, not the valuations, the street cred, how much the stock has given returns. And my concern comes from March lows, everything has gone up, it's up 11%. But the concern is, look at the 1 year, returns. Look at the, fall from the 2025 highs. There is a significant downtick. Stock is down 36%. And the last 5 years, if you have invested in the stock, only 25% of the returns has come. So, of course, on a CAGR basis, the returns are questionable. There is a cyclical nature also to put things in perspective. So, it's very important to understand whether you're at the bottom of a cycle or at the top of the cycle, and that is an important takeaway whenever you come in industries like this. So it's a thumbs down when it comes to the street cred. Let's talk about the valuations, what's happening here, and I've just taken this company itself. The current valuations is very low. The 12-month forward PE is at almost at its lowest levels, coming in at 39 times. But you just compare that, the 5-year average numbers, if we take, that's around 61 times, so it's way cheaper. Almost, you could say, almost 30 to 40% cheaper than the 5-year average P. And the peak numbers, if you look at it, that's 105 times. So there has been a lot of, variations in the valuations, but right now it's at the cheapest levels. So the risk reward ratio is favorable if you are a student of valuation. So I'm going to give this a strong thumbs up as well. So we spoke about 7 ratings, but last one is also pretty much important. Let's try to understand that. The outlook segment, now they want to achieve the revenue CAGR of 15 to 20%. This is largely in line with what the history has been for the company. Also, the increased penetration of the glass storage and the opalware segment, that's what the company is trying to focus going ahead. And already they have a brand, they have a distribution, there is a moat also at play, and they're gaining share in the premium niche domestic appliances. That is where I feel like there can be more alpha made going ahead, at least in this segment. And the accelerated growth in e-commerce, they are going across everywhere, not just general trade. There are other trades also, the quick commerce, the modern trade, and the company is focusing on that as well. So net, it's a strong outlook from the company. So I'm giving this a thumbs up as well. So that will be pretty much interesting to talk with the management. But let me get you the KYC ratings for the company. Where does Borosil actually stand? Let's give you a revision of the entire analysis which we have done in KYC. I really like the cash flows. Largely, most of the parameters have been neutral for the company. A concern coming in for the investors already in this counter because not much returns have been made, but that is why the valuations turned quite attractive and DIs are still holding stake, and this is why I have given 2 thumbs up going ahead, and the outlook also where a lot of thing is happening. So net, let's see what's the total KYC rating for Borosil. Where does Borosil stand? It's roughly 5.5 out of it. It's largely in line or the average number which we generally give to a company in KYC. But to understand something more, we'll be talking with the management. Shrivar Kheruka, the MD and CEO of Borosil, will be joining us in a short while. And a little bit of snippet about him. He has spent more than 2 decades in this industry, and also one interesting point, he's a member of Young Global Leader of the World Economic Forum, and education is coming in from US. There is University of Pennsylvania as well as Wharton School. We are joined in by Shrivar Kheruka. He's the Managing Director and CEO of Borosil. Good afternoon, Shrivar. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. And I'd just like to start with, there's a buzz in the street that there's an anti-dumping duty investigation coming in for the import of ceramic tablewares and kitchenwares also. Is this sentimentally positive for your business, for Borosil?
Well, firstly, thanks for having me on the show. As far as duties are concerned, it's very important that as a country, we have a level playing field with imports from any other country. And typically, we found across industries, not just our consumer business, but across many industries, there's overcapacity in certain, geographies. And because of the substantial overcapacity that they have, they dump products at lower than cost of production, which is the classic definition of anti-dumping. So in principle, that's unfair competition. which should not exist, and therefore any kind of duty measure that levels the playing field is something that we would 100% welcome, and it certainly will be positive for the local industry. Just a point to note, we are not actually in ceramic tableware. We make glass and we make opal. I guess broadly it's ceramic, but we don't do bone china, which is typically what people consider to be ceramic. So while it's not directly impacting us, I do believe overall it's a positive.
Right. So there is a positive sentiment, definitely. There's a mention of kitchenwares also. But a recent news flow, Shiver, coming in is the commissioning of your stainless steel products plant in Rajasthan. I presume the first and the second line are in commission. The third line will start in the second quarter. I just wanted to understand the entire picture about it, what incremental benefit starts coming in, and by when we can see that coming in your books.
Yeah, so we started commercial production in the end of last month. And the idea here is that, India as a country is moving towards better looking products, healthier products. So in general, there's a movement from plastic to glass as well as plastic to steel. We had caught on to this trend some time ago, and we had launched a range of vacuum insulated flasks, which keep your water or any drink hot or cold for up to 24 hours. Now, because of certain orders, quality control orders by BIS, we could not import these products anymore, and we had to set up our own local production, which has just come onto stream. So in the interim, the supply chain had been a bit disrupted. With this new production coming in, we will be back on stream in this particular product category, which is a high growth product category. And we were growing at 20 to 25% overall our revenues year on year for the last 10 years, in fact, although on a low base. And I expect that we should get back to somewhere close to that level of growth with this new facility commissioning.
Fair enough. But the raw material costing, there is a direct linkage with what has happened in the first quarter with the West Asia, impact. But you have already spoken about it. You have been vocal in the con call itself. We know it's going to be impacted. But I want to understand what's a lag when it comes to, putting out, any kind of a price hike, in this cycle. If you could explain us, like as if a student is hearing you right now.
Okay. So keep in mind that any price hikes happen immediately. So, for example, when crude oil goes up or gas prices go up, they go up with immediate effect from the day that they are announced. Any price hike we take takes time to flow out into the market because, of course, we already have pending orders which we can't change the price of. Plus, you have to convince customers as to the reason for the price increase. And normally it takes about, I would say, 3 to 6 months for a price hike to actually flow through to the system. So in that period of 3 to 6 months, your costs have already increased, but revenues or the pricing has not gone up. You have to give up on margin in that particular period of time, which is the period we are going through at this present moment. Now, fortunately for us, the cost inflation has come down. We all know crude prices have reduced, as has gas prices reduced. Gas supply is now freely available. So as a result of that, the cost pressure has reduced. Although, what goes up very fast, but coming down takes a bit longer. So there's a lag effect on the reduction of the cost to us. So in the first 2 quarters, that's Q1 and Q2 of this year, there will be an impact certainly of inflation, which has not yet been recovered from the customer. But I suspect from Q3 onwards, this should normalize itself. And I do hope that, there's no further crisis, which will again, lead to cost inflation. But subject to that statement, I think we'd be in a better place than what we were before.
Right. So normalization from third quarter is what we are expecting. Shiver, opalware segment, there seems to be a competition in the market. What is the company doing to mitigate that?
So just to be clear, competition has existed for a long period of time and will continue to exist. We are always looking for new designs, new product development, new ways of selling. And that's a continual process. Probably every country or every company in the world does that. So there's no different. I would not say that there's some excess competition in any particular segment. That's up to, India is a growing market. There's a lot of substitution happening, both from unorganized to organized, as well as from materials, like I mentioned earlier. Things like melamine or, lower quality materials are being replaced by aspirational quality products, which are easy to use or easy to clean, better to look at. People are entertaining at home more. So there are a lot of white spaces of opportunity that exist across our product categories. And we are ready for the new India, I would say, our product range. So while competition has always been there and will continue to be there, I think we have to play our own game with product development as well as innovations.
Shrivar, what about the appliances business? There seems to be a really good bullish outlook in this segment going ahead, and India's way of consumption is also changing. There's a lot of products being announced by Borosil in this segment. How are you playing this theme? And I'm sure you have a very strong distribution network already. So can we expect more further positive announcements on this?
Yeah, appliances is a very interesting, area. For example, everybody's been speaking about induction cookers in the last quarter because of the gas crisis, and we've seen a tremendous offtake increase in induction cookers. But outside of that, we generally see more people involved in cooking. So earlier, cooking was, say, the domain, of maybe the housewife, or maybe some help would come to do the cooking. Now we see much more involvement in cooking from even the men of the house, which is great. I myself have been taken into the kitchen to cook stuff on Sundays, maybe a waffle or maybe a pizza, and these are things which were not happening maybe 15-20 years ago. So when we look into cooking new kind of dishes, you need appliances for this. So things like waffle makers or sandwich makers are more and more in demand. Plus, overlaying on that is health. People are obsessed with having more protein now. People want juice with the pulp to retain the nutrients. So juicers, mixer grinders, which are say for specifically for protein. All these are appliances which didn't exist in the past, or which were not popular in the past. Now we see more and more households reaching out for these products. So appliance sales are increasing. Another categories like air fryers. Everyone wants samosas, but doesn't want the deep fried samosa. So this, I believe, is entire, again, white space, lot of growth potential in this category.
Shrivar, that's a very interesting trend you have given, and of course, men also cook right now. That's a very interesting statement, and I agree with you. But we are short of time, Shrivar. I'm going to play just a small question with you. 3 points. If you had to pitch your company, the 3 important growth levers, what will that be for Borosil?
So I think the first is glass, is the switching from plastic to glass, which is a very broad and pervasive theme we are seeing. And we are the pioneers in glass in India, and we will continue to be the market leaders there. The second point is growth of new channels and customers buying products in different ways, not just mom and pop stores, but also online, also on quick commerce. And I believe we have a very strong team established to reach the customer no matter which channel they choose to buy from. And the third point is on health. There's a substantial increase in health-related products that customers want to buy. And Borosil stands for good for you and good for the environment. So we provide healthy products which are safe to use and great for the environment. And I think that's another salient point of our brand, which will lead to substantial growth in the future.
Right, that's very well put. Thanks a lot, Shrivar, for that. And it was a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit, understanding the industry trends and, of course, your business. Best of luck for the earnings going ahead. It's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Well, that's the management of Borosil. Very interesting. And yes, he did mention men are also more involved in cooking right now. That's an interesting trend. And for interesting stories just like this, keep watching KYC, and yes, stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I am looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300 300
Hello and welcome. You're watching Your Money Matters here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vajrajani, and this is a show where we talk about your money and personal finance. And today, I think the two topics that we're going to talk about are, first, we're going to talk about ESOPs. If you have ESOPs as a part of your compensation, how should you treat them? How should one go about it? What should one know exactly in ESOPs? And the second one that we're going to talk about is also going to be an interesting one, because we've seen banks kind of reducing perks on credit card, rewards on credit cards, and as to why this has happened, what should be the next course of action, what should one consider now, buying a credit card, all of this we're going to talk about in the next segment. But first, let's put into spotlight the concept of ESOP. And to take this conversation ahead, we're now joined by Dilshad Bilimoriya, who's the Managing Director and Chief Financial Planner of Bazaar Consultants Private Limited, joining us now. Dilshad, thank you so much for taking on the time. I'll go with a very basic question first. What are ESOPs exactly? When do people generally get ESOPs as a part of compensation?
Yeah, so ESOP stands for Employee Stock Option Program, and this is typically given by startup companies in lieu of giving, high salaries. So typically, if you're a startup, you really don't have funds to kind of, give as salary. So you kind of lure the employee or entice the employee to get part of their compensation via ESOPs or RSUs. Of course, is for existing companies, or there's something called ESPPs. So these are the three broad categories of employee compensation, and ESOPs are most popular in the startup segment.
Okay, and how should one look at ESOPs? Is it a good thing to have it in your compensation? Because generally ESOPs are provided at a higher level of working, at a higher level of hierarchy as well. And if one opts for ESOPs as a part of compensation, what should they go ahead and check in terms of the way company operates, the company financials, etc.? Because at the end of the day, the idea behind getting ESOPs is that one day the company might go ahead and list, and that benefits will reap in to anybody who's holding the ESOP.
That's right. Yeah. So everyone hopes that, the startup is going to be the next big thing. And of course, the error or the rates where, they can go the other way as well is as high as 90%. But if the startup company does well, the employee can make millions, right? And typically this is where we see entrepreneurs who want to get into such kind of high risk investment. So yes, it is a worthwhile, way of getting your compensation structure done. It is, I wouldn't say it's very tax efficient, but yes, it is a way in which you can structure, people's pay packages as well.
Okay. Now, there is a concept of RSU as well, ESPP as well. So I'll, just list it down for our viewers. ESOP is basically Employee Stock Option Plan. RSU is Restricted Stock Units, and ESPP is Employee Stock Purchase Plan. What is the difference between these three? When are they generally offered? And which one is more beneficial? I mean, if somebody is going ahead and getting one of these, how should they negotiate when it comes to this part of their compensation?
Yeah, so ESOPs is, like I mentioned, given only towards startup companies, there. So you have something called the exercise price and the sale price. We'll come to that later. So it's typically given to employees who are in startups at high levels. RSUs, or restricted stock units, are actually the best, because if you're working with a company for a period of time, you are given this as a payout over a period of time, and it is the cost of acquisition is nil, which means that you are actually getting free shares credited to your account. Only when you sell them, you will have to pay capital gains tax. So restricted stock units are the best, and it's typically done in very well-established large companies, Amazon, Google, etc. Employee stock purchase plan is typically where, again, shares are allotted to the employee, but at a discount to the current fair market value. right? So I would say it comes in between the ESOP and the RSU. But here again, the employee benefits much more than the ESOP plan because they are for sure getting the entry price at a discount to the current market value, which means at some point in time when they plan to sell it after the vesting period completes, they definitely are going to make a good gain out of this.
Got it. You were just talking about the different kind of prices that are involved in the ESOP, right? There is strike price, there's exercise price, there's vesting price. Help us understand as to when and where are these applicable?
Yeah. So the strike and exercise price can be used interchangeably. And before that, you have something called the grant price. So grant is typically when the company decides to say, hey, I'm going to give you, an ESOP option. And that's the date typically when the, company communicates to the employee that I'm going to be granting you ESOPs in your favor. The exercise price or, the vesting price, and vesting is typically used for RSUs and exercise price is used for ESOPs. So that is the price which the employee will be buying the shares that are allotted to them, right? So say there are, there's 100 shares being given at, 1,000 rupees per share. So that's the price that the employee is going to be paying, and that's the exercise price. And that typically happens only on the vesting date and not on the grant date, right? So the grant date is just an agreement by the employer to the employee stating that I'm going to be giving you ESOP options. But the vesting date is typically when the, employee exercises these ESOPs. And then you have the sale date, right? So typically, again, when the employee sells, and here there are very many restrictions, right? So, for example, the company might say, first of all, we will vest this over a period of, say, 4 years. And in that, we will vest 25% per year. In that, we will further vest about, 6% or 6.2% a quarter, right? So it's trying to ensure and lure the employee to stay invested with that, to stay a part of the employee with that company for a longer period of time. And so these are the three broad, price names that you typically give, which is the exercise price and the sale price, of course.
Got it. Dilshad, the other factor is the taxation of ESOPs, because like you said, there could be different time frames in which, these ESOPs accrue to you. There are different prices involved. And at the same time, it also depends on when does a person decide to sell. At what given point of time does the taxation arrive, one thing, and how is it taxed exactly, and what should one keep in mind?
Yeah. So, so this is where sometimes it's not very tax efficient, but yes, when the shares are actually vested, at that point in time, the difference between the market value and the vesting price is treated as a perquisite and is fully taxed in the hands of the employee. In fact, there is a TDS deducted. And so typically that is called the, you're going to be taxed as per your tax slab. So if you're in the highest tax bracket, you're going to be taxed on the entire amount between these two prices. Further, when you sell that ESOP, that is treated as a capital gain. So the capital gain is nothing but the difference between the market price at sale and the the value at which you basically exercised the ESOPs. In that case, you're a little better off because that is the capital gains. And as we know in India, short-term capital gains are taxed at 20%. More than 1 year, you're taxed at 12.5%. Of course, unlisted ESOPs or ESPPs are typically having a 24-month lock-in. Anything before 24 months is taxed as per the tax slab, and anything after 24 months is taxed at 12.5%.
Got it. There's also a concept of blackout period, Dilshad. Can you give us more perspective on this concept?
Yeah. So typically, blackout period is a period when the employee is not allowed to buy or sell any of their ESOPs. It is actually done to protect the company And this is typically done when there are large announcements of, say, a stock listing to be done, or a merger and acquisition, or even the company results are expected to come out, right? So ideally, we don't want the employer to do insider trading and take advantage of price movements, which are very sensitive. So typically, 2 weeks before, or even 6 weeks before earning result seasons are out, employees are not allowed to buy and sell shares. And 1 week after the announcement of such important company announcements is when the employee is again allowed to kind of do transactions on the same.
Got it. And what is the concentration risk when ESOPs are involved? I mean, if there is a checklist in place to understand as to these risks will be attached when you kind of go ahead and buy ESOPs. One, of course, we've talked about how the blackout period fares, or the entire aspect that the company might not ever get listed. All of those are the underlying ones, but something that one should definitely keep in mind.
Yeah, so typically the ESOPs are going to be, sorry, I didn't get your question. Can you just repeat that?
Sure. So I just want to understand as to what are the underlying risks involved when you kind of opt for an ESOP, considering that these are the most certain things that you should watch out for.
Yeah. So the concentration risk is actually something that we discuss with most of our clients. And this is where, we try and actually draw an understanding of what is the volatility of that particular stock, if it's a listed stock, compared to, say, a Nifty or a S&P 500. What is the impact on one's goals if they only rely on the vesting of these stocks? And then try and show the client that, okay, if I have so much allocation only in this particular equity, one, there is high concentration because there is high volatility. Two, I am going to be actually ensuring that all my goals are dependent on this one particular stock. And three, I lose out on diversification of portfolio, which otherwise would have happened at a much better way through sectoral allocations, right? So typically, if I have, say, I'm just going to give an example here. I hold a Google stock, right? Well, the company is fantastic, and AI is happening, and everyone's gung-ho about it. But what if there is an announcement that can go the other way, or the price of Google or Amazon or whichever stock is going to tank because of some company information that is out? Now, obviously, the employee will not be able to probably sell in such a short period of time when the news comes out. And so they lose out big time on it. And this impacts their goals very largely, Mahima. So we try and ensure that this volatility is reduced, this concentration risk is reduced, and how can they participate in sectors that typically are not part of their main concentration holding in the ESOP that they're holding currently.
Got it. And what is sale to cover exactly, Dashar?
Yeah. So this is typically when, when there is a large tax to be paid, right, by the employee. And if you remember, I mentioned at the time of, vesting, the employee has to actually purchase the shares. Now, when they have to pay tax, which is the perquisite tax, sometimes their salary does not even cover the tax that is to be paid, right? So sometimes that's how companies structure the salary structure of employees, right? So at that point in time, the company is going to be actually selling some amount of shares. So say we, the same example, you have 100, shares at, say, 1,000 each. So 1 lakh is your amount, and the employee might have a salary which is much lower. So when the company is going to be vesting these to the employee, they might sell 30 shares at 1,000, which is 30,000, pay off the tax, and only transfer the balance to the employee. And that is called the cover-out period.
Very interesting. Dashar, the biggest criticism I think that ESOPs have got that they're only paper wealth, right? So just want to get a sense as to how valid one is this criticism. And from a perspective of somebody who's gotten ESOP in a startup, the startup is doing another round of fundraise. Do you think that these ESOPs are available to kind of offer while they're doing the fundraise? How does that work? Just want to understand. Or they're available as a sale only once it gets listed?
No. So you can definitely purchase ESOPs even if they're unlisted. I mean, that's how the structures are built. Like I said before, if it's a ESOP and it's a startup, there's a 90% chance of it not doing well. But if the 10% of it doing very well and it on listing, can become a multi-bagger or it can grow 10 times, and that's a fantastic outcome, right, for the employee. But that is the riskiest of all benefits that employee can get. Like I said, the best is the RSU, restricted stock units, because that is something that the employee is benefiting in two ways. One is everything is coming free to them. And two is typically this is as a gratuity, which is given by the company to the employee, saying that, hey, you don't even have to pay for this, and I'm going to be ensuring that you get free shares allotted to you. Of course, there will be lock-in periods and there will be times until which less, vesting, etc., can be done. But typically, if it's a well-known company, yes, having an RSU or an ESPP is a fantastic option. If it's an ESOP, I would request the employee to understand the fundamentals, to go through the financials of that company before deciding the compensation structure breakup, right, between the cash component and the ESOP component.
All right. Okay, Drisha, thank you so much for, helping us understand this concept, in the best way possible, because I think I had a lot of doubts about ESOPs and I've got them very clear in my head now. So thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mahima.
All right. With that, viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be talking about credit card reward points on the other side. So do stay tuned.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close.
Welcome back. You're watching Your Money Matters. Like I said, now we're going to talk about credit card reward points. What we've seen is that a lot of financial institutions, banks have kind of reduced perks and reward points on credit cards. And that's an observation that, we've seen in the recent times. To understand as to why this is happening, what should one keep in mind? We're now joined by Vishal Dhawan, who's the founder and CEO of Plan Ahead Wealth Advisors, joining us now. Vishal, thank you so much for taking out the time. My first question to you is very basic as to why have banks and financial institutions started doing this? I mean, cutting down reward points and benefits on credit cards.
So there tend to be a few reasons why this happens. So one is that very often this is used as a acquisition tool for new clients to take over or new people to buy credit cards. And one of the best ways to sort of make this happen is to get certain features into your credit card, which could be very appealing for people to sign on. Let's say, for example, you would notice that at a lot of airports, you will see credit cards being sold on the concept of lounge access. So typically what ends up happening is that by default, you will see that that particular feature becomes a hook for someone to sign on as a result of that. Typically, once the person has been acquired, then it becomes important for the bank or the institution issuing that credit card to evaluate whether that cost of that particular feature is being recovered through the annual fee or through the rollover of credit that is happening, which obviously earns the credit card issuer a fairly large amount of money. So typically, very often you will find that the math around the feature sometimes becomes unsustainable, and therefore on one side you will see that feature going away. The second is for any institution which is doing credit card issuance, there is a mathematics involved between the amount of money that comes in through the fees and the rollover of interest versus the amount of money that goes bad because the person is unable to pay. And when you normally see that the NPAs start to rise or the delinquencies start to rise, you will see that issuers tend to become a lot more careful about a lot of this. And last but not the least, over a period of time, you will start to see that there is a whole universe of people who start to look for the best level of value for money and optimization that can be done on the credit card. So, for example, if I can prevent rollover of credit, which means I don't pay interest, and at the same time I can get certain features, then for the issuing company, I have a cost, but at my end, I have no cost at all. So therefore, what could end up happening is that by taking away some of these features, because you're able to see the fact that there are a lot of people who are able to benefit without giving back a lot in return to the credit card issuing company, you will see that this creates a challenge as well. So these are the 3-4 primary reasons why banks are starting to cut reward points.
Okay, but do you think, Vishal, that this is happening across board, or is it just some financial institutions doing this? And do you think that in the last couple of years, all of these financial institutions and banks had gotten too generous with these reward points, and then now it's time to kind of curtail it and take a step back? Is that thinking also correct?
Yeah, I guess it's a combination of both things. So if you go back to 2 years ago, the economy was looking very strong and everyone was trying to get in more and more customers. And what happens is, as you're trying to acquire more and more customers, there is a possibility that you become too aggressive with the features and the freebies available on your credit card. And what tends to happen is, as the economy slows down, you start to worry about bad debt rising. You start to become more cost conscious in terms of what is the cost associated with these features and freebies. And you therefore start to become a little bit more careful. I think it's happening across the board, but you'll also see that at various points, there will be certain players who will become very conscious about this. And there may be certain other players who feel that they still need to acquire more and therefore continue with these freebies. I think the important thing for people who are getting into credit cards or choosing which credit card to go to is to take a slightly longer term view on their credit card purchase and look at, what are the conditions involved with this credit card that they're buying into. So looking beyond the immediate to saying that, okay, if I had to renew 1 year later, what would be my costs associated with the renewal? Which features of these credit cards am I actually going to use versus what is nice to have? I think a lot of that analysis needs to happen, because otherwise what very often happens is, at the spur of the moment, let us say, for example, you're walking through the airport and you feel that your credit card doesn't give you lounge access. You may sign on for a credit card, which may not ultimately serve the entire purposes that you're seeking, because maybe you travel very little and your use of a lounge access is rare. And it may not therefore be an efficient card for you, even though it may be a very efficient card for someone else who travels a lot and uses lounge access considerably.
Okay. Probably the other way of looking at it is also, Vishal, that customers now have become very smart in terms of using these reward points, making the maximum utilization of these reward points. Plus, like you mentioned, right, we've seen as to how lounge accesses have always been so crowded. But Do you think that because of reduction of these reward points, there could be an impact in terms of how credit cards are being sold or the way they are being sold? Because it's not just banks, right? There are a lot of other small financial institutions which also have their own credit cards with their own perks, which, I mean, these could be startups as well, which are burning a lot of cash behind those reward points just to get customer acquisition. So wanted to get a sense of this entire concept, that if these reward points are being reduced by bigger institutions, does that mean that people will shift to smaller institutions, or in general the entire concept of rewards is going to go down?
So I think if you look at rewards both globally as well as in India, you will see that there is there is what I would call a smart way to work with credit cards. And it doesn't actually start with a card. It starts with your own lifestyle pattern and your own spending pattern. So what will happen is, in the external environment, there will always be a lot of things that will be happening around. Some things will be getting added on for certain institutions. They may still have very, very attractive cards in general. Certain others may be slowing down the way that they allow those reward points to be used, or they may have certain categories being taken away completely from a reward point system because they feel that a lot of people are abusing that particular category by their credit cards. So world over, if you look at it, the concept that is there is that me as a user or as a family, what are my uses of money, or how do I spend my money? So you could end up finding that one of the things that you do as an individual is say that, for me, one of the best things that can come to me is money which comes to me in the form of a cashback, which I can use for whatever purpose I want to use it for. Because my needs can also change over a period of time as an individual and as a family. If I am able to define that, I look for a card which has good cashback, which remains reasonably stable in terms of what are the kind of cashbacks that they typically give to me. And the second part I then do is say that what is peculiar about how I spend my largest amounts of money. For example, if I'm someone who travels a lot, then I know that I'm looking for a credit card where the travel elements of how I can redeem my points or get cheaper hotel rooms or do whatever else is very valuable. In that case, my second credit card, because typically our suggestion is normally not more than 2 credit cards for anyone. And your second credit card has to align with your particular lifestyle. If you're someone who doesn't travel at all, but you do a lot of intracity car travel, for example, or, even if you travel, you will go by your own vehicle because you will always travel close by. You might find that having something which gives you back something on petrol or diesel or some of those kind of vehicles might be more valuable. So I think the way to really look at this is, you may not be able to predict what will happen with a credit card in the future, but you have a better approach to take when you finalize for yourself what are those elements that you and your family will typically spend on, and therefore choose your credit card accordingly, rather than just going with the one with the most high octane marketing campaign or what sounds the best. So it will have to start internally rather than externally.
Okay. All right, Vishal, we're running out of time, but I'm sure there's a lot more to this conversation. So I think we'll have to do a part 2 on this one. But thank you so much for taking out the time and, helping us answer all those questions. Always a pleasure speaking with you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, viewers, with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Your Money Matters. But do stay tuned in because there are more news and updates on the other side of the break.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit.
Mr. Chandrasekhar with us, CEO of Blue Cloud Soft Tech Solutions. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us. A lot of focus on your company. It's obviously showing in the stock price, but I thought it's a good idea to just understand what is going on. Tell us about this Hyderabad tie-up and this AI cop solution first. How does this work and what is the deal all about, sir?
Thank you for having me on this show today. Well, AI Copywriter is the first of its kind in India, which has been launched by Blue Cloud. It is primarily designed of keeping the citizens in mind. Like, for example, it automates the entire process of registering a FIR in a police station. The citizens can speak in their preferred Indian language, and the platform detects the language automatically, transcribes it live, and translates it for the police officer. There is no interpreter needed in between. And the citizens can see a live transcript as they speak, so that they know that the complaint they are registering has been captured correctly before it becomes an official record. And for the police officers, instead of typing FIRs manually, which is time consuming and also reflects sometimes on the accuracy, the officers can record the conversation, and the AI tool, which we have developed, it extracts the relevant facts in a structured FIR format, which is reviewed and approved. So this significantly reduces the paperwork. But let me make it clear, it doesn't replace the police officer, it kind of helps them.
That actually leads me to my news and complaint of citizens is not really the efficiency with which their complaint is taken, but the fact that the complaint is not taken when they need it to be. There is no tool for that, is it? Or is there some transparency so that those decisions are clearly noted?
So whatever the citizen is trying to convey to the police officer to record in the FIR, that is actually captured in its entirety. And the citizen has the ability to review it, and the police officer also, because before it translates into a PDF, which is kind of tamper-proof. So this kind of transparency is built into the whole system. And it combines speech AI, language detection, translation, and it also detects multiple speakers speaking at the same time. So it distinguishes people. And it supports currently 10 Indian languages, and it's available both on Android and iOS. And it stores every complaint in a searchable digital archive so that it can be easily retrieved. Again, I would emphasize that the AI tool, it assists the police officer, and the police officer has the ability to review it and approve before it is.
No, that goes without saying, Mr. Mudraganam. You cannot replace one of the key pillars of democracy, of course, which is the police force. But Let me ask you this. The FY27 revenue target, I believe it's been set at 3,000 crore rupees, and a considerable portion of that comes through from cyber security. I'm just wondering, after the first quarter, whether you have any updates on the trajectory that will lead you to this point of 3,000 crore rupees?
I think at this point of time, I would say that we are on track to achieve that goal. Because we are pursuing large opportunities, which we hope to announce soon. So they are in the pipeline already, both in India and overseas, especially in Africa. So I would say at this point of time, we are on track.
And out of that entire 3,000 crore revenue target or aim that you have, how much is already backed by orders roughly?
Well, at this point of time, we have an order book position of about 1,200 crores already.
Okay, and if you were to give me a split of that 1,200 crore orders in the businesses that you have, specifically, for example, cybersecurity and otherwise?
Well, cybersecurity at this point of time contributes roughly about 30%, between 25 to 30% of our revenue, and that trend is continuing. But going forward, I think that is kind of going to increase further, because we are seeing a lot of traction from different countries for setting up the SOCs, pardon me, the Security Operations Center, and setting up their data centers specifically for managing their sovereign data. So that's a conversation which we're having with multiple countries at this moment. So that is bound to increase. That pie is going to increase.
Neeraj here. You therefore anticipate doubling of your order book at the very least in order to be able to execute 3,000 crores in the current year, right? You think that will happen?
Yes. Yes.
Doubling of the order book. Okay.
Yes.
And of course it's a 3x jump in revenues from what you did in FY26. May I ask you if the current order book as well as the incremental order book, does it come at the same margins that you clocked in FY26, which is circa 13%, or could it be lower or higher?
Well, at this point of time, I would say that we are on track, probably a little more higher than last year. This is what I told in my last appearance on NDTV Profit also. So the profitability margins are probably going to be better.
So you're saying you could do operating margins northwards of 13% as a consolidated year for FY27?
I would say this.
And
yes,
therefore,
at this point of time.
Just one last point on those numbers from mine at least. Therefore, the numbers on the bottom line, which were maybe circa 60 crores with the presumption that the tax rate stays as is, which is 32%, you didn't have any benefits of tax, you could actually do a profit after tax northwards of 200 crores for FY27. If you do everything, which is 3,000 crores revenue, more than 13% EBITDA margin, you could actually do 200 crores of PAT.
Yes, because quite a bit of it would be overseas revenue as well.
Okay, so Mr. Chandrasekhar, something that quite excited the markets recently was an exchange filing you put out in which you said you are exploring an AI partnership with SpaceX. Now, this is SpaceX International. And I mean, one way or the other, I think SpaceX was listing, Elon Musk's SpaceX was listing around that time. So everyone got very trigger happy. Just to clarify, this is a different SpaceX International, right? And what is it that you are evaluating with them?
This is a different company called SpaceX International from Malaysia, and we have a partnership. We are exploring a partnership with them for the telecom business.
Okay, and when you put out an exchange notification saying you're evaluating AI opportunities, what does that usually mean? Because the communication with investors is when something is done. As it often is. What are these AI opportunities that you're evaluating, and is there a number to a deal that you're looking at, an order book? Can you give us a little more on this?
At this point of time, because we are still finalizing the nitty-gritty of the partnership,